Crucial moment.
Yes. Don't tell us yes.
Все.
Yes.
Pleasure.
Yes, and we have to make picture of us together
All of
later.
us.
Later. I don't know.
Mark,
I am so hot.
Mark, I don't have the chess games. I just have a beautiful screen.
Мы не можем начать, потому что у Ясера нет партий. Сейчас сделаем. Нет, потому что мне
Somebody is working.
мне дали сообщение,
Okay,
да, что...
Hands off. Don't come near.
So.
I took off my glasses. I was trying to see who WR was fielding on the women's board. Chess
Yes.
pensioners. Hou Yifan versus Jovi.
Yes.
Ooh. Vincent versus Darman.
And by the
Prague,
way,
Vladimir.
I've seen like a few comments online where people they don't at some point they view and they don't understand. They think that where they're not nations represented. So maybe we
You have to
should
remember-
re-explain it once again.
Absolutely.
They're saying, okay, where is the Chinese team?
Right.
So maybe I should start with saying that it took its inspiration mostly from the European Club Cup.
That's
something
right.
like this. Yes.
Perfect. That would be
Because yes, they're thinking, okay, what is this World
right.
Rapid
You
Championship?
see Armenia,
Yes,
you see
yes,
Germany and
yes,
friends,
Yes, and then
African All Stars, but we're the Chinese,
Yes.
and so on.
or like I
America?
can ask a question. So так,
Exactly.
все готовы? Everyone is ready?
I'm all
Okay,
set.
so мы все готовы.
Except I don't have the WR team on my screen yet. I have to go all the way through.
30 seconds. I'm so hot.
Yeah, it feels warm in the room, no?
Yes.
No.
No?
Марк, а можно, если что, еще включить это air condition чуть-чуть? Мне так жарко, если вдруг что-то кто-то...
I don't feel warm at all.
Не, что-то дует иногда на меня, да. Окей. 20 seconds.
Okay.
You said that 30 seconds ago.
What are you, a Swiss watch?
Shut up. You know the switch. Swiss watches are always Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Well, today is Monday, and we are doing the commentary for the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship together with my colleagues Grandmaster Yasser Seyravan.
Almira, beautiful
And
to
Maurice
be with you.
Ashley.
And Maurice, good to be
I
with
am
you.
International Master Almira Skripchenko, and what I wanted to say that it's such an unusual day for a tournament finale, Monday. So
That's right.
I really hope that you're secretly watching us somewhere at work, which is behind the Excel sheets, and so you're
Right.
having our commentary. It has been such an exciting event. Yasser, Maurice, please remind me, what is this tournament about? Because I think that sometimes there is a little confusion about the teams and the format. So I
Right.
think that first of all, we should explain that this tournament, took its inspiration from the European Club Cup.
Exactly.
Like the UEFA League.
Right.
So who is playing?
So it's not a national team championship. Let's start with that. It's not an Olympiad. It's not the American team or the Brazilian team. It's actually a conglomeration of teams, players coming together and saying, Almira, I'd like you on my team. Maurice, I'd like you on my team. Let's go. Let's make a team together. So we actually have a mix of teams. We have we have 6 players for each match. 4 professional players, a ladies board, and then an amateur board. So it's a very, very, very mixed team competition. And it's fast. It's rapid chess. 15 minutes per player per side, 10-second bonus, 4 rounds of play remaining. And Maurice, we have a runaway avalanche going on right now with the WR team. They are winning all their matches.
I mean, if you put together Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, and then tossed in a couple of folks on the squad as well, maybe like a Cheryl Miller, a legend, and said, let's just play together. that's the result you have. A monstrous performance by these players. The VR team, as they say here in Germany, they were simply, VR chess has been killing everybody.
Exactly.
And in fact, it's after 8 rounds, the maximum you could have is 16 points, 2 points per round. Well, they've got 16.
Exactly.
And they've beaten teams that we thought would be somewhat competitive. Yesterday, what they did to Fabi's squad with
They demolished them.
Gukesh.
Fabi, Aronian, Gukesh, you would think those guys would put up a fight.
Yep.
And it was just a complete demolition. Right. So we pretty much have the winners. It would take a disaster of epic proportions for them not to win first place.
And then we have the Freedom team, led by Viswanathan Anand with 13 points. So the fight for second right now is looking very good for them. But then, Almira, we have 3 teams with 11 points right behind Freedom. And talk a bit about today's pairings for round 9.
First of all, I wanted also to talk about that, okay, Monday is a bit unusual for a chess tournament finale,
Usually
but what is also unusual about this tournament that we have a very impressive prize fund. So,
yes,
as you've said, well, the first prize might not be for grabs anymore.
Right.
But I wanted to remind you what are the other prizes. So
please do.
There is a $250,000 total prize fund, but the first prize is $100,000. Then you have $60,000 for the second team, $40,000 for the third team. You have $25,000 for the fourth place, and the fifth place gets $12,500. And there is also a special prize for a team which qualifies on the average rating under 2,400. So another $12,500. So there are a lot of things on stake today.
Prize money, big prize money.
Big prize money. So we have...
I must say, that's a very big difference from my experience. In my experience, we played for medals. But sorry.
Those were the days.
Those were the good days.
Those were the days, and you were supposed, to try them, yes? The gold medals later.
Yeah, to make sure.
So
by the way, on screen, we do have the top board.
The pensioners on the left side of the screen, you'll see Prague. They're up against Vladimir Kramnik. Prague, by the way, came in yesterday, made his debut, won all of his games, and is currently sitting on a 3,300 tournament performance rating because he won all 4 games. He has black against Vladimir Kramnik. Continue,
yes,
please,
so that's what I wanted to say, because WR Chess team has played already everyone.
The rivals, yes.
But not the chess pensioners. They're coming up.
Right.
And so they're playing...
the pensioners, I believe, with 10 points, by the way, because they've played, WR has played their rivals, including Freedom. Please,
and I think that's one of the issues in a tournament this long, that you can play your main rivals early, and now the matchups are all over the place.
Exactly.
For 16 points, playing 10 points, that's unusual in the Swiss system. Usually it's closer, but if you've played everybody at the top, then you've got to start going a bit down the list.
Well,
exactly.
But the thing is, when you're having 16 points and you're playing someone who has 10 points, you are expecting a position, it's an easy win. But here, who do you have on the first board?
Right.
You have Dominguez Linie Perez playing for the pensioners team. Then you have Petr Svidler. I'm still having, I couldn't ask the captain, but why Vladimir Kramnik is playing on the third board? That's a complete mystery to me.
I think it was Vladdy's choice.
Vladdy's choice.
In the sense that he feels that he's not as well prepared to play, because he's been basically training players. You've heard of Vladimir on the Nepo's team as an analyst, and other players as well. So he feels like, I'm rusty.
So many rumors.
Right? I'm rusty.
But okay, then we have the Ashdod Chess Club playing against Freedom.
Right.
So Freedom needs to win to solidify their position in the standings.
Again, Vishy Anand leading the Freedom team. He's played extraordinarily well, as you see.
We see the
He's up
handshake
against Pavel Elyanov, and he defended brilliantly what I thought was a lost position against MVL to make a draw. And then he won brilliantly against Alexander Danchenko in a position I thought was drawn. So Vishy is really maximizing his positions.
And their team, by the way, very strong team. Daniil Dubov on board 2, Vidit on board 3, Richard Report on board 4.
Hello.
I mean, what?
That is amazing.
That's why they're doing as well as they are.
Exactly.
And I just wanted to announce an all-Indian derby, between the team MGD1 and Six Pack.
Yes.
But you have Gunay Mamadzada, she is announced in the lineup for the team MGD1, so because you also have Harika Dronavalli there.
Yes.
So she will be the only stranger on these teams. So let's have a look maybe at
I'm on board 1 at
the
moment.
opening stage
Yes.
of these matches.
I'm on board 1 with Lanier Dominguez as white against Nodrubek. And it's this Joko piano, 2 knights defense, bishop c4. And this move, bishop e7, has become a kind of a popular go-to choice. Obviously, everybody has played bishop c5, and there's lots and lots of variations with bishop e3 and c3, and sometimes as bishop on c5 is misplaced, especially when there's a bishop g5. So this move, bishop e7, is getting increasingly popular. Black intends to play castles, d6, and just play a very solid
Very often
play.
you play also knight c3. Yes, it's a very nice
Now, this was
plan,
very
yes.
funny because I had dinner last night with the WR team. And there was Jan. Jan's a little bit, I want to say, he enjoys a good laugh. And he kind of pokes the players and he stimulates them. And he goes, "Who will I play tomorrow? I wonder if they will allow me to play a King's Gambit." No, I'm sure they won't allow me to play a King's Gambit. And look at this. Up against Peter Spidler, we have a King's Gambit on the board. So, I mean, f4, ef, and after... Oh, we do have some more moves, it looks like to me, as we see Peter there.
Peter went for
Oh, he played knight e7.
Yes.
Oh, this is crazy. So what happened was I was playing in the candidates with Boris Spassky, and Boris played the King's Gambit against me. And here I always played g7, g5. And somehow at the board I had an inspiration. I played the move knight e7. Boris played against me d4. I played d5, knight c3, de, knight takes e4. Here I made a mistake. I played the move knight g6. I should have played the move knight d5. I played the move knight g6. Boris played h4. I played queen e7. And Boris came up with a fantastic move right here. Do you see what move Boris Spassky played? That completely
King
refuted.
F2?
Yes. It completely refuted my setup because my intention was this, but this.
And now I understand the difference with the knight d5. Then you will have knight e3 maybe.
Exactly.
At the end. Yes.
But knight e7, so it's a rare guest at the very, very top. I think everybody plays either g5 or d5. Let me just refresh my board for a moment to see what has happened. Yes, d5, but okay. In this case, quickly bishop d3 by Jan, and we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, we're on the first table, WR team cruising towards a gold medal, if they can keep it up. And then Vladimir Kramnik, clash of the generations, as the young man Prague on the black side of a Queen's Gambit declined on board 3. That looks like they're still in opening theory.
Imagine you say, let's put you on board 3 because it's one of those boards where you're not too challenged.
Right?
Right. Don't put you on board 1 or 2. We're
Right.
gonna put you on 3.
Right.
And when you go on 3, you have to play Prague.
That's not fun.
It's like, what?
Like-
One of the hottest players in the world.
Where's my easy game?
Where's the easy game? Not at all. That does not sound like fun at all. But you got to do. That's how strong this tournament is right now.
I'm looking at the game of Vincent Keimer versus Darman, and a rare guest once again, the Benoni on the black side of the Benoni. Bishop f4, a favorite move of Varuzhin Akopian, bishop g5 as well. Queen a4, look at this interesting mix of moves. Queen a4 check, You couldn't play knight d7 because the pawn on d6 is hanging. So you have to play bishop to d7. Bishop to d7, queen b3. And now the problem is both the pawn on d6 as well as the pawn on b7 is hanging. Black says, okay, it's going to take you some time to grab them. Go for it if you want to. Vincent stopped here. And if I can just ask the salient question, what happens if I take the pawn? I'm assuming you're going to play rook e8. I'm going to play e3. I'm assuming you're going to play something crazy like b5 to justify the pawn sacrifice. This might be theory. I'm just not aware of it. That's all. Maurice, not yet.
He's not
ready for us. He's looking.
Position.
I'm going to continue looking at the board one games. This is the game between Jovanka Houska, Jovi as we call her, our fellow commentator. We miss her in our booth. She's always lovely to have. She's up against Hou Yifan on the black side. Here, Almira, the queen's attack. You've got, in my view, two choices, f4, d2. Do you have a third choice, or do you like one of those two?
Well, I assume
usually you're good for a third choice.
I assume that after queen d2, you want to play b3 and bishop b2.
Precisely.
So
I want to meet g6.
That's a very classical idea.
Precisely.
And, sometimes when black has already played g6, you can put your queen on h4.
Correct.
Yes, but this is not the case, so I would prefer queen d2 in this position, yes. And then immediately b3 after g6 and bishop b2.
Okay, let's see, because we do have a third choice after all. Jovi did play queen d1. She preferred queen
Maybe
d1.
she was afraid of knight e4 as well at some stages.
The funny part about that is queen d2, knight e4. Now, if you were undecided, should I go to f4 or d2? Now the good news is you know where you're supposed to go. Queen
no, but
f4.
let's say g6, b3, bishop b2.
G6,
G6,
queen d2, G6,
yes,
b3.
Bishop g7.
Yes, bishop b2.
Bishop b2, knight e4 here. So
yes.
you're forced to play queen c2, yes.
Say,
queen c1.
just to defend the bishop, yeah?
Yes, and normally black wants to keep this bishop. That's what I wanted to, to demonstrate. Yes, in this position after bishop b2, queen b2, castle, I'm not sure if this operation
was successful
yes,
for
benefits
black.
Black, yes.
Because again, rook d1, and yeah, the knight feels a little bit just in the air. So that, again, that's board 4 on the table number 1. And then finally, once again, we have these wonderful mixed teams. And we have an amateur player on the 5th table. And in this case, Vadim is playing against Baron Christoph. And I can tell you, I had breakfast with Vadim. He's nervous. I said, why are you nervous? What's the problem? He says, we haven't won yet. Nothing, you can't take anything for granted in these events. What do you think about this position, Elmira? Can I be so bold? Can I, as a commentator, I can sacrifice all the pieces I want. What do you think about
sacrifice
this?
on h6.
Yes, you saw it coming.
First of all, let's tell who is playing on these boards. So you have the general sponsor of the tournament playing with white pieces.
Right.
And with the black pieces, you have one of the most famous and talented violinists in the world. So Christoph Barati, and this is his first official tournament ever.
Yes.
So he told us, if you are joining us right now, he told us on the first day that actually that was not the same, that playing the violin and forgetting about everything in the world, he feels a lot of pressure.
Exactly.
So let's have a look about this sacrifice.
In fact, I had lunch with Christoph and was talking to him. He says, when I'm playing the violin, it's the competition I feel is myself. I'm the critic. I'm the opponent. But now when I'm playing chess, I really have somebody else who's trying to kill me. And so it's like a double competition because he's fighting with himself. What move should I be playing? But his opponent is also dictating as well.
Well, especially when you're playing such a beautiful instrument, the thing is that you're trying to extract the sound, and your way of interpreting the classical musical piece is a bit different. So
Yeah. Maurice,
Yes,
what
Maurice
has caught
has
your
something.
attention? Oh, I see the King's Gambit on your board.
Well, we've got to look at this one. As you
Right.
mentioned, this position I've never seen in my entire career ever. Let me know if you have seen it, because it looks like Peter's fiddler is just shooting from the hip at the moment. Take a look. As you mentioned, D5 was played, bishop to D3, and now C5.
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
What?
How can you play this move with a straight face? I mean, he should be smiling, laughing, something. Playing a move like C5, this is insane, the position. And Jan calmly plays knight to C3. Is this preparation? How can it be possible?
No.
No way, right?
No
like
way.
an absolute barn burner after just 6 or 7 moves. Make that 6 moves. 6 moves. This
Totally.
position in the modern era. We might think about this maybe in the 1830s, 1850s somewhere, but in 2023 to see a position like this, absolutely insane.
And we have more moves, Maurice. There was after C5, knight C3, there was a capture on D4, knight takes D4, and I just saw, I believe it's knight G6. So
Yes.
he's inviting knight takes D5?
As well, can this possibly be any good?
but I think
No.
that he was afraid.
Put a fine point in it, yes.
No, let's just, definitive, now is not the time. No.
Maybe he was afraid of knight c6. I think
Sorry?
knight b5 with the idea of playing bishop b4. So here, yes, knight d4. Let's say knight bc6 is a very natural move. here,
Very
yes?
natural move.
So knight db5, and now you have this bishop
Knight
b4 coming.
But don't I have time to kick you out?
Maybe I can take on the4 anyway. I'm not sure, you know.
Whoa, okay. I can see that you woke up inspired today. I'm not sure about this one because, okay, all it is a check, right? It's not like the end of the world.
Yes, but where is your king going there?
I
Like on
have
e7?
no idea where my king is going to go. Okay,
I have to go to E7.
Yeah.
I'm going to
So,
have to go to E7.
Let's try knight c7.
Right?
King e7, and I think this is still
It's
Jan's
crazy.
preparation.
Okay, freeze frame.
You have knight
there's
d5
knight D5
check
right
first,
now.
and then, okay, we will see.
That's just, yeah.
Knight D5 check. Okay, that means I'd have to go here if I was playing aggressive.
But you were worried
But
about Queen
Queen
G4
G4?
check, no? And then you
But
play King E7 with tempo. but there is Queen G5
Queen
check.
g5, knight d5.
But
And then
now
knight
I
D5,
have
now you can
F7
hide.
and life is okay.
This really looks straight out of the 19th century.
It is. It's
Some
the
sick
romantic
variation,
era.
very much so.
C5, I was about to say, why didn't he transpose into my game with Boris Spassky here? Knight C3.
He's clearly making stuff up along the way.
I'm just curious why he just didn't take the pawn. Bishop takes F4, which
Well,
is what you want to do.
understand that Nepo also played instantly in that position.
Knight C3 takes, Knight G6. We're up to date, and just a second, let me refresh my board because no, we're not. We have more moves. So Knight takes D4, takes on E4, Knight takes E4. Please take my knight. I'm hanging a piece, but that's a discover check, which will win the queen. Knight G6, and we're up to date.
I think Nepo smells blood. He's got pieces that are just absolutely fantastic. And look at this. As I said it, he played H4 sitting on the board, and that says, I am trying to destroy you.
Of course it
I mean,
does.
I'm just trying to, I want to push your pieces back. And if he plays bishop takes F4, by the way, if he gets the chance, he'll have 4 developed pieces in the center of the board. Can you be more classical than that? Like H5, knight moves, bishop takes, and all your pieces are out. Black will be just floating around trying to figure out where to put his pieces. This looks extraordinarily dangerous. By the way, H5, knight E5, I throw in bishop B5 check first, just so you can't even take me. Then I hit you on F4 with a tempo.
Exactly.
Like,
But maybe black should play h5 here, but it looks very dangerous. Then
H5,
knight g5.
I was
yes.
always reluctant to play that
Yes.
against Boris because of knight g5. One question I might ask is if I could play bishop e7, h5, bishop h4 check,
King
force your
f1.
king to basically go to a bad square. I assume you want to play bishop b5 check. In this particular case, I think white's development is luscious, fantastic position for white. The only fly in the ointment is the slightly misplaced white king.
I'd be happy to see this as black, frankly.
To get this as black or to get it as white?
To get out of the opening with that position or black.
Okay.
I'm
At
scared
least
the
you're
king is
safe.
going to get caught in the middle.
Yeah, at least your king is safe. But this move h4 is really putting the pressure on Peter. And Almira, what?
But that's a problem. If bishop e7 is playable,
Yes.
as you just mentioned, and
Right.
I'm sure Peter is looking at it, h5
Check.
looks necessary. Check looks good. Now, hold.
Oh, sorry.
Hold the phone, just 1
You
second.
got another. I didn't realize you had
I
a
just
choice.
want to make sure that we can't play g3 right at this moment.
Didn't even look at it. Sorry.
And the problem is I can't castle
Why not?
because you take on
a
d4
with a
check.
check. That's right.
My main
Castling
issue.
is legal, of course, but the queen takes d4 check.
I'm
Is
just
not
looking
what
to see if I can keep the tempo going, the problem also is I can't move my key anywhere useful. It's like I could have put it on f1 on the last move. So okay, so let's go with king f1.
Okay, king f1, knight e5. I like what you wanted to do, not necessarily allowing knight takes d3, check, knight d7. I didn't see a better move than bishop f4.
But knight d6 check is not available.
That's a good one. That's what you wanted.
That's
d6.
the
Now we got
move
some
I
action.
wanted.
Now you got to play king f8 forced.
And then I hate my
No, but I
position.
think that you have to play knight c6 in this position. Yes, knight bc6. Knight
to
g7,
avoid
yes,
knight d6 check.
is a
Exactly.
very dubious move in this position.
Well, to allow knight d6 is very dubious indeed.
But this position is weird because you can take on f4 now
Right?
and take
Get
on f4.
out of dodge. Woof.
But hold on,
I
because
feel-
your bishop is guarding d8, your queen's guarding it as well. So there's no obvious tactic. No, I don't see it.
Okay, we don't see a kill for
All right, so he
Nepo.
didn't do that. He played knight c6. He simply ignored the threat and
No
created
bishop
his own
e7.
threat. No
No-
bishop e7.
no bishop
He
e7.
said, threat to your knight. Maybe this would make a ton of sense.
I have an idea, because when you played bishop h4, then after bishop b5, knight c6, could you take rook h4?
Let's have a look. Bishop e7.
Yes. Bishop b5.
Sorry, h5.
Yes, so bishop h4.
Bishop h4, king, knight
Yes,
e5.
knight e5. Then I'm giving you a check. And now I want to use this as a decoy, and then knight d6, and I don't know what's happening here anymore. The knight
Don't do
f5,
that.
you're, yes, losing a queen, but so king f8, yes, maybe this is too much.
Well, for the moment, I do have
And queen h1 is a huge threat.
a threat. Fortunately, unless you have a kill.
Now this
this
seem
is-
to be a kill.
This
So,
is
so knight c6 trades has happened.
way speculative.
But you have to calculate this stuff. I mean, it may lead you to an inspiring brilliancy or a miniature, as we say. Knight takes c6, b takes c6.
I don't know.
Okay, black
is
surviving.
looking not just maybe even thriving. Position like this, white's king is suspicious as ever, and knight e5, knight takes bishop will give the two bishops. I know the pawn structure on the king side looks a little dodgy.
It does.
I mean,
But let's look at something concrete.
knight e5,
h5, knight e5, bishop takes,
knight d3 check.
knight d3. Let's just go. Okay, at the
Take.
end of the day, I've got a lot of development. You do have bishop. I was
Peter
hoping
is getting up from the board
He's
in a
confident.
rapid game,
He's-
calmly walking around.
Yeah.
What's up with that? That's a confident man. He likes to walk around,
He
by the
likes
way.
to walk
Anyway,
away.
but he's like, whatever, do your worst. I'm not scared anymore.
Okay, I'm just before I do go to some of the other boards, I want to again just kind of refresh a moment. We're on table number 1. Nodrubek is black against Lanier Dominguez. We left it. This was this kind of Joko piano with bishop e7, not the bishop on b6. I'll quickly get to the current position. Because it had to feel like a French defense position here.
Yes, but yesterday we discussed this opening, and we were talking about that black very usually defines the structure in the center by taking on d4 and playing d5.
Right.
So here it is.
Here it
but I
is.
think that white is slightly better here, if not even more.
Well, the only for me, the key question is, why is my knight on h7? Why isn't if I transport the knight magically to the square f5, I think black would be doing fine. With the knight on h7, I agree with you, Almira, that white should be a choice. Again, this is the Peters Fiddler game going on there. And then let's quickly just look at Prague. Vladimir Kramnik has allowed knight e4 in a very unusual way. Normally speaking, your bishop is already on g3 with a pawn on h2. Now, with this last move by Prague, knight e4, I'm liking Prague's position because f5 and g5 is on the young man's agenda. I think Vladimir's been outplayed in the opening in this game.
Could you go back to that Peter game, please?
Of course.
Because that position...
It's just blowed up again?
No, he just played queen e2. I don't like seeing a move like queen e2 would annoy me. And you think there's a discovery of some kind. Well, it's discovered mate is the threat.
Double checkmate.
And you think he'd play bishop e7, but he's first tossed in bishop to b4 check.
Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise. I can understand c3 might weaken the bishop on d2, but you are inviting... Are you not inviting bishop d2 check?
I guess
Hold
he's
on.
thinking he's going to be able to... Well, for one thing, the bishop is the thing that would normally win the pawn back on f4.
Of course. So I have to play c3 then. Okay. So c3, bishop back to e7. I've got to play h5, right?
But then your bishop is
hanging.
Yeah.
That's
hanging
the
there.
subtle
Yes,
point
maybe, yes, that's
of the
the
check,
point.
forcing
But
a
now-
move.
Now bishop g4 is an invitation.
And he's played bishop to d2.
Okay.
He has played the move bishop to d2. And I don't know, it looks like black is deftly maneuvering his way out of this, forcing queen takes, making queen to e2 look like a simple tempo loss.
Truly, if that's the best you've got.
But he
Okay.
has gotten the opportunity to castle
On
queen side, so
opposite-
opposite side castling. The f4 pawn will hang to h5. There might be h5, h6 coming quickly. Although now, what if you get greedy here and play h5 yourself? Or start with bishop g4 with the idea of playing for h5.
Bishop g4, let's say rook e1, h5, yeah? I'm going to put my knight on g5. The idea is pretty straightforward. I want to be able to...
Capture.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's probably too strong because knight
And
takes.
here we got a bishop g4 tempo in the position without... So Peter is allowing h5. He's saying, go ahead, do your worst. I'm picking up a tempo against the rook. So let's have a quick look, shall we? h5. Now, I don't think you want to take the rook and allow hg.
No, we're not doing that.
Okay, you want to go knight e5. Let's have a look. Queen takes. You want to take the rook, right? You don't want to take the bishop. You want to take the rook, takes. You want to come back, yeah? h6.
You're telling me all these things I want to do, and I haven't.
What
even
else
done
you want
anything
to do? you didn't have very many choices.
He
You're
has
walking-
played h5 in his exact position on the board, and now queen to b8.
instantly
And
by ooh.
knight d3 is a huge threat. So-
Oh, but I can move my rook.
and
I
rook
can move
f1.
rook f1 to
Yeah, but rook
protect my
f1.
queen.
He wants to play possibly knight takes on d3. Trade pieces is going to be equal material.
Whoa.
Can you
whoa.
sacrifice something
Yes.
else?
We're
Let's
looking
try
at knight
knight
f6
f6,
check.
yes.
We're looking at, so the idea is if you take,
Yes.
I wanted to just
And
take
h6.
and h6.
Okay,
But
is that
you could go
working?
king h8 and everything's hanging. This is what commentators
No.
do. We hang everybody's pieces.
But we're playing along with the players. It's not like they're making, other than that queen b8 move, which
What-
really has got Jan's. Look at Jan now. He's thinking, wait a minute, this is nonsense. There's got to be some kind of kill. What is the way to do it from this position? What
This
a
is
game this has been so far. Just extraordinary.
It seems like whenever we get into these rounds and we're just going to go around the horn,
Oh,
we
no.
get stuck at a certain table.
And we should.
This is our table.
By the way,
please tell us.
Just real quick, we got to come back to this thing.
We'll keep
really
it on
big
our
game. Look at
first-
this position. How you like these apples right here? Like, this is a game for board 2.
What?
Second place chase. This is Ilya Smirin against Vidit Gudrati. This position is insane as well. Pawns flying down the board, opposite side. Well, this king is over here. This king has not yet castled. What is white trying to do while black is just continuing better development? This looks like white is going to get smoked somehow. I mean, just looks so bad as black is perfectly placed. We'll come back to this potential bloodbath in a minute, but I really want to see what's going to happen in that King's Gambit. Nepo wanted the King's Gambit, now he's got it, and Peter knows that Nepo plays the King's Gambit, so I feel like he prepared exactly this for Nepo. What's going to happen next? The drama is super high.
Exactly. And is it the French expression, be careful what you ask for, you might get it? Because Nepo wanted a King's Gambit that was crazy. This is what he's got. And Queen B8, that stopped him cold in his tracks. Let's say I'll bring calm to the universe, balance. If I play Rook F1?
I don't know, that feels like boring more
But
than
then
calm.
you're taking on
Takes.
T3.
We're getting rid of every attacking piece you own.
Do you want to trade queens or maybe play Bishop E2 as a prelude to trading
You know,
queens?
Bishop E2, you're asking me to play Queen G5 potentially, but you have
H6
Queen
in that
H6
case.
comes
I
comes
think
and
this is
stops what I'm trying to.
crazy, crazy, crazy.
I'm just
We
keeping
see
an
a
eye
very,
on
very...
hold on.
Yes.
Queen G5,
H6,
Knight F6,
King goes.
Queen F5.
Ooh. Okay, now I have no choice.
Give me. Okay, I have no sensible rook lift, is what you're telling me.
Well, you always have a perp in your pocket.
Yes,
You're not taking
yeah.
any risks.
No,
You're
but
not
I can't
taking
bring a
any-
piece in.
But what did he... Knight
what?
D6?
Excuse you, what?
Okay. This
You
is
can-
wild.
You can have your disco, I'll have mine.
What a move.
What a conception. Queen takes, of course, drops the queen to bishop takes.
That's hilarious. I mean, you were trying to skewer my queen.
Exactly.
I'm going to get your queen. Oh,
Unreal move.
Knight, and so his conception is bishop takes d1, queen takes, defends the knight. If you move the bishop, then h6
I
is
love
going
it.
to ruin your day.
That's a world-class move.
What?
But is that that force, though? What do you do?
I don't know.
Oh, no, you can take on d3.
Now
I feel
I'm
like you're going
really
to get mated. No.
now I'm really frightened. As
That's
black,
a move.
I might just play
F6.
f6, like
And
pretend I know what I'm doing.
What do you mean?
Oh
This could
my
be
gosh.
death. f6, bishop c4 check?
No, I don't want to go there.
I mean, maybe that doesn't win, but
No, but I think
h6, f6, h6. I mean, there's everything.
I know.
I'm stacking it. That move, knight d6, is all-star move. Is there a refutation to this? The
No,
knight
but
is hanging.
I think that f6 is almost
Yeah.
forced here, and what he wants is to remain with the knight on d6 against the bishop. So
And-
f6, if you exchange the bishop on, like, let's say, where do you go after f6?
I like Maurice's move, bishop c4
So?
check.
King
That-
h8?
Okay, now I'm really looking at the move h6.
Probably g5, though. G5
G5? Okay.
seems problematic.
No.
Rook, there's no yummy yum.
Yummy yums, huh? Okay, fair. Well, can't I just move my rook and pretend I've got oops,
No,
no
but-
h6. No, apologies. Can't I just move my rook and pretend
That is a different game, yes.
that
Two
okay?
moves.
Your
No,
pieces
you know what?
are
This
a
check
little
is
bit.
not. This check is not necessary. Maybe back here. No, h6 is always g5, isn't it?
Oh,
But can
wait
you
a
try
minute.
queen E4?
E4. Yeah. Oh, that's
f6 played.
f6 played. I think queen
Okay,
e4
Queen e4,
is a killer.
and he did it.
Instantly-
And he's got g6.
Oh, G6.
G6. That can't
That
be right.
opens up the
no,
H
no,
file.
No, you're gonna die now.
Peter is in
You're gonna die. Give me that.
real trouble.
Yeah, give me that. If you got to play g6, it's
No.
time to cry. That knight d6 move was
That was
amazing,
awesome.
and now it's just all momentum, one-way traffic, and
The problem is if you recapture, Rook H6
He
is...
did recapture, and
Rook-
Nepo just dropped back like, are you insane? I'm gonna kill you now.
Rook H6 looks like a stone cold killer. Rook H6 with the how can I say it? Trumpet sounding Rook takes G6.
Yes,
Look
sir.
at Peter. Peter
It's like,
is a
what
bad
did I
day.
do?
Why did I get out of bed? Why did I challenge this King's Gambit? There's no
Queen-
way he's surviving this. He
Queen
is gone.
D8.
No way. Rook H6 looks...
By the way, I mean, no, seriously, that move Knight D6.
Oh, yeah.
That was just...
Sparkler.
Wow.
Absolute sparkler.
Sparkling tactical brilliancy. This is going to go in the miniature book. We're going to make a miniature book together because Elmira, we've commentated on some really beautiful ones. I think this is going to go into chapter 1. We saw one yesterday.
And
that
there's
was
Peter
also
again
beautiful.
making
Like,
faces.
and we have a picture for the cover. One killer and
And he has played Rook H6. That's the kind of move Peter would play at his height, winning his 8 Russian championship titles. He knows this is over.
He
No way
certainly
you
does.
survive. White's pieces are fully coordinated. They're active.
Yep.
Look at Black's pieces. The
Terrible.
Rook on A8. Whenever you have a Rook on A8, not able to get in the game, not
Yeah.
able to contribute, and all you have are a couple of pieces out, your Knight on E5, your Bishop on G4, the only 2 pieces. And he's finally decided to sack his Queen with Queen takes, allowing Bishop C... Wait. Bishop C4 check.
Nepo waited.
And now King G7.
Bishop C.
And it looks like he can take on G6 first, forcing Knight takes, and then
Which
take...
he's done.
And
which
that's
he
done.
has done.
And now that's
And there's
it.
a handshake.
A brilliancy.
Wow.
First class brilliancy. Wow. We could stop and go over this game for a while. We got plenty more games to look at, but
Show's
that was
over.
worth watching. Yeah.
Show's
And look
over.
at Nepo smiling. He smiled there for a second, but Peter didn't return the favor. I'm not smiling back at you. Not after that spanking.
Wow.
My
You know,
goodness.
looking at this knight on d6, I remember that Emanuel Lasker once said, give me a knight on d6 and I will win every game. So, of course, he meant about those outposts on d6, f6,
Exactly.
d3,
Yes.
f3, so anywhere. So this is going to be our miniature.
This is the moment that really just blew us away because the move of Peter, Queen B8, took us aback. We did not see that move, and that set up this knight takes d3 check, followed by queen takes f4, and Peter thought exactly at this moment, he's in the driver's seat. He's the one with the initiative dictating the action, and knight d6 came like a cold shower. That was like, where did that interference come
nasty.
from? Oh, very, very, very nice. But there are other games going on,
yes, sir.
Elmer.
Are there?
I've been,
Are there?
Really?
No other games.
Nothing's
I've
gonna
been
look like
watching
that. I'm
closely.
sorry. That was brilliant beyond belief. Let's go back just for a second to another game we had talked about. This barn burner of a game between Smirin and Vidit. And Black's play is majestic. Another game looking to refute the other side's play. And you see this sacrifice. I love this sacrifice. By the way, let's go back to this moment in time. The move takes... Sorry, let's go back even one more move. Knight c4, I'm hitting your pawn. It looks free. You can't move it. Wait a minute. You moved it. What's going on here? I'll take it. It looks like you're hanging your knight. I'm sacking the knight. I mean, the players are inspired today. Absolutely. Takes, and now b6, move your queen away, and then the move f3. By the way, let's just back up one moment here, because knight b6 looks playable, but there looks to be a little bit of a problem happening down here, no? Check and, am I mating? What is the kill? I don't see a direct kill as yet. You guys spot something? I see F3 as possible. Nothing down there. Maybe it's F3.
F3 looks
Maybe
like
it's
a good
F3.
move.
F3 looks like it's absolutely crushing. No, this is going to be nasty.
No, you
no
take
threats
it.
down here and mating threats down here. So that's what it was. So instead of doing that, he played the move queen to G5 and F3 anyway. What an attack brewing on this board as well.
Wow. Great stuff.
Yes, thank you, Maurice. And we've been looking for tactical brilliances, but I've been watching the game between Vladimir Kramnik and Prague, and I think that this might be, a positional brilliancy, because I have a feeling that Vladimir Kramnik just outplayed his young opponent in this game.
Well, let's see what happened, because at the moment that we left at 94, I actually thought that Prague was doing well in this position. Vladimir had a different opinion. Let's see what happened. Bishop takes, pawn
So it's a
takes,
very
knight
important
d2.
positional decision, because he needs to exchange the dark square bishops.
Exactly. Now here, Prague made a move that I'm not a big fan of. The move f7, f5. I really, really like the move bishop d5 here. And oftentimes you're going to use this rook as a rover. He played the move f5, not a fan.
If I do the same, bishop g3.
Bishop g.
Yes, that's what I wanted to show you.
One of my absolutely best moves, my best moments of my career was in the candidates. I was playing Michael Tull. I took with the f2 pawn, and I had a perfect cocoon for my king in a queen and pawn ending with bishops of opposite color, which I won. And here we are seeing this beautifully protected king. And yes, good knight, bad bishop. I'm ready to play knight takes
a4.
Knight a4 and knight c5, and you're right.
Giving the young man a positional lesson.
I was about to say, isn't he?
By the way, I just want to go back to this game because it's not much going to be left in it. So let's just take a quick look at what's going to be the finale of this position. And we see the same game that we were just mentioning before with Smirin and Vidit. He played bishop f6. F3, and you decide to go attack a rook on D8.
That's not going to do it.
And it doesn't feel right. Like, what are you doing? And that's what his opponent said. I'm going to take here. You can have my rook because now I'm going to hit you with F2 check. King had to move. And now I'm going to drop a queen on D2. And that's a... He threw in a bishop C7 check for spite, maybe to get a couple of checks off. Nope, we're just going to relax and play king to B7. And now we're back to this mate threat here. This mate threat coming on here also. And the fact your rook can't leave because of this mate threat right here.
Right.
That's a lot of mates. Like, I'm counting a lot of mate threats. There's no way you defend against all that. I don't know what finally happened in the game. I would suggest resignation at this point. Nope, king B7 is the last move. There can't be a move. There's just
too many threats.
Too many threats. Too many threats. This one should be over. Another miniature that Vidit will be quite proud to have played.
I'm telling you, Amira, our book is getting thicker and thicker as the round is moving on. We're getting more and more miniatures. That's a nice one there. Again, I'm just looking at the game of Norderberg. He is trying to bring his knight back into civilization as black. But I like Lanier's position. I didn't see the position evolve from Vincent's game, but just bringing that on our board. Vincent has won some pawns, and black's king is the one that's vulnerable. Not too many protection. A missing g-pawn. I would say Vincent's for choice. How do you like the game of Hou Yifan versus Jovi? It's like a hedgehog where black managed to play the move b5. Usually that's a signal that black has equalized. And sometimes you go right past the equality. Sometimes you get equal and then some.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say, because it's going to be a very long maneuvering game right now. And the fact that white has weakened a little bit its king side, so it has g3 and f3 pawns, it gives black some potential ideas with sacrificing the d pawn and then getting the rooks, down the c files. But we will have to wait and see.
Okay, and then finally the last board of Vadim. For a moment, as he is sacrificed his queen,
let's have a look.
For what exactly? It doesn't look like sufficient compensation. It looks like Christoph
is
winning. It sure does. It looks like Christoph has this very nice bishop coming to the e4 square, and his king looks safe enough.
And, well, Christoph has lost all of his games so far, so this is going to be his first also official win if he's winning this game.
Exactly.
In the tournament.
And a beautiful victory. Maurice, over to you.
I need some help. Some help. Yeah. In this position,
Almira, he needs help.
Help.
come on, yes. You beat Mikhail Tal. You need to help.
Help.
This position here, Ilyanov against Anand, he played knight f3. Why can't you just take this knight and take? Is there a tactic? I see knight g5, but I see just moving. And I don't see, okay, until you say something, I'm going to pretend you're as confused as I am. So bishop takes looks playable. Now, what he did in the game was to play c6, which maybe the answer is, I can win a pawn or I can win
the piece. Yeah.
So maybe that's the answer. However,
Right.
his opponent played knight takes on f6, give me one pawn, and then knight takes on e5, give me a second pawn. And after king back, he played queen g5, and he said, okay, I got 2 pawns for the piece. Maybe Anand just thought, this is even better for me. But the game does proceed kind of nicely for white as knight d5 is forced, knight check, king moves, and now trade of queens, and knight f7, knight to d6, rook to
Wow.
f6, and now suddenly white has a lot of attack and initiative for those 2 pawns.
I agree.
Now that said,
Wow.
if I just update the position, that said, he's still down a piece. Let's go back to this position here. So rook f6, rook a7. I'm not liking black's piece. I mean, what?
At all.
That was really weird what's going on to Anand right now. Now g4, he even feels he could proceed positionally with this sequence. Anand now forced to give back yet another pawn.
That's pawn
Count
number
them
3.
3 pawns for the piece. Right about now, you want to go back and take on d5, right?
You give me the
could
pawn.
I get that pawn, please? And now c5, knight to e5. Now b3, shutting the position down. This bishop on a8 looks atrocious at the moment, and now knight back, knight into h6. And let's trade off some more pieces. Your king now stalemated in the corner of the board. Now knight back to g4, and there's an Arabian mate sighting in the position. What did he do? It looks like he played king over, rook c7,
7.
king f8, knight to f6, rook d8. Give me a 4th pawn. This looks terrible for white. Black is going to hope he survives this position.
No
the king
way.
has moved, and now check, king back. White for choice,
way.
no question about it, with a clear. And by the way, he can play knight d7 and take another one if he feels like it, just to keep snacking on pawns. That greed, c6, trapping the piece, has turned into pure torture for the former world champion.
Disaster.
By the way, Maurice, maybe I have an element of response for you. So if you go back to this position after knight f3, when bishop didn't take on d5, I think that he felt that after bishop d5, e takes d5, queen d5, then white would have the control over all the white squares after e4 or knight d2, and he was not sure about how to evaluate this position.
Okay, but it's a pawn.
Knight
It's a
d2,
pawn.
and then I double on the f file, and white has quite an easy play. Yes?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you compensation, but
At most.
what Pavel was able to achieve is a killing situation. He's going to have 6 pawns.
6 pawns.
He's going to go knight d7, knight takes c5, knight takes a6. That will be 6 pawns for a piece.
And look, remember, by the way, do you remember Anand played c4 earlier
Right.
to give away a pawn? He's done it again. Well, let's back up to here. So Pavel decided, I'm not going to play knight d7. I want your king frozen on the back rank.
Right.
By the way, knight d7, king e7, knight takes king to d6 is a although I could
Knight
take
takes a6. That is the 6th pawn I wanted, by the way.
Hold on, yeah. This position looks hilarious. But the knight is kind of trapped over here. So instead of doing that, he decided to play h4, and now Anand had to play c4 to try to break up the team. And he said, go ahead, do anything you want to do over here. That h-pawn is way too strong. Now another check, toss in a couple of moves just to see. He'd love to play g6.
Why
I don't
not?
have the current position. I got to get to here, there. He did play g6.
Knight e7
Here,
was forced.
he did play g6. Knight e7 forced. Knight h7 now. Whoa, you had to leave that alone. Now we've got the piece back. What's the material? Too many pawns. No reason to count. Let's take it. We've got 6 pawns against just 3. So now white is just simply winning. He did play b3 takes and rook takes d3. So it's 5 against 2. And he's desperate to try to prove this knight is bad, but it can easily come into the game. This is lights out.
By the way, I think that it is a very close match between WR chess and chess
Even
pensioners.
after the miniature
Yes,
that Peter's Fiddler suffered?
Because Hou Yifan didn't win this game. She offered the draw. So if they will win on the 6th board, and if Vladimir Kramnik wins, this bring them on the brink of defeat.
So a draw, and if Vadim loses, what is happening? He's not getting a perpetual check, is he? No, I can't believe that Vadim is getting a perpetual check in this game. That would be a remarkable
King
escape.
G6, of course,
it's over, right?
Yes, or even King G7. You can double the rooks on the H file, but then you're getting mated.
And there we have it, a handshake, as Christoph has won. And that equalizes the match with 1.5, 1.5. Yeah.
Wow. You saw Javanka all smiles right there.
Because,
right?
Yes, Abdusatorov Noderbek drew already
but
against
Vincent
Lenia
is
Dominguez.
winning. What? Wait a minute. Vincent is winning.
He's winning.
He just wins on the spot. Because the point is that the queen on h3 relies upon the rook to keep the pawn on a pin. When you go rook to g8, queen takes g8, king takes g8, g takes h3, and that wins. So now it's 2.5, 1.5, with Kramnik to play and Linear to play.
No, it's they drew already on the first board. Yes, so if Vladimir Kramnik wins, yes.
Then it's a tie.
Yes, then it's a tie, but it was a very shaky match.
Wait a minute.
But
They
the
already
tie would
drew on the first board.
Yes, so it's going to be 3-3.
So
now Kramnik has to show his vaunted endgame skills. And, I mean, we know Vlad knows how to play rook and pawns. So the youngster will have to defend this position.
Why is Vlad winning?
No, before.
No.
He was winning before, but not
He
anymore.
was winning before.
Yes, of course.
This position is not the one, though.
I think that...
Okay, so he had, again, the good knight versus bad bishop routine, and he allowed... this rook and pawn endgame, I'm thinking it's closer to a draw.
Oh, now it does look very drawn. In fact, more has happened as the B pawn has been snapped off the board.
Has it? Okay, let me just update my board there. So when we left it here, and then just to get some more moves on the board, takes. So it's 3 versus 3.
Yeah. Okay, now it's going to be a draw.
Easy draw, for sure.
That's going to win the match.
For Prague drawing will win the match. Again, Prague came into today with a 4 out of 4 score. Talk about an all-star. And he was playing at a TPR, a tournament performance rating, of 3,300.
But I
so
think
that's extraordinary.
If we can have a look at this game, at the move, when Vladimir played g4, but the move b4, I think he had a wonderful idea here, b4. What about, yes, rook c8 first, I think.
Instead of rook e8.
Yes, rook c8. Yes,
that
you have
looks
to
nice.
attack the pawn. Yes.
I'm going to have to defend it.
And g4 now. I think that was Vladimir's idea in this position.
To undermine the e4 pawn.
And how do you deal with this here? Because
I'm not a happy camper. I'm not happy. This
By
looks
the way,
like a better
miracle of miracles, down multiple pawns with a horrible position. Anand has managed to create a miracle save.
No.
Why?
He was so busted.
It's like, we say you got to kill them 3 times, 4 times. Like Hydra, you cut off the head and another one grows, and you cut that one off, and you got to keep cutting heads, and they keep growing back. Because look at this position. He's down 3 pawns. His position was awful, and it looks like pawns are rolling down the board. That's pawn number 1. Takes. You got 2 connected passers. That's pawn number 2. And rook a7, rook back. And now the knight is well and good trapped, but you've got 2 passers. Oh, sorry, I'll take this one. And how do you save your knight? This knight should have been gone a long time ago from the position, but there it is. And now he's achieved this endgame, and he's going to draw this position.
Amazing, because that was so gone. Vichy saved what I thought was a completely lost position yesterday against MVL. It's not that he's just such a great attacker. He's a very, very resourceful defender, and that was a real busted position. And I think Pavel must be wondering to himself, how did I let this guy slip away?
What are you going to do to kill this guy? That was terrible.
It's amazing. He's going to play rook and knight out of frustration. Rook and knight versus rook out of frustration.
I've been in this situation so many times, so like what's going on in my head in these moments now? It's like, not again.
Not again.
Not again,
Not
yes.
again.
You have to be precise till the
Chess
very
is hard.
end.
Yes.
Chess
And
is
then you
hard.
die.
And you know, when you see something like that happen, it's really important. I don't know, the viewing audience, we see a lot of times people are playing and you blow a game like this when you say, I was so winning. How is this possible? How am I so much of an idiot? The reality is we're all idiots.
Right.
I mean, this is the way it is. Chess is hard. It's so extremely hard. And when you can take heart when you see a player of this level blow a game like this one. It's not the first time. Millions of times before, millions of times will happen later. Chess is just an extremely difficult game. It's a struggle. It's a battle. So be kind to yourself, please.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it is.
Embrace the uncertainty of things.
Embrace the uncertainty. By the way, just a quick visual just to show the board this final position. It's a checkmating pattern I'm not familiar with at all. It's Richie Rapport, of course. Who else but Richie? This is the final position, and his opponent resigned as the move. Rook G7 is a little bit, you know what I mean? Rook G7, check hockey mate, as well as knight takes B6. So that's just a kind of final position. Looks very, very attractive. As I'm just going down the top boards to see if I can't find a game. We have a game here between Daniel Blonder and Alexander Shapiro. This looks like one of the amateur games.
Yes.
But
Yes,
it's like one of those positions where white is down all kinds of pawns.
But might be
maybe a perpetual
yes.
in the air. You don't want to allow this knight to suddenly appear with a check. So even despite the material deficit, some drawing chances there.
Yes, sir. I have a
Please.
very interesting result here. So the team representing Armenia beat 3.5, 2.5 Competence Academy All-Stars. While Gabriel Sergisyan and Martirosyan, they lost to Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian.
Right.
They won on the last 3 boards, and Sargsyan, he was able to draw Gukish.
Oh.
And so I think that's the major upset of this round.
For sure. For sure.
So we have also a match tied between Germany and France, I think, and Alpha Linz. We haven't looked at those games. What is happening between Donchenko and MVL?
It's funny that you should ask, because I actually just brought up that board, and the last move was
this
a
is
draw
the perfect
agreed.
opposition. You cannot do much here. So
Yeah.
if you play King B6, King D6.
Well, let's just see. They probably played a few
Oh, no, you
moves
can
to
even
get...
play King C4. No, you have to be careful. Yes, you have to play King B4.
Exactly, you have to play King B4. And I suppose I am playing a King D6.
King D6, yes. And
Then keeping an opposition like this. And the players made a draw in this one. Going down that table, but Maurice, you have something to share.
Again, another position where one side says, I'm doing well, and then you overpress, and then you lose. And this is coming now from this game between Spain and Maksudlu. Maksudlu with the black pieces. If you do a quick glance at the position, you see some compromise in the pawn structure here, but black has a commanding control of the C-file, so no problems there. You say, well, he's going to lose on that exact same C-file because he tries too hard. Rook to C4, E3, and now rook to A4, deciding he's going to get B4 in, king to F3, and now B4 on the board, and it looks like he's making a big breakthrough, except suddenly rook to C1, and this knight is hanging. No tactic to get it out, but he decided to capture on a3. Rook takes, and rook takes. And he might have noticed by now that a2 suddenly lands to knight a1, and you're not getting through. So in this position, he played rook to b4, knight d2, and now pawn up. Of course, rook takes doesn't do anything because the knight is there. And suddenly rook c1, and he might have felt he had enough compensation here, but suddenly the white king comes all the way across, also cracking his pawn structure with this move. And in just a few moves, he's just down a piece. f4 to start, knight f3, and a repositioning of the knight. And suddenly the knight is coming to go pick off the a-pawn. He had to take, and knight c2, and that was that. He found himself down a piece. These pawns got collected, and he lost the game. So again, trying to, not enough. You've got to stay consistent throughout. And in this case, black overpressed and ended up losing the game.
Thank you for that, Maurice. I'm not really too sure of a result that we're seeing here with Anna Zatonsky.
Yes.
Because Anna has been doing a lot of checking, and then suddenly we see this one where, well, White's king hadn't been able to find shelter, thought it was a draw, but who knows? Something... we'll just have to confirm.
Yes, and there have been so much drama in this event, so I will not be surprised to find out that Anna Zatonsky lost on time.
Right.
And right now we are prepared to interview another special guest in this tournament.
Well, it's a star-studded field, so it's not surprised that we get so many all-stars, but we're really blessed. Nepo!
Welcome,
Well done.
Nepomniachtchi.
We enjoyed. Come on. Today was a spectacular day.
It
Bravo.
was like only thing that motivated me to wake up. Yeah,
Was the King's Gambit
yeah, the opportunity
idea?
because I thought like Peter maybe will play e5 move 1.
Right.
He normally plays it against me, so I thought it's time for King's Gambit not only in Blitz but also in some Rapid.
Right.
We had some point handicap, so I was hoping for my teammates because I was absolutely sure I'm going to fail.
Right.
Blatantly, but yeah, it turned out to be good.
Well, we were doing the oohs and ahs because when he played the move Queen b8, we go, oh, he's got the initiative. He's threatening knight takes d3. Did you see knight d6 right away?
Yeah, it was one of the 3 moves I saw immediately, but
We never saw it. Let's be clear.
no, like the column approach is rook f1, which is maybe nothing special, but it's equal. Then I also was very tempted to play knight f6. Queen f6, but then bishop d1, h6, knight d3, takes on queen g3 and protects from knight on g7.
Right.
So out of desperation, I played knight d6, yeah, which turned out to be winning.
It was a brilliant, brilliant moment. Maybe you can even stand up there with Maurice and just take our audience through it because we loved it. Tell us from the very start.
Yeah.
e4, e5, f4, the move knight e7.
Yeah. Ah, okay, the knight e7 is, there are no bad moves for black here. Yes, so knight e7 is also a nice move. But the c5 something I didn't know, so okay, I was shocked.
Did Peter say he prepared this for the, well, I guess you guys didn't talk afterwards.
No, I think not yet. I guess he's sort of insulted with my opening choice.
Yeah. You could come a little closer, Jan.
Yeah, but I mean here, okay, I thought maybe I should take on e4, like was also the move like c4, here, and if knight d5 then bishop c4, like very much in spirit of the gambit. So if he takes, I think I can just castle and take on f7, and it just looks like crushing. I mean, maybe not better, but very, very nice. But okay, I checked the game with the engine already, yes. So here, also a nice move, okay, developing. And here probably I should have taken the bishop, yes, so bishop becomes active, and okay, the knight is protected. And then, okay, let's say after bishop e4, knight g6, I think here h4 works better, because, okay, I already restrict his development at the queen side. Yeah, but yeah, it was just me. So I immediately screwed up, yeah. So after h4 is correct, because he's going with queen h4 check, which is quite unpleasant. And okay, knight c6 is quite nice, takes. So here probably h5 was the move, but I think it would lead more or less to a draw, yeah. So here, I'm not sure, maybe I can take with the pawn, maybe with the queen, but this is like drawish, so I wanted to play on with queen e2. Yeah, but here I think just bishop e7 is enough, because h5, knight e5 is the same. And after h6, black is winning because of g5, so h6 is not so nice. Yeah, but this is also quite fine what he did. So knight d2 probably would be a draw, so queen d2 like trying to spice things up. And here, yeah, I was lucky that he blundered this h5 idea, because bishop a5, I'm probably begging for a draw in some endgame after h5, because after queen c3 he has queen d5, and Yeah, very strong move, because if not queen d5, I probably would be doing quite nice, but queen d5 is, yeah, killing, and black is much better. So here, yeah, h5,
So
bishop e4, and draws.
So he should go for this.
Yeah, but after bishop g4, I felt like there is something in the position. And here is, yeah. Okay, well, like rook e8, I think, was the move, but I don't know, I think he blitzed it like queen b8 like a tempo.
Yeah, he did. It looked like he just
Yeah, it's pretty
played
much in his
immediately.
style, yeah, like, I mean, calculate some line and just to, like, fancy line, and to look it more fancy, you just blitz it out. Yeah, but here, yeah, I'm lucky to have knight d6, and at this moment, yeah, position plays itself pretty much, yeah, like, so, like, all his pieces are, can't protect the king.
Absolutely. That extraordinary game. When you play a game like this one, do you think this is going in the book?
No, I mean, on, like, some collection of blunders or something, but I don't think the game is that great, just, I was lucky, like, to have this knight d6. Otherwise, nothing special.
Nothing special. That would go in a lot of our books, I tell you. A special.
I'll take it.
Yeah, his hand up as well.
You're very kind.
So your team now, how is the score, by the way? Can we get an update?
I think it's 3.5,
Yes,
2.5.
3.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
You're running away with the competition. What's the motivation now with 3 rounds to go?
I don't know, like, I think technically it's not over, first of all, and then, like, every game is motivation. Like, maybe another King's Gambit, yeah, you know.
Well, thank you so much for regaling us, spending some time with us, and entertaining us with fantastic play.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nepo. Indeed, that was a beautiful game. I don't care what he says. I loved it. I thought it was just marvelous and very, very, very exciting. And I didn't see the move knight d6 until he played it. Once he played it, it was like, wow, art.
In the position, yes, full of tactical ideas, Jan Nepomniachtchi came with in a tactical idea, but which is with a combination of a positional choices. Like, because if you stay with the knight on d6 against the bishop on g4, you know that you are winning in the long term, of course.
Exactly. Well, it was also that move rook h6. Once he got to play hg6 and rook h6, the game was over. But it was, for me, that was a spectacularly nice game. Tell us about this round 9, just the top board results, because once again, it was 3.5, 2.5 for our tournament leaders, WR. Yes?
Yes, they won for
Against the
3.5.
pensioners. It was closer.
It was a very close match.
And Vladimir might have had some chances of equalizing the match.
So Freedom won 4.5, 1.5.
So they're theoretically still in the hunt for first. They're only 3 points behind.
Yes. Team MGD won 5-1 against Sixpack.
Wow.
So it was a very convincing victory.
Okay.
Then Armenia won 3.5, 2.5 against Competence Academy All-Stars. And we also have a very close match, but Germany and France, they won 3.5, 2.5 against Alpha Linz, thanks to the victory, the last game which was played on the amateur board.
That was the decisive game.
That was the decisive game. So let's have a look at the standings, because I don't... Okay, now I have the standings updated.
Okay.
And we have WR Chess with a perfect score, 18 out of 18.
That's pretty good.
The teams get 2 points for the victory, 1
Right.
point for a draw in this tournament. Freedom is on the clear second place with 15 points.
Yes.
Chased by Team MGD1 on a clear third place with 13 points.
13 points.
Yes. And then you have 2 teams right behind with 12 points. It's Armenia and Germany and France.
Wonderful.
So we shouldn't just say immediately that they won already.
Right.
Theoretically, it's still possible.
No, exactly. And
I know that they're a bit superstitious.
yes, I think all chess players are actually. We don't like saying I've won the game and everything like that until it's absolutely for sure mathematically impossible.
Yes, sir. I didn't have a chance to ask you yet. So
Yes.
what is your superstition when you were playing?
I don't know. I kind of went with the flow. If I was in a good rhythm and everything was going my way, for example, I established a routine. I had a breakfast. I had a walk. I had a nap. I went to the game. And if it was working, then that was not necessarily a superstition. I was looking for a rhythm that I was successful at. That was it. Yeah, and I think we all had our lucky pen, right? I love the cross pens. I thought that, and when I didn't have a cross pen with me, I felt a little bit uncomfortable because I hated those pens that click. I think they're very annoying to the opponent. But with the cross pens, you could just twist them open without making a sound. So I had a little superstition.
So you wouldn't survive in the modern era, where you're not allowed to bring anything in the chessboard.
No, neither a watch. Boy, I tell you, they're very, very, very strict about the fair play rules.
Maurice, and what about you?
Yeah, I didn't ever really have any superstitions that way. I don't really ascribe to them. But for sure, I had a routine as well. And for me, the most important thing was to have a good night's sleep. If it was like, I hated when I had crazy dreams, which I had a lot of. And if I remembered them, it's so much worse because they would stay with me during the games. The other thing I really hated too was when a song got stuck in my head.
Oh, yes.
Oh, one of those earworms, and you can't get the song out of your head, and you're busy humming. You're trying to play chess, and this stupid song is playing. I'm sure you've had the same experience. And so those kind of things, I just wanted to be clear-headed when I played.
And usually chess players do have a lot of problems finding sleep during the tournaments because even, well, here at the tournament I'm not playing, but we are commentating so many games that I'm waking up in the middle of the night and, okay, what was there after knight c6? What was there? And then I had to look around me, and what surprised me that for the first time in my professional life, the hotel is offering a pillow menu.
A what?
A pillow menu. I was surprised. I was thinking this is some kind of room service at 3 a.m. for those maniacs, who are waking up, sweating and trying to find the right move. No, actually, you can choose. You have 6 or 7 pillows, and I know how difficult it is to find sleep. So
wow.
Here you are, a pillow menu.
Superstitions for yourself? Anything?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Somebody in your career who had a superstition that you thought was really, really funny and maybe even ridiculous?
Oh, there are so many which I consider to be
I'll
irrational.
Jump in. You think about it, but I remember Edward Gufeld was telling me this story that he was the captain of the Soviet women's team, and he was always very, very nervous at the start of the round. He didn't like to be there at the start of the round, and he would always go 1 hour into the round. So he'd come into the tournament hall, and he would find a Russian speaker. And he would say to them, "Has everybody castled?" Has everybody castled? And when the answer was yes, he was like, "Okay, now I can go and look at the game." And if the answer is no, "I'm sorry, on board 3, Svetlana is doing this or that. We need to train harder."
Well,
but the Soviet women's team won a lot of gold medals, I got to tell you.
But it made me think of the Soviet Spartakiads.
Yes, the Olympiads.
Yes, so in a way, because in this tournament, of course, we have a ladies board and also an amateur board. But back to the days, it was not so easy to have a player, and you had this board was mandatory. Sometimes they were looking on the street and finding someone, "Do you play chess? Are you willing to play today?" So they were explaining a few openings.
Wow.
Yes, and this
they were
was
grabbing
possible.
people.
They were grabbing people, yes. And since chess was so popular everywhere, well, everyone played chess.
Right.
I'll give you a superstition we know
There we go.
that we all have experienced, not recently, I would say, but certainly back in the day, is the person who has that lucky outfit.
The lucky outfit.
And you saw them wear it today,
the lucky
and
shirt,
the next
day after day after day.
And at some point, could we, am I lying?
we have some
I'm not
serious
lying.
oh dear.
Well, I've seen Vasily Ivanchuk going to the game, well, to a very important match in slippers, but I'm not sure that was a superstition. I think that
He forgot his
was
shoes.
so lost in his preparation that he was just ready to go. And so
I have this lovely story. The first time I played Vasily Ivanchuk, and they were warning me, "This guy's really, really good, Yasser. You got to take him seriously." We were playing, and I noticed that he was staring up into the ceiling, and he was calculating up there, and then he would make his move, write it down, and then he would go. 5 hours into the game, you know what I was doing? I started looking up at the ceiling as well. Like maybe there was something up there, that was really good, But yeah, he had that. For those of you who are joining us late, you missed a Brilliancy. I've got it on my board. I'm going to just flash through it very, very quickly. Please take your time, go through it. It's the game between Jan Nepo and Peter's Fiddler, and it was a king's gambit. And we got this position where we thought, okay, Peter was in a little bit of trouble, but that he had turned the tables. This
was a little bit of a fine point here, Nepo pointed out.
Right about this moment, we saw the move h5. We got all of this, knight e5. We saw the move queen f4, and we were getting ourselves excited about Jan's position, and suddenly Peter banged down very quickly the move queen b8, and we went, oh, Nepo is in trouble. Look at this.
Or at least it was a tricky situation. It looked like it would lead to some nice equality, although there were threats that we started thinking about.
Exactly. Knight takes d3 check, wins the queen. By the way, your rook is hanging. What are you going to do about it? We looked at ideas of knight f6 check. Nepo saw that as well. He considered that it didn't work until he discovered this move, a move that we didn't see. That's the cold shower.
Excuse me, you're mistelling the story.
Okay, hold on.
As usual.
As usual.
He did not say he discovered knight d6
right
after much thought. He said it's one of the moves he saw immediately.
Right.
Leaving us like, oh man,
this guy's really good.
He saw that, one of his candidates, right away.
And he
was just checking the other ones
to make sure.
And then he's like, oh, the others don't work. Let's get back to this one.
Right.
And then he realized, okay, this is quite strong, and played it and shocked us, and we had not even looked in that direction. And the beauty of this is, before you play this move, it's black who's threatening a discovery on the queen.
Right.
Right? Black's the one. I'm discovering on you. It says, you know that old commercial, that old movie, Crocodile Dundee?
Yep.
When the guy brings out
not
a
the
knife.
That's not a knife.
Said, that's not a knife. This is a knife. Right? Like, that's not a disco. That's a disco. Let me show you. Take my knight and let me show you what happens. Right. And this whole attack just flows straight as an arrow.
Exactly.
Pure desperation. Knight to d6 just winning.
It was a beauty. And also there was just one other really nice follow-up to it as well. f7, f6, it feels like, well, maybe black can just hang on. It was this next move, also a quiet killer. Queen e4, shifting over to the diagonal. No, you don't want to take, because the knight is dominant, the bishop is hanging, h6 is in the air.
Well, I'm pointing out the smothered mate winning the exchange is also in the air.
With the check.
Like, where do you, first of all, where do you even put your bishop? But if you play,
if I have to defend it.
Right, you have to defend it, and then you've got the check, and at minimum, this check, because obviously, if you don't take back, we get the smothered. You might want to show that, Yaz. I know it's one of your favorite checkmates.
It is. This, I was a youngster, and I had fallen in love with my queen, the most powerful piece. And if my opponents ever took my queen away, I couldn't play chess. I was, oh no. So the idea of sacrificing my queen was never possible. A teacher had shown me this smothered mate, the double check, rook takes, knight f7. I ran home to show my mother. She was in the kitchen, she was doing the dishes. I dragged her, mother, you got to see this. And look at this. This is the smothered mate, I told her. She said, yeah, sir, that's beautiful. Can I go back to do the dishes?
By the way,
smothered mate.
Whose name is associated with this mate, even though he was not the one who created it?
Oh, some interesting piece of trivia that you're going to tell us.
No, I don't know.
It's known as Philidor's legacy.
I've heard the expression. Was it from the
Smother's Mate?
Was it from the Smother's Mate? That's amazing.
And then there's another little bit of information about this Smother's Mate that's coming to me. In Spanish, and my Spanish speakers will know the term. This checkmate is called the horse's kick.
The horse's kick. Love it.
It's not a smothered. They don't have
Right.
a word using that. It's a horse's kick.
Got it.
The horse kick mate, if you will, would be the literal translation. I think the word is cos in Spanish, but I'm not. I'll have to look it up. But
Exactly.
yeah,
I
the
just-
horse gives a nice little kick
At
and
the
boom,
end.
it's mate.
At the end. Queen e4, g6 was it, hg, h3, and now it's like this rook on h1 was born for success. Rook h6, queen takes d6, bishop c4 check, king g7, rook g6. Peter, an 8-time Russian champion, had to throw in the towel, and this was just all the way. Jan, thank you for this gift and for joining us. And if you missed it, shame on you.
That's a
because
heavenly game.
It really, really
beautiful.
is.
You don't do that to top players. 25
No.
moves, boom, bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very, very
Incredible.
much.
The
We
round
have,
started a bit too early, I think,
yes.
for some.
And we have another round coming up very
Yes.
shortly, too. Tell our audience what they can expect for round 9.
Yes, I do have the pairings.
Please.
So WR team is playing against the team from Armenia.
Okay.
Okay,
Gabriel Sargsyan will be leading the Armenian
they're
team.
going to give them the run for their money.
Yes.
Then Sixpack is playing against Freedom.
Okay.
And Team MGD1 is playing against Germany and France.
Wonderful. So we're going to have some very, very big clashes.
And then we have Berlin Chess Federation facing Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So everything is still possible.
You know the terrible thing? You want to get as many points as possible, right? Because you're
Right.
trying to come in second place.
Exactly.
The problem is, as you get those points, you get paired against WR Chess.
Right. No.
Okay, guys. You're like, all right, well, we're gonna take the 0 this round.
Right.
We'd have to come back afterwards, and that's I think these teams are facing just such a tall order as the battle for second place is certainly up for grabs.
Right.
Well, there's when you're playing the Olympiad, you're always trying to do this yellow submarine, you know,
Right.
trajectories, so
Avoid.
navigate in the waters, and then, well, playing the top players in the last round, and then, well, you can ensure your top position.
Yeah.
So this could be also a very interesting strategy.
A quick story there about the Olympiad as we get ready for our break going into the next round. It was my first Olympiad, and it was really this great expectation. When will the U.S. play the USSR? Right? When will this match happen? And we kept thinking the next day we were for sure we were going to play the Soviet Union and we'd play another team. And the next day. And then the day before we played the Soviets, it was a day we had convinced ourselves that was not a pairing, that was not going to happen. So it was 10 o'clock in the morning. There's a pounding on my door. It's Larry Christensen, one of my teammates, said, yes, sir, we play the Soviets. I was like, oh, you have white against Lev Polygaevsky. Oh, that's terrible. So what do I know about Lev Polygaevsky? I got this stack of chess informants because we didn't have computers in that day, and I spent the whole afternoon looking at Lev Polygaevsky's games through, 12 informants. I get at the board, and there's Michael Tull. And I'm thinking to myself, you're not Lev Polygaevsky, and Larry Christensen's got to die. Because that was my whole preparation.
And how'd you do against Tal?
I won the game. Oh, it was great. But the Olympics team competitions are fun, and we've got more coming up as we're going to go on a short break and round 9, everything to play for.
And stay tuned for more Yasser stories.
Uh-oh.
Joining us now for another interview here at the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship is Fabiano Caruana, none other. Fabi, how's it going? How are you finding Düsseldorf so far?
I'm enjoying it so far. It's good to play some casual chess after I had such a serious event with a lot of pressure, and now I don't have any pressure. I mean, it's a team event, so there's still some responsibility, but I'm not feeling the pressure that I was in my last event, so that's quite nice.
At the beginning, in the first round, you had a slip, so to say. You drew with I can't remember, it was 300 or 500 points lower rated player. And today in the first round, you also had a slip against Adli, which you managed kind of to turn around thanks to, with a lot of his help. Take us through that, what's happening there? Especially yesterday's game, not the game itself, but kind of what happened there.
Yeah, it was a bit silly, but I think I probably disrespected my opponent a bit because I was better at some point, much better, and probably winning. And I had much more time, and I thought the game was over, so I made one careless move. As soon as I made it, I realized I just blundered a pawn, and the game is immediately drawn. So I was up a pawn in endgame, and I should have concentrated more. And okay, he's quite a good player, so after that, I didn't get any more chances. But yeah, it can happen. You know, you have some kind of lapse of concentration. It happened to me. Against Adli, I think it was different. I didn't have I didn't lose concentration, just it was a wild middle game and he outplayed me, although he was in serious danger himself, and then in time trouble he messed it up.
You mentioned that you underestimated your opponent. When it happens, and in your career it very rarely happens, that you meet someone who's 300 or 400 or 500 points lower rated, is it an automatic thing to underestimate them immediately? I mean, how not to? How do you kind of fight that in yourself? If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I think with some experience you realize anyone can beat you. And also we're talking about good players, even if a player is, let's say, a bit or even a lot lower rated than me, he's still, or she's still probably a very good player. So it's not like they can't punish your mistakes. Yeah, this can always happen against anyone. And yeah, you just have to always stay very, very cautious.
Very alert. Another comeback which you made was in Dubai. You were knocked out of the semifinals, but then, you know, it seemed, at least for us viewers on the side, it seemed that it was a devastating knockout for you. But then the first game for the match for round 3, you lost, and then you made a comeback, and you won 3rd place. How does Baku look to you now from a distance?
Yeah, overall it's positive, and I have to say that I came into it with probably the worst possible circumstances. I had a serious infection before the tournament. I was recovering from that before and during the start, so I didn't really expect much. Like the start of the training before the tournament went as badly as I could have possibly hoped for. Of course, you can't really avoid some health things sometimes. You know, you get an infection or some sort of virus or something. You can't avoid that all the time, right? So I didn't have much hopes, and early on I was very nervous. I remember after my first match, I played in the second match Yilmaz, Mustafa Yilmaz, and I was super nervous during that match. I was maybe it was also some hangover from the last World Cup where in the 3rd round I got knocked out. So this was the same situation. 3rd round, I normally am a pretty big favorite, but you have that memory, like don't let this happen again. So I was very nervous, and it went to a tiebreak. That was actually the closest I was to getting eliminated before I actually got eliminated. So that was the most dangerous match. At some point in the second game, Yilmaz could have beaten me. He was winning, and that would have been the end of my tournament. So all things considered, looking back at what could have happened, and also against Lenier, I was in a losing position in the first game. Then, of course, my run was quite successful. Of course, there's some disappointment because I had good chances to beat Prague. I never thought it would be easy, and he defended super well, but I was in a better position 3 games in a row, and objectively winning one game very easily. So that was a disappointment, although as a whole, looking back on it with, let's say, with hindsight and with some calmness, you know, not being emotional about anything, overall it was very good.
You mentioned Prague. Some are already saying that that's the next world champion in waiting. Obviously, you will have something to say about that, possibly. But do you think he is likely to be world champion, in your opinion?
I can't say that. I mean, he's very, very promising. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he plays a world championship match at some point, or if he becomes a world champion at one point. I wouldn't be surprised at all, but it's not like he's the only one. So he's super talented, but he's of a very strong generation. I think some generations are stronger than others. My generation is probably the strongest in history, with Magnus, of course, and also with several other players who played World Championship matches, like, Nepo, Ding, who won the World Championship match, myself,
Yourself, of course.
and Karyakin, and also players like Maxime and Wesley and Anish. So I think this generation is similar to ours, similar in strength. So we have obviously Prague and Gukesh and Noderbeck, but there are so many players who are potentially world champion, of course, including Firouzja. I mean, he was
still in
to
the
reach 2,800. I don't know if he was the youngest I can't remember if he or Magnus were the youngest in history to reach 2,800, but okay, obviously Firouzja is a generational talent along with many of these other kids, so you can't say, like, we were saying, of course, Firouzja will be world champion, and now people are saying, well, maybe Prague will be world champion or Gukesh, but...
Well, it could be that weight, the weight of the pressure, of the expectation of being kind of the favorite, so it's kind of difficult. So let me ask you on that note, are you feeling more comfortable when you were seen as the favorite or as the underdog? Or does it not matter?
In which situation, though?
In any situation, when you're playing an important match or an important tournament, and would you rather, is it easier for you when when you're seen as the favorite or as the underdog? Obviously, there are only a few players in the world one can say you're potentially an underdog, but
I don't think it matters for me personally. It doesn't matter what the public thinks, but my comfort level against the opponent does matter. So some players, I don't know if I would consider like a underdog or favorite situation, but some players I'm more comfortable against. I feel more comfortable playing against them, and I'm very confident, and some players less so. And
who are those players?
oh, I'm not going to say that. But,
At the try.
but also it depends on results, of course. Like you remember some results very clearly, and some wins they weigh on you. They weigh on your opponent that you beat them, or they weigh on you that you lost to a person. So in terms of the outside public, I don't know if it matters so much, but yeah, it's like I've never been in a situation where I'm a heavy underdog or something. I mean, of course, in 2018 against Magnus, you could say I was underdog, right? But we were separated 3 points by rating. I don't think it was a very clear story, and I did consider it a very, very close match. So
I think everyone considers it to be the closest match we've had.
it would be close.
Of all the 5 Magnus played, so.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. He had against Sergey was also a very close one. Yeah, that was very close. He was even trailing near the end of the match. But yeah, I don't know. It's every match has its own dynamic.
Just sorry to keep you, but just one question. The next generation coming, what is the difference between your generation and this new generation?
The difference is definitely technology. They have access to, had access to technology that we didn't have at their age. Engines are super strong. Of course, we have also grown up with computers. My generation, going up to, let's say, 1990, of course, we are part of the computer generation. But when I grew up, we didn't really use engines to analyze, and for most of my, let's say, teenage years, also engines were very weak. So at some point we started to use them to analyze, but they were pretty useless. They would say things like, the Sicilian is a bad opening, E4, C5, like, this is a mistake. Now, of course, the computer basically gives you the truth. And so the kids now are growing up with a whole different level of chess analysis. They can more quickly assimilate very useful information like that. On the other hand, maybe some skills that we have there are going to be more difficult for them to pick up because they could maybe over-rely on engines as well. So, like, I think we were the middle generation between the engineers and the pre-engineers. Like, we had a bit of both.
What the hell will happen after this generation of engineers, we'll see. Fabiano Caruana, always lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next guest is someone who is present in every major chess event. You'll see him often, but very rarely at a chessboard. But in this event, he's also taking part in the chess team. That's Arkady Dvorkovich, president of FIDE. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's begin from the most recent moment. Just a couple of minutes ago, you lost your game here. I must admit, I see that you were really unnerved and unhappy when you saw how you misplayed. What happened?
Well, I started the game, I think, pretty well and got a very comfortable position. My pieces were at the right places, basically. just maybe a couple of moves, and I would develop completely and have a good advantage. And then I just misplayed one move. And the problem was that I calculated before, and before this single move, I was not already thinking. I just made it
Automatically.
And at the point I touched the pawn, I understood that I misplayed, but I already touched it, so there was no way to come back. Even after that, were chances to equalize, but I was so much disappointed about this moment that I couldn't put myself back in order, which comes with experience probably, and I didn't have that, and I started making just stupid moves.
So you're someone who has a lot of experience in life, in politics, in business, in other fields. Could none of that have helped you get your balance back into focus, or is just chess above all of that, and once you misplay there, then there's nothing?
Probably it could, but again, with practice, I could easily go through this moment. But at that point, I thought, well, I play for the team, and I made it worse for the whole team. So I was really disappointed. I just couldn't come back.
And will you be playing more often? Now, is this an announcement that you will be playing more often?
I'm not sure. My mission is a different one, but when I have a chance to play friendly games, I do it. Here in this format, it's just a lucky moment to have this opportunity, and there is some amateur board in the team, and it's rapid format. It doesn't take a lot of time, so that's why I'm here. I cannot play World Amateur Championship, for instance, since it's a long time control. So I think I will keep working on what I have to do.
Who taught you chess? How did you learn chess? Because obviously you're not a rated player, not known in the field, so how did you learn chess?
My father was an international chess arbiter and very good player, not a grandmaster, but a very good player. He taught me chess, and then I went to study chess in a club in Moscow, and for a few years I was studying, playing the tournaments, correspondence games, also at that time without computers. Of course, I played my last tournament at the university in 1994. After that, I was not playing any tournaments. I played just occasional friendly chess, mostly blitz, so that's a completely new competitive experience for me.
And did you ever think that in those days when you were studying that you would one day become maybe world champion or a professional player? Did you ever think that dedicating yourself professionally as a player to chess?
I would say I didn't study enough to become a professional player. I had different interests, but I enjoyed studying and playing chess. So it was just not a goal of my life. I didn't have any career interest in this field, so I just played, and that's it. But again, that helped me. It helped me a lot. My mind is structured better because of chess, so I'm enjoying it.
Going back to your job and role as FIDE president, obviously this is the inaugural event, the FIDE Team World Rapid Championship. How difficult was it to put this event together, and what's the plan for the future?
Well, thanks to our partners, WR, we were in a very comfortable position of helping to structure regulations and making sure that sport component goes well. Also, we sent to Düsseldorf our team of organizers to make sure that all the details are taken care of. So it's a very good experience for us, and I'm happy that we did it in a way that people like, that both players and spectators have fun from that very friendly atmosphere. So.
Yeah, you could judge it from everyone going out, from what I could see. Everyone's smiling, laughing. Players are happy to talk to spectators. There's a good mixture of everything.
Yeah, there is not so much pressure as in some other official events, since it's not the World Championship cycle, it's something different. Team events is more about making fun, but also here we have the World Championship title for the team, so the stronger teams compete very seriously. But still, most of the players are friends or at least have good relationships, and that's why it's going in a very friendly atmosphere. But tomorrow, I think, in the last couple of rounds, it's going to be a real fight.
And thinking about the format itself, so you introduced a woman player and an amateur player at a board. people, everyone from who I've spoken to has praised this as a good thing for chess to get more people involved, and it makes it more interesting. Is FIDE going to consider this on the more serious events, so to speak, for more competitive types of events, of introducing an amateur factor into the game?
Well, I think it's a good track for clubs in particular, since we have maybe hundreds of clubs around the world, maybe even thousands of clubs around the world, and whether it's like established club or the teams that players put together themselves, still this is like community chess, and people are of different level, but they're still a team or a club. So mixing them in one team, I think, is a good thing. Since if you're in the club, yes, you have some heroes, you have role models, but you have just normal club players who should have a chance. That's why I think it's a good idea to continue with it.
And finally, which is more difficult, to run FIDE or to play in a tournament?
Well, I have more experience in public management, so I know how to run things. I make my mistakes, but I know about these mistakes, and I can learn from them. In chess, to understand what you did wrong, you need to study much more, to work much more, and I don't have time for that. So at this point, it's more difficult for me to play chess at a competitive level than to run FIDE, but both things are challenging and both things are enjoyable.
Thank you very much, and wish you a lot of luck both on and off the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our following guest is someone who you will recognize as a chess commentator and a player, but you're used to seeing her more on the commentating side, and now she's on the playing side of things. Keti Sasashvili, thank you so much for joining us. Let me begin from that. Like, usually people are used to seeing you commenting events, but now you're playing. How difficult is it to adjust to the role? Between two roles, I guess.
I love this experience. I have not played chess at this high level for a long time, and I really miss this. And it is such a great opportunity to see people, the opponents, in person, because I usually see them through the video and cameras, and it is just incredible to have this chance to compete on the board. And you know, I always judge other players how they play, and now I have to judge my own game, so it's really cool.
Now they get to judge your game as well. But on that note, obviously they've been listening to you over the years of watching how you commented their games. Some of them might have a beef with some of your views. So are you reaping any repercussions from that?
Oh, that's actually very funny, because all my opponents that I played, I have seen their games before, how they play, what are their style, and I have to admit that they are so strong. They're really very strong, and it's very hard to find any weakness to beat them or to hold the game on a draw. But I enjoy so much this tournament here and to play with my team that, to be honest, I am not nervous, and when you're not nervous in the chess game, it goes well.
Things just flow well. All right. In this tournament, we have a special board, a women's board. Does this contribute to women's chess? How do you view it as a woman? Should it be a fixed board? Should women be more up? What's your view in general?
Here in my team we're two women, and we're competing also against men, and I like this to be mixed, to have this opportunity to play sometimes with girls and sometimes to play with a man, and I think it should be so, to have the option to play against both.
But also we have in this format an amateur board, an amateur player, which gives some unpredictability to everything. Would you be open as a professional, but also someone who popularizes chess? Do you think that for the promotion of chess, it would be good to have more events like this where there are amateurs playing and just bring in more intensity and unpredictability to events?
Yeah, I love it. I love it, to be honest. Of course, you never know what's going to happen on the last board, but it somehow connects the team together, and very often we talk to, like, first board and the second board, which we have 2700s, they can talk to the last board who has no rating, and he enjoys here, and you can give some advices. So at this point we don't have this unpleasant moment for anyone, because we have this board, but in general for chess it's amazing, because someone who is interested to sponsor chess who loves to play chess, they can have a team and they can also play by themselves because everyone wants to compete, everyone wants to win, so this is a great opportunity for them.
Just finally, which is easier, to comment or to play, or which is harder actually? Sorry.
Oh, I'm so comfortable with the commentary, to be honest, and doing this for a long time. I would say that I love to do commentary, but also enjoying 100% when I'm playing.
Well, wish you a lot of luck and thank you so much for your time.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our studio in Düsseldorf. I am International Master Almila Skripchenko, joined for now by my fellow colleague, Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan.
Nice, Almira.
And the young gentleman, Mark Larry. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Mark, welcome to our show.
I will just present this little gentleman, the young gentleman. He won last year the World Championship under 8, and we have a small opportunity to ask him a few questions before the round starts.
Yeah, first of all, what do you think of the competition?
Qu'est-ce que tu penses de ce tournoi?
C'est quand même un très grand tournoi, enfin. J'adore ce tournoi en tout cas.
Mark loves this tournament because it's
Yeah.
probably one of the most important tournaments that he
He
has
has
ever
played.
played. Yes.
How is he doing in the
Et,
tournament?
quel est ton résultat pour le moment?
Oui, j'ai fait déjà. Ah oui, alors aujourd'hui j'ai perdu la première ronde. Le premier jour j'ai fait 3 sur 4 et le deuxième jour j'ai fait 2,5 sur 4.
So today he lost his first round, and the first day he scored 3 out of 4, and yesterday it was 2.5 out of 4.
Whoa, that's seriously good. Congratulations.
Mark, est-ce que tu sais qui c'est?
Yasser Seiravan,
So he knows who you are.
I am. Who's your favorite player?
Quel est ton joueur préféré?
dans ce tournoi. Ah,
Les parties de quel joueur tu aimes analyser?
Carlsen, j'aime bien les parties de Caruana, j'aime bien les parties de... Enfin, un peu tout le monde.
You don't need the translation for
Magnus
this, but
is good.
he loves Magnus, Fabi, and everyone else. He just loves chess.
Wonderful. We are minutes away from starting the next round. Does he know his opponent? Is he prepared?
Il reste quelques minutes avant le début de la ronde. Est-ce que tu t'es déjà préparé contre ton adversaire?
La prochaine ronde, je vais pas la jouer.
Oh, he's not playing actually
Oh,
the next
you're
round.
free. Okay, that's nice. I was wondering why he didn't have any nervousness.
Ah, Yasser, il était surpris que tu n'étais pas stressé.
Ah,
Est-ce que tu es stressé
non,
No
quand tu joues aux
stress.
échecs? Pas du tout?
non, je suis pas stressée.
I asked Mark if he felt pressure when he was playing chess. He said,
Yeah.
not at all.
Not at
Not
all.
at all.
Not at all. Wow, we will keep our eye on his success and thank him for joining us. It was very, very nice that he could come.
Merci beaucoup et on va suivre ta carrière de très près. Et moi, en tant que la maman de Kalissa, encore plus.
Thank
Merci
you, Mark.
beaucoup.
Cheers. Cheers. As we get started now for round 10 of this World Team Rapid Championships, I've got to say that it's just extraordinary. Every time I get up and I go around into the playing venues with the players and seeing them all, it's just extraordinary. It's like the whole rooms are full of superstars.
So are you starstruck?
Yes.
You are?
I'm a fan.
I wouldn't expect this from you, Yasser.
No, seriously. I'm a big fan. And, just seeing Vladimir Kramnik, for example, and chit-chatting with him, all of these, great grandmasters. It's marvelous. It's just a great feeling. And I see a lot of people running around with chessboards and books and getting autographs because it's such a target-rich environment. Anybody, you could just stop somebody. And he said, but I'm the waiter, I understand, please. you may play chess.
But actually, I was so impressed by Mark's attitude. He said that he didn't feel pressure at all. So it means that he enjoys the game and he plays in such a strong team. So along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so you have Etienne Bacro. Who else do you have in this team? The Alpha Sheklins.
It's not
Ekaterina
Jules.
Lagno and Chris Shuk, Alexander.
Wow.
So he's calm.
Right.
Cool as a cucumber.
No. If you're in MVL's shoes, Maurice, and this young world champion from France is just being asked who his favorite chess player is, and he says Magnus Carlsen, and you're Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You're going, wait a minute, dude. What am I? A potted plant? How are you going to feel?
If you ask Maxime, he might say Magnus Carlsen. Maxime, I'm sure his actual response would be something along those lines, like, I understand.
I understand. Well, I think Magnus was asked some question like that, and he said, well, I really admired the 2013 version of Magnus
myself,
Carlsen.
yeah.
that was when I was at my peak and playing
Killing everybody.
Top performance.
Still kills everybody.
Right. We're
So-
getting ready for round 10. Tell our audience what they can expect in terms of the matchups, Almira.
So, FIDE World Rapid Team Championship,
Right.
first of all. So, we have a lot of teams playing in this event.
Right.
The matches played on 6 boards,
Yep.
top 4 boards, then a women's board and an amateur board, knowing that the women's board is not fixed. So,
Exactly.
Wait a second, what happened to my computer?
your
Dude, you're
computer
right there.
disappeared. You
I
forgot
see
it.
it.
Yes,
I see
you
it. It's
forgot
right
it.
there.
Young
Yeah,
youngster here and
Mark needed something to walk.
kicked away my computer. I gotta
No,
go
he
get my
needed
computer.
something to work on.
Yes. So,
We just lost Maurice.
yes, the team WR Chess is leading the event with a perfect score. In this round, they're going to face the team from Armenia.
Yes.
Then we have the team Six Pack with my favorite name. I don't know. We didn't ask Maurice what was his favorite team. So playing against Freedom, and then team MGD1 is facing Germany and France.
Hey, wait a second. What happened to my paper?
No, this is the previous round. We don't
Yes,
have.
we don't have anything.
I'm not holding
I'm
back
so
with you.
jealous. You guys
no,
get everything
here, dude.
first.
I mean, I'm willing to share old
This is old
results.
paper.
Well, my
It's a
computer
sacrifice
is
I'm willing to make.
my computer is working today, so I can give you the pairings for the round. Since, our spectators shouldn't be surprised that the team WR Chess is playing on a fixed board. So
Right.
if you want to find them,
I
have to
go-
scroll down.
In fact, I do need assistance with my PGN files because I do have round 9 on my screen, and
So
I
we
will
have
need round 10.
Wesley So playing with white, so he got a well-deserved rest against Gabriel Sargsyan.
Yes, that'll be a
Then
big game.
Jan Nepomniachtchi against Martirosyan Haik.
I just interrupt you to say that Nepo is having an most valuable player result at the moment. I think he has like something like 7.5 out
MVP.
of 8.
And it should be noted that I had asked him about motivation. Of course, you want your team to win, but it's not just a team event. There are also board prizes. So every time you sit down, you are representing yourself for that board prize.
Okay.
So you don't want to just make a quick draw and then, especially when
Lose.
you're running hot as the way he is,
Right.
and somebody else is running hot, and in the end, it's like, man, I did really great, and this joker won the gold.
Right.
So there's both gold, silver, and bronze prizes. So the players are motivated to dominate every time they sit down.
Got it.
Well, and you have the teams on your screen. So then you have Duda, Jan Krzysztof Duda playing against Shant Sargsyan, Vincent Kamer against Tershakian Samvel.
Right.
A very important match on the women's board. Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former world champion, is facing Elina Danilan.
Very nice matchup there.
And the general sponsor of the tournament, Vadim Rosenstein, this time is playing with black pieces against Alberto Atoyan.
And again, for those of you who are joining us late, these aren't national teams. These are teams composed of 4 professionals, a women's board, and an amateur board. So we have a very mixed teams. But I wanted to say for the WR team, boy, some real outperformers, Nepo, Duda, most especially. Remember what Duda did yesterday against Gukesh.
Gukesh, yeah, that was
sorry.
insane.
That was a
Insane
great
defense, shutting down what looked
everything.
like a burgeoning attack. He made it look as though the
You weren't
fly
even close.
swatter. Like,
Yeah.
come on, get out of here.
Wow.
Which was incredible. And again, seeing these players play consistently because they want to win board prizes as well. They want to win medals. They want to do their best. And, you know, when you're on fire the way these players are, it's like, don't touch me. I'm in. Don't even think you're keeping me out. So it's important for that to happen as well. Because somebody like Wesley he's not doing great, even though that is relatively speaking.
Right.
Obviously, he's playing board 1 and playing the top players all the time. So you wouldn't expect him to win every single game.
Right.
But you might say, well, we don't really need him at this moment, but yeah, he's holding the fort on
Yes.
board one, while the others can say, I'm knocking people out on the later boards.
I
yes,
apologize. I just have to jump in because this is absolutely
Before
crazy.
you analyze this game.
Well, I'm not going to analyze the game. I'm just going to say
You wanted
you
to
got to
sh-
look at the game of Viswanathan Anand, because how often do you see the move Queen D1 to H5 right out of the opening?
And I actually wanted to talk about Vichy.
Please.
About this youngster who is leading for the moment on the first board for
freedom.
No, for the individual performance, because I wanted to explain that the performances are not the awards on the boards, they're not given by points but by performances.
Oh.
So it's a very important detail. So Visha Anand for the moment is the best player on the first board.
Not necessarily by result, but by his
Yes,
performance.
but by his performance, because sometimes your performance, you can have a high rating and have a lot of points, but you didn't play against, a very strong opposition.
Exactly.
So that was a criteria which FIDE decided to use a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so leading on the second board is Nodirbek Abdusatorov for the moment. Then you have Jan Nepomniachtchi
Yes,
on the
who's
third
doing
board.
so very well.
Young Krzysztof Duda.
Also, as I
So
mentioned.
all these performances, for example, Jan Nepomniachtchi is performing over 3,000.
Wow.
Then Young Krzysztof Duda, 2970.
That's it.
Well, that's it. You have to
2970.
raise up your game, yes? And then on the board number 5, you have a German player from the team Chesami, who is leading. And Elizabeth Petz is trying to catch him. She's on the second place. On the board number 6, you have an Israeli player, Platon Galperin. From Sweden. No, actually, yes, because he's playing for Ashdod Elite Chess Club, but he's representing Sweden. On the board number 7, you have Claudia Coulon, because you have a few substitutes in this event. Board 8, Brest Axel, and from Ukrainian amateurs. And board 9, a German player, Andreas Thomas. But I think that only 6 individual results will be awarded, or we have to check it. So.
Nice. And finally,
Yes, we have
you see,
finally
let me give Maurice.
our pairings.
I will make sure
And
that Maurice
our
is beautifully
games.
taken
So what
care
should
of.
we analyze first? The Queen H5. yes?
Again, I just was drawn my eye was drawn to this game of Vichy. He's playing, well, I believe against a fellow countryman. I'm going to get the name all messed up, but Aravinda. And this was this crazy, it's a Queen's Gambit accepted, Queen B6, and Queen H5 just was an incredible surprise for me. And I was thinking that Vichy was going to play bishop to D7 in order to defend the pawn on B5 from the combined attack of the knight and the queen. Vichy actually went A7, A6, and his opponent said, I'm sorry, I don't think that defends the pawn. Let me play knight takes b5, and Vichy is stopped. You see, he's just kind of in a shock, like, wait a minute, can you do that? Can't I play the move knight f6 and attack your queen, and where is your queen going to go? Well, the queen's going to go all the way across the board to c5, because at the end of the day, you're trading queens, you still can't take this knight, and you're still facing the threat of knight c7.
And the c4 pawn
Is
is
weak.
emprise. So what should you do here?
Well, I mean,
E6?
Vichy
That's a
played
rotor
a6.
moment.
Vichy played a6, and the guy took on b5 anyway.
That's the worst kind of thing to happen to you. How many times does that happen? Your opponent makes a threat, you stop the threat, and they do it anyway.
Right.
That's the worst kind of feeling. Like, I thought I stopped that move.
Exactly.
And he just took anyway on b5. But I don't think Vichy overlooked it, but he might have misassessed the sequence coming out. He must have seen knight takes b5.
Well,
but
hold on, Maurice. I mean, he Queen h5 came as a surprise, so he spent like 2 minutes. He played a6. Knight takes b5, and now another 2 minutes has elapsed.
I mean,
I think he missed
I was
it.
thinking he could have played the move bishop to d7.
Right, that
if he-
was
if he
instead of
wanted to.
a6. Instead of a6.
The only problem is this knight d5 move might be a little scary with the bishop coming to f4, and you're going to have a little trouble defending that c7 square. Knight f6 would be playable.
Just in time.
just-
Everything else,
Yeah,
I'm busted.
everything else looks bad.
I was thinking instead of bishop before, maybe you can play queen
Queen e5.
e5.
Well, this one I
It's a very
still have
unusual idea.
knight c6, and I agree that the position is so strange because queen h5 is such an unusual shock move, and then to be met after a6 with knight takes b5, Roro. That happened to me with Viktor Korchnoi, either way. It was like one of the strangest combinations I've ever faced. I was white, and Viktor played a move like knight d3. I took the knight with my queen. He attacked my queen. I moved my queen, and he played knight d3 again. It was like back-to-back knight d3 hits. It was a very, very strange game. Ended in a draw. But knight takes a6.
I'm going to tell you the worst part about this moment.
Yeah.
The feeling that his opponent has this prepped. Because it was a pawn sack in the opening,
Of
right?
course, yes.
It was a pawn sack. And then he played queen h5. You'd never play queen h5. Who plays queen h5?
Exactly.
Come on. Nobody plays queen h5.
Hikaru plays
Then he
queen
plays-
h5.
Then he plays queen h5. And now
Whoops.
you make a move. And then he instantly says, I'm taking your pawn. And I'm not
Whoops.
worried about your knight f6 move.
Exactly.
The
thing-
feeling that you walked into preparation, that's
It's
gotta be
terrible.
the-
It's sort of an optical illusion because when you have the queen on h5, you forget about knight b5.
Exactly.
I think that this is a sort of a blind spot.
Yeah, seriously, our pattern recognition has been so honed and it's so highly attuned that sometimes we forget that not everybody is following the same patterns. And knight takes b5 has just stunned the former world champion, and he's just sitting there going, golly, have I messed this up? And he's just played the move knight c6 nonchalantly as Vichy.
This is one of those moments when when you were telling the story about Vichy. So we take away the scientist, the artist,
and then
the
the
sportsman.
idiot.
Okay,
And-
so
no.
what is left?
So once again, for those who aren't familiar with this, it's a personal favorite quote of mine. A journalist, an Indian journalist, had come to Vichy Anand, five-time world champion, and said, Vichy, come on, tell me, what is it like to be the world chess champion? How does it feel? And Vichy said, well, every single day I feel like a sportsman. Some days I feel like a scientist. Some days I feel like an artist. Some days I feel like an idiot. And right now, that move knight takes b5 is making Vichy feel like he's an idiot because after the move knight c6, white has a tremendous
C5,
move,
no?
queen c5, and you're virtually forced to trade. And now, due to this threat, you're virtually forced to move your rook, and this is just not a very pleasant position at all for
But
the
Why not knight c7,
Knight
knight
C-
a6? Then
that is
maybe-
good.
No,
You-
I'm not sure because the line might be
No,
bit
no, it's
difficult.
good. It's
so
good.
You're,
You're right.
taken, but then rook a8,
And bishop
c4.
Bishop takes
But then you
c4.
have knight b4.
Knight
We
b4.
have this move. So maybe this
It's
sequence
okay.
is not
No. This is really, really good for
that
white.
easy.
Check.
Check, king e6,
Oh, he took on c4. Not the best move here.
and knight c7.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe this is still a part of his preparation.
No,
don't know
I just pulled out my phone and checked on my phone engine.
what was queen h5?
And queen h it was no problem for
Black.
black. Bishop d7 was the best move.
Right.
Bishop d7 was perfectly fine. If this was prep, it was not great prep. Bishop d7 was fine for black, and the move and knight d5 didn't do anything after queen b7. He was perfectly fine. Vichy just got surprised, and knight c6. He should have played e6. It turns out with a complex line. If you've seen it for the first time, matter of fact, let me just show that really fast.
But that means that the elements of surprise is well,
The element
so
of surprise.
important,
Yeah, if
of
I
course.
show it really quickly, right here after knight b5. I mean, it's a stunner. Suddenly you see this on the
Right.
board, but e6 was the reply. If he had known in advance that this was coming, he would have been able to prepare this. And the main point is that if you play this move, for example, with some knight c7 threat, there's always this check that's possible. Your king moves. He can actually move his king out the way. And that's a weird thing to do in a position like this, like to suddenly start moving your king. But he's perfectly fine here. His move, as you mentioned, knight c6 should have been best met by queen to c5, and this is huge for white. Just
A big advantage.
big time advantage. So that's the extent of what I looked at. Now the game has gone knight takes b5, knight c6, bishop takes c4. Hey, if I take one pawn, why not take two? But now e6 on the board, and Vichy's just shaking his head like,
What
The
am I
worst
just-
like 7 or 8 moves already. Guys
Much
ripping pawns
worse.
off the board.
But I think that the worst is actually over for him because his opponent didn't play queen c5.
Exactly.
Because,
he could fight his way
yes.
back into the game suddenly. Yeah.
He could pick up the a6 pawn and the c4 pawn right now. Like he can also play rook b8 and yes, take on d4. So maybe knight e2 or knight f3. Knight f3. Then where are you going with your queen? So you should be careful.
Well, knight f3, knight f6,
Yes,
queen
knight
h4,
f6,
queen h4,
h4, then bishop e7.
bishop e7, bishop g5.
Why are you playing so passively? Why not play bishop b4 check?
Yes, and bishop before check. Yes, but okay, then...
I intended knight c3, but you're right, I'm hanging the d4 pawn. Yeah, in that case.
So maybe knight e2 is more precise here, so I can meet bishop b4 with knight c3 or something.
I apologize.
But I
I'm
mean,
just
I
trying-
agree. If you're going to play like this, it's already good for him, right? You want to play knight e2 here,
Yes.
knight f6, queen h4, and bishop b4 to play. I think black is happy with what's just transpired. As a matter
Truly,
of fact,
yeah.
that this has happened. That he didn't just fall off a rock,
Right.
and then have another rock fall on his head. This one, no. This is certainly a much better sequence. We thought we were watching David slaying Goliath,
Right.
But unfortunately, the slingshot didn't quite hit its mark, and now Goliath is back. And I'm afraid for white, now that you've alerted the tiger that you're
Right.
dangerous,
Right.
I better watch out. I would watch out if I were him. Vichy has a way of punishing people for trying to beat him.
Exactly. Let's finally turn into our first table, and let's take a look at the game of Wesley. So for the WR team versus the Armenian team, and that will feature Gabriel Sargsyan on table 1.
Yes, and this is a very quiet game, and then you should immediately go to Jan's game.
Jan has not been playing quietly at all. What
this
the
is
heck is
a
this?
very exciting position, so I wanted to understand what is going on here.
Why are you asking me?
You are the expert.
Excuse me.
Maurice.
Excuse me.
Maurice,
My first impression is, wait a minute, I have to be alert. Bishop c2 check is winning a knight. Bishop takes d1 is winning an exchange. I have to be alert. The first thought that went through my mind is I do have bishop a5 as a potential bail, but why don't I just play rook c1?
But let's have a look at
Please.
black's previous move. So the rook was on c8. So bishop b3,
Bishop to b3.
bishop to
Just a
b3
second.
here.
Hold on, bishop to b3.
And then white played bishop b5. So let's first have a look at this position.
And then came
black
rook
played rook
c7.
c7.
So black could have taken a knight with
So-
check. Yeah? Check. And now we-
bishop a5.
And then we get the
And
knight back
The
with check,
devastating rook d7.
and we're toast.
But if you're taking the rook,
That was the next question. If we're not taking the knight, why aren't we taking the rook? Let's take a look at that. Bishop takes, rook takes, and then simply rook c7,
Yes.
yeah? And nothing is falling off at the moment. Can I just continue bishop b4, knight c5? No, it's okay.
and I have here king c8.
Yes, you do. And that's, yes, that's
You also
perfect.
have king e8, by the way.
Yes,
Because the bishop is hanging to the rook, yes.
so maybe that's not
So-
the most precise continuation. What are the alternatives here? It looks very
To-
dangerous, but
To rook c7.
no. Yes, rook c7 here.
So take takes and rook c7. Okay, So,
I was
because he
thinking
could have
maybe knight d6 first,
Maybe you just play something like bishop to b4.
or even
And
bishop
just
to
say-
b4.
Unless you can solve the problem with a6 too quickly. Hold on. a6
But
might...
a6, then maybe you can play bishop a5.
No,
no,
but
then you
you're
can take,
losing
yes, of
material.
course,
So
yes.
maybe, yeah, maybe that in and of itself...
This is a weird position. Let me just, sorry, I'm going to refresh my board because none of this really happened. What we did get instead was after bishop b5, rook c7, rook c1, bishop d5. We caught up with the players. Whatever was there has passed. But this
Indeed.
is confusing.
But I think you should go knight d6.
Bishop
like,
takes
yes.
d1. Oh, excuse me. Bishop take, no, rook c7. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure that Jan is aware of danger in
Of
this position.
course,
So
of course.
after knight d6, what is your move here?
Yeah, okay, let's say I'm a pawn grabber and you're attacking my pawn, so I'll defend it.
Okay. And maybe now bishop b4?
Yeah, it just feels like I'm in a bit of a tanglement, doesn't it? I go a6, hoping for a little relief.
Like bishop d7?
Bishop takes d7. A little bit of relief, isn't maybe
You're-
not a lot of relief.
no.
No, rook takes.
If rook takes, I wanted to take on b7, then take on d7, take on f8, and what is
Then
this?
claim your pawn up.
Yes, after knight a5, I'm getting,
Out.
yes, out from the vault.
Yes,
Yeah, so-
interesting. Okay, chess is a mystery. It will remain a mystery for us after f3. But Maurice, what's caught your eye?
I want to show you a mystery. In fact, in this game, we were looking for interesting games, of course, all the time. But this one, you want to explain these moves. Yes, get ready, because I know you have all your many books.
Right,
all those
right.
great books you've written with all those fine words, clean, crystal clear.
Thank you very much.
The absolute clarity. Make sure you buy Yasser Serouan's books, by the way. I'm not just saying that because I like the guy. But take a look at this and tell me about how you would explain Black's defense in this position. It's Richard Rapport against Pranesh. And in this position, Black has got a little bit of pressure and play Queen D7. Okay.
Wow.
Why? All right, if you
I'll
let
double-
me just crack your structure and play G4 and attack you, how are you going to defend the king side? Well, I'm going to put a rook on A6, that's how. What? There's like a million things in between. So Richard said, I'm just going to pry open that side and destroy you. How are you going to defend that? I'm going to move a knight all the way on the other side of the board. Now when you play G5, I take, you take. I'm not taking that one and getting mated. So move my king over, you take, and I'll calmly now show you the point of my maneuvers. Yes, Dr. Serouan, please explain to the fans why this is a good, reasonable way to defend a king side.
I have no idea. I'm as confused as anybody. Wow, rook a6 and knight a7.
Well,
Not the first two moves that came into my mind.
On the other hand, why don't you take on a7 and castle long? That's what I don't understand.
And you've got the open
And he
G
did
file,
not. He
right?
played knight a3 in this position, by the way. And this rook kept the dance going. Move your bishop. Bishop drop back. And we have this position on the board, a bizarre one. As a result, by the way, I mean, look at this lineup on the A line. How did this even happen? Where's this king going to go? You said queenside, but it's not exactly the most secure place in the world, as there is some pressure over there. Black has the center. Material is even. Black's king is exposed. Maybe he exposes some more with F5 and just play bold chess. And also bishop's of opposite color as well. Insane. It's like the features, the structure in the position has just fallen apart. And what structure? I mean, over here you see that both have this compromised position. The same here. Black has the center. I can BS my way through this one, and that's what it would be, pretending that I know what's going on. And I'm glad that Yasser is agreeing that he's also confused.
Very, very, very much so.
You know what I
indeed.
wanted to say? That at some point my utility as a commentator should not be ignored. And I do stand by my grounds that I think, we very
You
often
could
we
take on
doubt about
A7.
the evaluation of the position. But if you take on a7, a castle, and the bishop can maybe go to c2.
Right.
Yes, you're looking on, yes, yes.
Yeah, he
So,
has
On the
that.
other
Amira,
side,
the
yes.
thing about you is you usually bring clarity to the situation. I want Yasser to be the one who's,
Trying?
who's suffering. But
Right.
this is a good point you're making. Instead of going back, take, and you want to castle.
Yes, I want to castle. I want, because the king should.
I like what
Castle
Marie
and-
suggested.
and then-
Maybe f7, f5. If you're going to put your bishop on c2, I could, in the future, shut it down with e4. But bishops of opposite color, vulnerable king, you would think white's for choice. Yeah?
Of course, but now you can double your rooks on the g file. Queen h5 is coming, so it's a very double-edged
Excuse
position,
me, but
of course. but-
could we? I'm not just going to sit here. I don't need my queen anymore, right? What if b5? I mean, black's not just going to sit still. Black's going to go for some action as well and try to crack open this side of the board.
Really? Is that not dangerous? I take on b5, Marie?
Well, I'm afraid
Queen
of taking
takes
on
b5, queen g4.
Yes,
and
queen
my
g4.
rook g6 leads nowhere because
You can go
I-
queen f5. No?
Queen f5. I like that move.
queen
Yes.
f5. We'll go with that one.
E5 is hanging. F8 is en pris.
Your
How do you
bishop-
like my
your
French?
bishop is-
En pris?
Bishop has been hanging, but nothing there. Agreed. It's tempo game. Tempo game. That is
it's cagey.
timing wise.
It's cagey.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. That shut that down. So b5 is not ready as yet.
But it's in your pocket.
Maybe f5 is right about now, and that's going to come. Everything else. This is a wild position. There's
It
no
truly-
control in this game. Neither side can pretend that they know exactly what's going on. It just looks like a fight. Let's see what we have as the
Bare knuckle.
the actual position. The knight has gone back to b5 in the game, and we have this more chaos.
Let's again, we'll go return to our first board tables with the WR team up against Team Armenia. We didn't get a chance to really go through the boards. Gabriel Sargsyan is on the black side of a very theoretically topical variation. Wesley, I think, has a small edge in these positions, but it's very hard for white. One of the principal problems that black is having is the c-pawn isn't taking a fight for the control of the center. So, for example, after c4 takes, knight takes, black would look for the opportunity of playing c7, c5. We'll keep an eye on that one. We did look at the Nepo game, but Maurice, I'm going to interrupt myself and come back to you.
Just quickly, I love puzzles, retrograde analysis puzzles. Those are puzzles where you try to figure out what happened before in a position, not what's going to happen in the future. And who would ever guess that the white queen in this game with Vichy playing with the black pieces, that the white queen was ever on h5?
Not me.
Queen looks like it's parked where it belongs.
Right.
It is back on h5 because after this move, bishop to e3, Vichy continued knight to f6, and the queen went back. Then he played bishop b4 check. That knight had to go back. And Vichy said, give me the pawn. You're bugging me this whole game. Now I'm going to go straight off here and drop back. And he's gotten his pawn back. Vichy doesn't mind giving up bishops because he loves knights. And he's got some little pressure on this line. And it is now his opponent's turn to go into a tank. So it looks like black has indeed weathered the worst. And this game just proceeding like it's normal. Looks like a normal position. The queen was always on d1, right?
Right? Very, very bizarre how the players got there. The game of Nepo is a bit of a mess, but at the same time, I think it's more or less balanced, even though black's king on d8 makes a very strange impression. I'm moving over to the game of Duda. Again, an all-star is Duda for the WR team, and he is currently an exchange up for a two pawns.
I have to come closer to see the board.
Closer. What do you think, Almira? Jump in here on this one. Duda has an exchange for two pawns. He's got a nice blockade, but those are two healthy pawns.
To be honest, once again, yes,
Yes,
truth to be told,
yes. Yeah.
I like black's position.
You do
here.
like
Yes.
black's position?
Because, well, h4 was played, so it's weakening white's king a little bit, and
Right.
the bishop on b2
Is biting on granite.
yes, is
Right.
not doing very much. So if you can bring your knight somewhere. So for the
Okay,
moment,
so for
yes,
the
of
moment,
course,
the
yes.
bishop. If you have to, if you bring your knight somewhere, you
Yes.
better do it with tempo. And by the way, we do have some moves. So let me just refresh my board for a quick moment. And we do have the move
Knight
bishop
d6.
f6, I think, came. Bishop f6, rook d1, knight
Knight
d6.
d6.
And I thought Duda played queen d3. Let's imagine he did. Queen d3. And again, two very healthy pawns, but they're blocked. And on a good day, bishop will come here and eliminate that knight.
But even
Yes.
if that does happen,
I'm saying,
that
would you?
easy?
No. Would you rather play white or black?
no, I would take black.
With the knight on the board, slide that knight over to
sure.
e6. You might be very happy.
Oh,
if
yes.
if I traded off my bad bishop for your knight,
Why are you asking? You're going to get your bad bishop for my knight. You know
yeah,
the
I'm
answer to
gonna
that question.
I'm gonna do
But
that.
even if that did happen, it's not forced. It's not
No.
like you can make it happen.
Right.
But,
So, for example,
then
G6,
black would be defending that position.
That's what I was
I don't think black's
asking.
defending this position.
Right. So if we got a position like this is the position I'm asking about. You've got two pawns, a healthy bishop. Yeah, I just think it's fine.
Again, black's fine.
I think black is fine
Black
as
is
well.
doing very well.
Let's continue down the line, and we come to the game of Tyr versus Vincent. And this is, again, one of those not double pawns on the center. But Vincent does have the double pawns on b4. Echoes of the game of Wesley So.
Of course.
Right?
So it's
Yeah.
Double pawns. I was just scrolling. Take a look at this position. You want double pawns?
Not another one?
Another set. There was double pawns just before that too. Here, that was a position.
Double F1.
We got doubled here. We got doubled here as well.
Right.
Looks like the players don't mind double pawns these days.
It's the new fashion.
It's the new
Maurice.
fashion. Yeah, double pawns, whatever.
Like when we were growing up, our coaches would slap us. Like, what's wrong with you? You don't want double pawns.
What's funny is that my old coach, Gregory Kaidanov, he says, we were doing commentary once, and he said, I tell my students that double pawns are good because they avoid them so much. And the fact is you get open files when you double your pawns. You always get at least an open file for doubling the pawn. So he wants them to not be so concerned about doubling other people's pawns because it's supposed to be bad. It's just bad. It's always just bad for the other side or the side with double pawns. He teaches them, no, if they double your pawns, it's good. They just gave you an open file. Use it. So
Exploit
it's a little bit of an extreme direction to go in based on what we know, but it's not the terrifying thing that we grew up with, that double pawns are indeed just toxic.
Double
Yeah,
pawns, man.
maybe the computers
I'm
has
hardwired.
changed our way to see those positions, because that's actually what we were discussing today, that when I was growing up in the Soviet Union, if I would have a position, or at least think of having a position with the pawns like with this horrible structure, H2, F2, F3, I think my hands would be cut off, It's
Right.
and I would be sent away from the
gulag,
chess club. And
right.
but the computers recently found that those structures actually offer a lot of dynamic possibilities, especially if you have the pair of bishops, or a lot of defensive resources. So now we no longer know what should we trust. Should we trust our intuition, or should we calculate everything till the end in order to understand, how to assess those positions?
I try to be flexible, but in some matters, I'm just hardwired, and double pawns always make it difficult for me. Talk about being hardwired for a moment. I've always loved these fianchetto bishops, not only because of the solace and protection that the bishop provides for the king, but I'm always thinking I get an ambush. I'll grab something on the long diagonal. Well, as Alexandra, she's got the two bishops. She's got a very nice bishop on g7, and she's thinking about a good day if she could ever plant her knight on c6. It's no longer a question of who has an advantage. The only question is decisive. For the moment, I think the clock is wrong because the advantage on the time is so decisively lopsided. Alexandra has 6 minutes versus 15 seconds for Alina.
Let me check.
Not a good sign for Alina if this is true. Is it?
Yes, because you were even more up to date than me. Because yes, I don't.
That's a first. I don't say that very often. And let's see about the amateur board because Vadim is having a roller coaster ride, and I think the ride just ended. I'm seeing this move H2, H4 check, and it looks to me like Vadim's king is lost, and he did resign, which means that WR is behind in the match 1-0 with 4 games remaining. Somebody's going to have to bail him out. Maurice.
Yes.
And in that position, Anand seemed to have stabilized, but that has also changed in this game. His opponent playing wonderfully in this position. He played bishop f4, attacking the queen, and when the queen moved, he said, I'm going to castle when you castle queen d3. Let's talk about this pawn on a6 as a weakness. Anand decided to decline to do anything about it, to play a5, maybe afraid of bishop to b5, and he instead just dropped his knight. Oh, my apologies. Double attack on the knight. I wasn't even looking at the knight. Knight's hanging, your pawn's hanging, that's it. Bishop takes pawn, takes, and takes.
Extra
Okay,
pawn.
now we got to go backwards then. Why did Anand allow this fork on his position? Why did he castle in exactly this moment? He could have moved his knight right away or try to do something to deal with it. Is there no way to deal with the move queen d3?
So, for example, knight f6, queen d3. I think you already pointed out Vichy didn't want to play a5, bishop b5, and get himself in that awkward pin. That was probably why he refused this line.
How awkward is the pin, though? You can't put anything more on that. So what if I played a move like bishop to b7 just to anticipate any dangers, and then castle?
Okay, c4 looks...
c4 seems very aggressive. You're not threatening anything, I think.
Right. And
but maybe you could
rook
attack...
d1?
Okay, rook d1, d5.
How are you going to get out of this pin? It's not that fun.
I mean, I could get out of the pin, but something worse might happen.
Might happen as a result.
But there is a knight
you're
b4
right.
coming down.
Sorry, there is knight b4. Apologies. I was thinking d5, but yeah, that,
I mean, bishop b7 at least solved that problem, right?
Right.
You can only get so much. So, okay, if you play knight f6 instead in this position here, knight f6, there's got to be a trick.
Something?
I don't think there is a trick. I really like queen d3, but I thought that maybe you should give this pawn away, like castle here.
Well, which would transpose to the game.
That's essentially what he did.
So he's trying to hold on to it.
I mean, he castled.
The training is working. He loves the little guys now.
But
the first time I met Maurice, he was ready to sacrifice rooks.
Hey, listen. I love the little guys if I can't attack. Right? There is no way Vichy's attacking. We're going to go back to the actual game. Castles, queen d3. What is that? Give me your pawn. And now takes. I'll give you my pawns. Give me an attack, though. There's no attack here. No. And the next move, knight d5, bishop back, and you don't get anything anywhere at all. And all you're doing is defending this position, which is what he's stuck in here. And now c4, knight b4, rook a4.
This is an healthy extra
it's
pawn.
A straight pawn, and that's it. Now Vichy is simply defending and hoping he survives in this position. I think he just... It's hard to say, queen d3. I mean, I didn't even look over at the fact that a knight was hanging, which shows how many rounds we've been doing commentary on.
Right.
But the pawn on a6 just dropping, Vichy... After all that saving of the game, after the guy hit you with knight takes b5 early, and now you just drop your a-pawn and have to defend this position? No way Vichy wants this.
Maurice, but I actually had something in mind when White played bishop a6. I wanted to check it, because probably this idea doesn't work, but at least it might allow me to simplify a little bit. So bishop a6, no, not with black here. Can I play e5 here?
e5, okay.
So I don't think that you can take d takes e5 because then I can take on a6.
But what if I just solve this problem?
Yes, but then your queen is not protected, so it will allow me to simplify and I will take on d4, and then this might be an easier position to defend.
Maybe it's still a protected passer. I mean, maybe first you even trade off a pair. No, I'm not going to trade rooks. Sorry. Or I play this one. I play this one.
That's a nice move. That
And ask
bishop
you where your
G5.
knight should go.
That's
or,
a nice
or
move.
whatever you're going to do.
Maybe I should take with the other rook, not rook a8, just in case. So
Okay.
yes, I will
Do
protect
this?
all of
Okay,
my
I'm still
pieces.
gonna do that
Yes.
move.
Yeah, I like that move too.
But
It's very
you
disruptive.
cannot take on e5 still. Yes, so maybe I will be
No.
able to simplify the position. Yes, but
with knight d5, e4,
maybe this
knight
doesn't
d5,
work. Yeah.
but it's okay. Quickly, I wanted to turn our
problem.
attention to the game of Duda because at the moment our clear runaway juggernaut WR is trailing in the
this
match.
yes.
But Duda, this was the game where he was in exchange for 2 pawns, but suddenly the position blew up and a lot of things have been clarified. We're now in a position that is clear to my eyes that white is for choice. Now the exchange, I do not want to see bishop b2 and bishop c1. So in order to prevent that, I'll play the move rook to b3, tickling that pawn and prepping king e2. And this feels like white is the one with the 2 results position. By the way, more moves have been played, so let me update the position. Wow, a lot of moves are being played very, very quickly. Somehow, black is surviving. Rook, bishop e7, rook, the bishop on b4. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful bishop. Now I take it back. No, the bishop is
Be
anchored.
careful, rook e8, rook e1.
Yeah, I'll always have to
Is
be.
a huge threat, but then
So-
you can take on b4.
So help me here, Almira. I'm going to play king e2, intimating about rook takes
Rook
b4.
e8.
Rook e8, king d3.
So now I have a draw.
No,
I don't have a draw.
I don't give you a draw yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
I'll
Okay, rook e1.
Rook takes on b4 has been
rook
played.
e1, king. Rook takes b4. Okay, so he's done it in a different move order. I started with the move king e2. Duda, and that's
Yes,
a
but
draw
this is
offer.
a draw, yeah.
Because you can just go rook here, and that's an easy draw. And Duda's looking away like he might have missed something. I'm not sure. But that means
Maurice,
1.5.
maybe you know something.
Not in this
Maurice-
position.
Maurice
What's
knows
going
a
on?
lot.
But I got to tell you, you got to see what just happened in the game with Rapport and Pranesh. This crazy game we've seen. Pranesh stabilized everything and dominated the dark squares. Look at this. All the pieces just gravitating to dark squares except this king and this queen. We know the queen's flexible, but the king on this light square just for the moment. And look, you've got to see this tactic. You guys got to get in here with me, please. Bishop to c2, the only light square piece that the bishop can attack at all. Let's get there on the diagonal. d4 takes and takes, and the stunning reply, knight takes d4. I say stunning because it looks like you could play the move queen c5.
right?
Like your knight's hanging.
But knight f5?
But knight back to f5. Or I should say over to f5. What a move. What a reply.
Visual.
Putting it on a square. Now you can't play queen takes, obviously, because of d4. And now if rook takes, then still d4. And it looks like everybody's hanging. He said, maybe I could play. No, I can't. Rook takes runs. No, doesn't run into that. Hold on a second. What is this move? Queen takes, takes, takes. Looks like nothing. Or check here, here. You have queen. Well, how do you defend? Queen back, rook here, and knight g6. What's happening?
Crazy stuff.
What's happening? Crazy stuff indeed. Knight f8? Or do I have no checks, nothing? You're just going to take me? Knight f8 feels like I could go back and threaten mate again.
This looks good for...
This suddenly looks like amazing for white.
Right.
How did this even... Okay, we got to go back. Is
I've
this
got
real?
I've got to interrupt you, Maurice,
Yes.
because we are having an incredible result on the WR game. They're down 1.5 half, but check it out. Nepo, one of their all-stars, just went down to defeat Tahik. Yes, and WR team is losing 2.5 half as I speak. Let's just catch up with what Jan has missed. Ooh, that move, bishop c3, looks great. Rook f3 resigns. Jan got outmaneuvered, outplayed.
Is it 2.5 half now, the score?
Correct.
I think that Alexandra Kosteniuk is going to bring the first victory for WR chess team in this
much
match.
needed
because
victory.
I think that she's completely winning here.
Right, okay, so that will still make it only 2.5, 1.5.
So we have to watch this match very closely. So.
Vincent is in play, as is Wesley. So we'll jump to the first board. Wesley already
They already drew, so let me check if we have all the results.
Oh my gosh, so that's 3 points. So this will be the first time that WR gives up any match point. They have been perfect up to this moment. And they need Vincent as well as Alexandra to win. And I'm going to bring up Vincent's game exactly at this moment. Where are you, Vincent? Duda is going to make a draw. They did already, I apologize. So Vincent, he needs to bail out his teammates and win a position that is, frankly speaking, a mess.
But I think that the position is completely different.
What do you mean?
Because yes, when I can see the live board, he is well. Now with the knight on c4, I'm not so sure, but I think he can bring his king.
Well, Vincent is just pushing his a-pawn to glory.
Yes, but look at the live board, Yasser. You know, this is...
Wow. So they've played so many moves, and, well, it's an exchange, and the a2 pawn still lives, so it must be winning for Vincent.
No, for the moment, white...
Is an exchange down?
Yes, is an exchange down, and is trying to build a fortress. So
it's a rook and knight versus queen.
Yes, so he is trying to hold this because white for the moment stays with the knight on c4 and the rook on d2. The king has to go.
So we'll keep an eye on the live board.
No obvious. So a draw in this game for white wins the match.
Yes. Right.
And
for
that
Armenia.
would change the complexion of the tournament dramatically. So Vincent has to win this game just for them to draw the match, just to tie the match.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
He has to play, I wanted to play like king h4, h5, g5, but then it's very dangerous. So maybe that's why Vincent played king h6, and he's going to play g5 next.
I think something happened there on the live board. That wasn't me. I think his idea of inroad is to go queen h2, queen h1. Yeah?
Could you update your board?
Yes, sure. So I think his idea is to go queen h2, queen h1, post his pawn on h4, and then get to play queen to b1, to c1, and eventually to c3. And I don't think the fortress holds.
Well, he just played rook to d1, and then g6 got played. He played his rook back up to d2.
Okay.
And now g5, looking to disrupt things. The clock is not his friend. He only has 25 seconds left.
Does Tur.
Yes, and Vincent with an extra time on the clock. These are the kind of positions you want to be able to make auto moves, and rook back to d1 is one of those auto moves. Rook d1, rook d2, as much as you can. But as you mentioned, yes, queen h2.
I think the black king needs to be on a better post as well. I know what he wants to. He wants to put his pawn on g4.
He played h4 already.
Oh, he already played h4. I was about to suggest that he wanted to play g4, queen h2, g3, and queen h1. He's already played the move h4. Could it be that he wants to use his king
That's why I wanted to put the king on h4.
and
but, you know.
a king on h4?
Yes, and then play g5, g4, king h2, and king g3, even
Right.
if it was possible.
Well, Ter is definitely playing only moves as he's bringing his rook
And
up
the
and down.
G4 move has been played. And again, he has that rook D1, D2 maneuver. So he's been gating time on the clock on every move there. And as long as he's just waiting for the moment when he can move his king to the queen side. Like if he could get his king to C2, but your queen H2.
Well, let's assume we start with
Maybe
queen h2.
now I can play rook f2. That's my only possibility because the d3 pawn was hanging. So, and my knight will be free now, so I can play king e2, knight d2. You have
And
to be
to try-
careful. So king
Careful?
e2.
Why careful? I'm trying to
So knight d2.
win. Okay, king g3, just knight f1 check, yes? So let's put you in a kind of
Rook f3.
pin.
Okay, guys, let's stay with the
Sure.
game, please,
Yes.
because they're going very fast. And Vincent is trying to outfox his opponent. He's been moving his king back and forth, somehow waiting for the right moment to dart his king into the game.
Okay.
And this is very hard to defend. Should I or shouldn't I? When does it happen? When? Very, very difficult. This angle doesn't quite give us the view of the board that we want.
But king
because
g4
pieces seems to be in the way. But king g4 was played.
Right, rook d2, king g4, I believe, is on the board. And I think Vincent's idea is he wants to play h3, g takes h3, and king f3.
Absolutely.
That
That's a
would be the
huge
dream.
problem. And rook
he's
d1
allowing
allows
it.
it. Rook d1 allows h3. What is he going to do about h3? No, queen h2 was played.
Wow, that looked like the perfect opportunity
King
to
f2
play
is forced, yeah? Or,
King f2, h3 now.
h3.
oh no, so h3, rook
He's
g1.
played rook to d2.
Oh no, he has to go back. But now you can swing your queen.
Can we start with king g3, Maurice? King g3?
Yeah, why not?
King g3?
No, my only issue is king g3, rook f2
Rook f2 once again.
might allow for that setup that Almira said.
No.
But
king,
hold on, he's already moved. Queen h1 check. We could come back and analyze the details,
Sure.
but queen h1 check, king f2, king f4. I don't think this position is going to hold. The knight just is just not active enough. It's sitting there really doing nothing. It's
clear.
just sitting there for now, and you're fighting your rook against.
He played e5.
Please, yeah. The knight needs to get back in the game somehow.
I think the move e5 in some ways is it takes away a potential of knight e5 as well. Here I think you're just running out of moves after, for example, a move like queen b1, gift me the pawn.
Yeah,
There
it's
we
bad.
go.
Yeah, I
That's-
just checked that all the other games are finished. So it's 3-2 for Armenia, and this is the last game.
And there
Knight
goes the
b2.
e pawn. Knight b2, king takes. And
e5, thank you for that button.
you're not going to be able to hold this position together anymore.
No, you're going to
This is over.
rook e2 check. Time a factor? Vincent
Sure.
looks like he's...
White's got much less time. It's a fact, all right. You're down material and you have no time on the clock. Now you need the worst kind of trick with your knight to get that queen. And he's played the move knight to a4, hitting a pawn. But that looks like it loses yet another pawn. No, queen takes. No, he could take on
Queen
e6
takes
at the
d3,
end.
knight takes c5. I'm looking at a move like c5, c4 in order to get a passer.
And he's taking
No.
the d3 pawn.
Queen takes d3 is good enough, says Vincent. Knight takes c5, and now the passer is very clear. I'll go queen g3 check and d3, or queen c3 and d3. That looks like it should win. Oh, queen g3 check.
No, there's no way you hold this position anymore.
Nope.
Now
Nope.
it's only if he blunders in some kind of strange way. But and with the knight on the board is always tricks, so Vincent has to watch out for that.
I think that move e5 that's the clincher, because we've got queen f4 check in response to knight e4. And talk about winning on demand. I mean, Vincent is going to get a big applause from his teammates here, as I'm just going to refresh my board again.
Rook F2, Rook F3 played. Rook F2 and King to G6, and then Rook F3.
Rook F2, King to G6, Rook to F3. Yep.
And the
We
queen
finally
just-
have some drama.
A little bit, a little bit. Where did the queen go? To
G5.
G5.
And now the knight comes back, but it's too little, too late. With
Knight to
queen
E4.
check.
And queen
King to E2 force, queen C2, knight D2 force. And Vincent played that last move like a confident man.
E4.
He knew that was a killer. Queen C2, check, knight D2, and E4. And that is all she wrote. Big time game.
the
Vincent getting a
first
pat on the
scare.
shoulder there.
Yeah, the first scare for WR. And like I said, a lot of handshakes as he had to win on demand, did Vincent, and he responded. Bravo, bravo. You were showing us this game of Richie Rapport. How did that craziness finish?
I have no idea.
You're my top agent in this matter, Maurice.
So what a match, 3-3.
3-3.
WR chess team draws for the first time in this
Gives
tournament.
up 1 point,
Yes,
a
gives
match
up.
point.
So we have to check if Freedom won against Sixpack.
Now Freedom was 3
3
points
points, yes.
behind, so they gained 1 point. So they're 2 match points behind. Freedom and WR have played
But-
earlier in the tournament, so Freedom can't play them.
Yes, so
sorry.
for the moment, I think that there are a lot of games
Still going on?
Yes,
I'm
still
sorry.
going on. That's why I don't have the results from. Yes.
Go up.
Go up. Yes.
Go to the top. Okay.
Go loose.
Vichy Anand is still going on. That can't be, can it? No,
I know,
I think
I
I
don't-
think we don't have game results because we don't have moves at the
I
moment.
just got the only information that that only Rapport is playing for the moment. So I will have
All
to
the other games have
fish for the results, but I
okay.
don't have them.
My board went kaput.
What did you do, Maurice? Be
I don't
nice.
Sometimes the machines don't like me.
These, this artificial intelligence.
Right?
You cannot tame them so easy, Maurice.
And there we have Richie Rapport. I actually don't have. Could you find Richie's game for me? Because it's nice that we have a beautiful video of them in the playing hall.
Yeah, but we need.
Richie has actually very expressive eyes, right? He sees things, and you can almost. It's like his eyes light up.
But I think the games are not getting updated.
We
Yes.
don't have the update of
No.
the game.
Oh, so you have problems too, huh?
Uh-huh.
So not just me, and that's it.
And
we
that's
don't have
it.
a problem
Richard
understanding
wins.
that for sure. And
Daniel looked very
Daniel
happy.
Dubois
He's like,
coming over there.
I don't know
Way
what
to go, dude.
Way to go. I think that might have been a key game for the match. Daniel, by the way, had won earlier. I saw that
But what
result.
happened in the game between Visha Anand and...
That I don't know. We're getting
I don't
an
have that
update.
updated either.
We left it. Vichy was clearly struggling. He was a pawn down.
I don't have that
So-
updated on my board. Just some technical difficulties. Building the drama.
Building the drama, indeed. And how did our young gentleman do?
Well, he didn't play this
That's
round.
right. He
Yes.
didn't play.
Yes,
He
yes,
was
sir, I
just.
think so.
We had an interview with a young French boy who is actually world champion for under 8-year-olds.
Actually,
And he was so confident, no stress. And I said, "Who's your opponent?" He says, "I have a rest day, a rest game."
the only results that I have is that team MGD1, who were chasing the leaders, they actually drew against Germany and France.
Okay,
So you see, they only got 1
That's not
point.
good.
that's not going to help them.
And Germany and France also only got 1
But
point.
we still do have drama because the Freedom team, if Freedom won, and we think they did,
I think now it is working. Let's have a look.
let's have a
Yes.
look. Okay, I'm going to try my
So we
best
need
to
the
bring up.
result in the first match.
I don't yet have. Okay, so first of all, Daniel Dubois, pardon me, did win. Secondly, I don't know what happened in the game of Vidit. This is. Wow. This is a very strange rook ending, I must say.
Yeah, that freedom game, they need to win to get to 17 points. We'll put them 2 points behind the WR team with 2 rounds to go. That's still catchable.
Yes.
Right.
If they won. That's
Yes.
the question right now.
Did
What
they
happened to freedom?
Nicely put. What happened to freedom?
Well, do you have the results? You know,
You don't.
it's not easy just to.
I'm more than curious about
Get-
the
get-
Vichy
We all
game.
are. We all are. That game
because
is huge. And we have no updates at the moment. I don't see it on my board here. There's no updates. Somebody tell us. The commentators want to know what happened in the matchup with Freedom and Six Pack.
Maybe yes, we can ask our live audience who have
Let me ask you, Yasser.
they have access to the playing hall.
What would you prefer? Freedom or a six pack?
Oh boy, let me think on that one. Let me think
Well,
on
I think
that
I
one.
know the answer from where he stands now. You know.
Where he stands now. You asked me 10 years ago, it might have been
Yes,
a different
it's not the same.
not
But
same answer.
The answer would have been completely different.
Right.
So
Right.
I think that's it's like I have no idea what's going on. As well, the tournament intrigue.
Well,
It will remain a mystery.
We
We're
need
not
help.
guessing.
We need
We're not
help because
guessing
we
the
don't have
results.
Wait a minute. I
Wait
got
a minute.
I got something. Hold on.
You got a guy?
Well, I don't have a guy, but I do
You know-
I do see a change on my board. And this is what I see for Anand's position, and Anand lost. Anand lost the game. Anand was down that pawn that he gave up way back
When?
where am I
From
going
the
back to?
opening.
Back here. Okay, let's see how this happened. We did not like him doing this, and his opponent managed to just very calmly take his extra pawn. So okay, I'm trading off pieces, and I'm just getting behind that pawn, and you are not going to win it back? What's the deal? Knight d5 runs into rook c5.
Exactly.
And then you have to take with this thing, and then knight c3, and you can't break the pin. A knight move coming to win your piece, so he couldn't do that. So instead he tried to bring his king closer, and now knight d5, rook c5, and again he couldn't take because knight here hits this one and threatens here,
Yes.
and you can't hold both.
Right.
So he had to play king e6, knight e4, and again he couldn't take, and every move he's challenged not to be able to take because of knight check and pick that one off. No, knight here, king here, no. Oh, maybe this check is a problem as well, something like rook a5.
I was going to say knight e4. Keep the knight on e4 for just a
Okay,
moment.
you wanna play rook
and
check?
play h4, perhaps. I don't know.
Keep him under lock and key because this move doesn't help, because you can just take. So, okay, he decided not to do that. Instead, he played h6, figuring I'm going to get that pawn, and his opponent said, you can have that
No.
one, give me the g7. Why couldn't he now defend g7? Because king here runs into that check.
Ouch.
But wait a minute, king here check, I can take, and take. So
Not
that's
so
not
well.
true.
Yeah.
Rook to g6, he played rook takes and gave away the pawn. What's wrong with this move? Maybe just rook,
Rook d6.
maybe here.
Knight takes rook c6, Maurice, and it's an eternal pin. You go king, Devin, I can go knight to c5.
That's annoying,
That is very annoying,
right? You cannot get out from under. Well, maybe you can. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad is what it is, because king here can run into something like,
Okay.
maybe even like check. Okay, let's see how the game ended now.
Sure.
He played rook takes, hoping to draw this position. His opponent said, I like knight endings. I really like this knight ending. Thank you very much for a free pawn. And Vichy played e4. Thank you very much. h5, knight moves, knight back. And after king f2, Vichy realized he's just 2 pawns down and resigned. What a game. What a win for white. And I'm sure that's a horrible result for Freedom. What do you have as other results? Dubov won his game, so that's even. This game ended in a draw, so that's 1.5-1/2. A win for Report.
That's 2.5.
So they're up.
Well, I do have the results now because they have been updated. But right now, Yasser, you have,
unfortunately, it's
this
just
position on your screen.
A draw for
But
Gukesh.
look at the result, yes. So it's a major upset also this round. I mean, it's an incredible result for his opponent. But this Gukesh was desperately trying to win this game because otherwise they drew the match.
Wow.
So Competence Academy All-Stars, they drew their match against the team from Rishon LeZion.
Wow, they are underperforming big time.
And so Six-Pack lost to Freedom, 2.5, 3.5.
Oh, so Freedom did win.
They did win, yes.
So they're
despite Anand losing.
Yes,
correct.
because they...
so they're only 2 points behind WR.
Daniel Dubov won, yes, Richard Rapport
So
won.
that's why Richard's win was so huge. That's why Daniel
people
was so excited. They closed the gap.
Right.
So as we know, Team MGD1 drew Germany and France, and Berlin Chess Federation lost to Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So let's have a look. Chess Bra, they lost to Columbus Energy, Kings of Chess. So a lot of interesting games there. What happened between Jules Moussard and Bahadur Jabava? Those two mavericks. Yes. No, I know what happened. Bahadur won, but I wanted to see the game.
Well, it took me a while to fish it out. So continue with the results for a moment.
Alpha Shaklins won convincingly against Ukrainian amateurs, 5-1.
Okay.
And yes, let's have a look. These are the most important results. Chess pensioners won 4.5, 1.5 against the team Chessemy. And FIDE management board lost against Schachverein Hammer, so 3.5, 2.5. It was a very close match.
Nice.
And as we know, WR Chess just drew Armenia.
Right. To maintain their lead, but their lead shrank to just 2 points. So if WR were to lose, Freedom to win, ooh.
So, Yasser, now you're in a perfect company.
I love it, surrounded. Katya, welcome. Nice.
Welcome, Katerina Lagno.
Yeah, how is it? How do you like the competition?
Well, I enjoyed it very much, but unfortunately our team doesn't do that well. We lost 4 matches with a very unfortunate score, 3.5, 2.5.
Always close?
Always close, yes, but well, it's about luck probably. So, but still 2 rounds to go, and we will try to win it.
Absolutely, Almira.
Well, Katerina, you yourself, you're having a wonderful turn. Okay, you scored 6.5 out of 9, even though I know that you're a perfectionist.
It's not enough.
What were your expectations before the event? Team-wise also.
Team expectations or my expectations?
Maybe we'll start with you.
Well, to help my team to score some points,
right,
and not to lose important games. But unfortunately, I lost one important one, and we lost a match. But well, it happens. So not more than that.
Right. Is it awkward to play on a team with your husband?
Well, it's better to play in the same team. Then, because we played recently in Dubai,
right?
And actually it was quite tough because I didn't feel he supports me.
Well, I'm so glad that you asked this question. Yes. Then my follow-up question is like, who is staying with the kids?
So, but well, so here there's for sure we are together,
right?
On dream team.
Dream team. Yeah. Lovely. This is their inaugural event. 3 days, but the 4 games are actually very tiring.
Yes,
it feels even more tiring than a single classical game. Is that your feeling as well?
Yes, it's true, because actually the break is very long. between the games, and you don't know you need to stay or to go back. So you lose a lot of energy during the breaks, and then still need to play. And yes, of course, it's my last games. It's just better you don't see it.
Better not to look.
Yeah, Katerina, and for the first time, there is a very impressive prize fund for the team event. You know, when we grew up, you know, we only played for medals. So, does it add to some nervousness? Do you feel pressure when you're playing for the prize money?
Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, 250,000.
Really?
prize.
Now, yes, now I feel the pressure.
Now that we mentioned 100,000.
Yes, but unfortunately, it's too late.
Too late to worry about the first. Did we mention the board prizes?
Yes, so do not scare our guest, you know.
Just saying.
She is easily spooked.
Easily spooked, yes. Yeah, the $1 million for the women, the best board for the women. I don't want to say anything more than that.
So many shoes, pairs of shoes going away.
Shoes, bags.
Right. So it's all good, though. You like the competition. It's been fun.
Yes, I enjoy it very much because it's rapid. You don't prepare too much, yes,
Right.
as for classical games. So, and just, we have a very good team, very good atmosphere, and just enjoy it.
Yeah, Katja, for me, it's an extraordinary event. It's a festival, especially because there's no stress on me to play. I get to be a commentator. But it's also marvelous in the playing hall to see so many great players. It's extraordinary. Do you find the same thing, to see so many great players? Or you're used to it?
Well, no, I cannot say I'm used to this, yes, but yes, of course, it's an honor to play near to Vladimir Kramnik, Vishwanathan Anand, and all the other great players, and you, of course, you want to show your best chess as you can, so yes.
So they will come over to your game and not
probably yes, but then you are just really scared.
It's a risk, yes, that you are taking, yes.
Exactly. Katja, thank you so much for joining us. It's a great pleasure.
Yes, good luck.
Good luck in the next few rounds. Wow. I'm going down the results, and I was just looking at Daniel Friedman lost. Really awkward game, I want to say. That hurts your team when you lose those type of games. As we're just going through the results because we had that glitch, if you will. I saw that, unfortunately for Elizabeth Pates, she lost to Maria, an important game. She was white, was Elizabeth, then this last move, rook b4. That's a visual.
Yes, Ren, I have the standings for you,
Please.
so we can discuss it. WR Chess is still leading the tournament with 19 points.
Out of a possible 20.
Yes, so they've...
After 10 rounds of play, I mean.
Yes, they've been playing very well so far, and only, the last match showed that, it is actually possible to beat them.
Yes, or at least a little wobble.
Yes.
You haven't shown that it's possible to beat them.
You've
only shown that you could tie them.
Yes, but they were on the brink of the defeat, so I
They
think
still didn't lose yet. So.
Right, okay, but go on.
So
go
then
on. More
Freedom
results.
is on the clear second, once again, with 17 points. But then there is a huge gap. So Team MGD1 is on the third place with 14 points. So there is 5 points between the first place and the third place. And
so that means there are only two teams that could win the tournament right now. And obviously Freedom is the one chasing WR Chess. They don't play each other because they've already played.
And obviously WR won in that match when they did play.
So Freedom is hoping that somebody else can nick the Giants.
Right.
So let me see what are the pairings, and then I will tell you. WR, here is our match. So we just had Katerina in our studio. So WR Chess is actually playing against Alpha Shek Linz, and they have an incredible squad. So
Right.
let me remind you
That's a
the
chance.
players.
yes, of this squad and the players. So as we know, we
It's
have
Maxime,
Vasheragrov, you have
Grishuk.
Alexander Grishuk,
Maksudlu.
Maksudlu Parham, then
Etienne Bacro.
Etienne Bacro, then you have
Katerina.
Katerina Lagno, and Mark, who we
This could be
interviewed
it.
just at the beginning of the tournament. So
Right.
maybe this is
This is the team that you need
This
to
could be
knock
it.
this is
them
our
off.
moment.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, we can get a little happy.
Right.
Maxime better bring out his best, as is Sasha.
I think everybody's got to bring the
This
best.
is a big time game.
Including Mark.
So Maxime is having the white pieces.
Oh, even
It's,
better.
it's actually, I think it's very important
Important against
yes,
Wesley,
in those
yeah.
matches.
And
So-
Nepo, by the way, took a bit of a bleed on the last game because
Right.
he lost. So
Exactly.
they don't seem so unbeatable anymore.
Right.
They-
Duda just made a draw with the white pieces.
Duda's made a draw, so okay. The
Little
momentum,
wobble at the
little bit
end.
of wobble, little bit of wobble could be a bigger wobble if they manage to lose and Freedom wins. Then it's tied going into the finals, the
Freedom-
final round. That would be
Freedom-
insane.
Freedom doesn't have an easy round as well because they're playing the chess pensioners. So
Wow. Okay.
Okay,
And-
but the Freedom's got some great players though. We've got Anand, Dubov, Vidit, and Report.
Right there.
And Shuvalova on board 5. So that's a
a
great
monster
lineup. The
squad.
pensioners, I think, will be considered
Underdogs?
the underdogs in that matchup. Dominguez, Anand is the pairing. Svidler versus Dubov. Kramnik versus Vidit. Sadvakasov against Rapport. I think that's an edge.
Edge for Richie.
Shuvalova versus Jovanka Houska. Got to give a little bit of edge to Shuvalova.
Okay.
And then the bottom board, we have Shapiro, who is rated 1947 with his opponent, if it's the same amateur, rated with no rating at all. We don't know what that means.
Right.
But I would say it is not easy
No.
at all. But they could do some damage.
Okay, the thing is that Nodirbek Abdusattorov was resting in the previous rounds.
Right.
And I'm thinking well, they cannot take Jan
No.
of
And
the team. So they have to have Wesley,
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, Jan. Jan Krzysztof is also playing very well.
So that will be their top 4.
Prague was resting as well.
That's the guy I'm
Yes,
scared
that's-
of.
So
okay,
you want
so
Prague in the lineup.
Prague
So
is
you got to
going to
take
play.
somebody out.
Prague's going to be in the lineup.
You got to take Jan out.
Yes, Vincent just won 2 games in a row.
You got to keep Vincent in.
we can play all 9 of them. They're all playing so well. You got to keep all of them. But that's not the point. The point is whether or not the ASV can bring their game. Alpha Shek, can they bring their A game? Because they will need to against this lineup. There's no question that the favorites, we know who the favorites are. No question.
But they have absolutely nothing to lose on
Who
that
doesn't?
against Alpha Shek. So there's just...
It's time to go.
Yeah.
It's time to go. Can they bring their A game? Because all of them can beat all the others on a good day.
Right.
And that good day, it better be right now.
Right. As we wind this down and we're going to take a break as we get ready for the next round, I just wanted to show you the finish of this game of Fabi versus Maxime for just a moment, because this is a really...
Maxime Rothstein.
Yes. A really, really nice finish by Fabi. One of the things that in chess you are loath to do is you are loath to give your opponent a great outpost. But check this out. The judgment that Fabi shows is just terrific here. F5, knight e5. And this knight is great on the e5 square, but look a little bit further. Rook f2, bishop d7, rook f1, rook e8. You've got a great knight, but check this out. Maybe you don't have such a great king. Move f6, bang. Came after f6, knight c4. Take my knight so that I could recapture on e4. No, says Fabi, you can have my queen. Let me take this pawn on a g7. You can't take the queen because I will promote, make another queen, bring my rook down. So what do? Well, in fact, he ended up resigning. But imagine he had taken the rook for just a moment. Queen takes h6. Rook takes, bishop takes. And Did you notice that your king has no guards, no protection? So a really, really nice finish there
And
by
no moves to guard the F6,
F6 square
or
either.
Queen H8.
It's gorgeous.
It's a pity this game was a bit too long.
A little too long.
A little
Well,
too
we
long.
had that glitch, so we couldn't really catch it all. But this was some nice action as we get ready for break, Almira.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful game. Thank you, Yasser, for showing it us.
Well, because Maurice wasn't looking around, and I had to take over there. Oh, sorry, Maurice. Ruh-roh. We're going to take a
Taking
break
over, yes.
as we have the championship rounds coming up for the World Rapid Team Championship. See you on the other side of the break.
Once a world champion, always a world champion, but Vladimir Kramnik is a different category, and he's joining us now here today at the start of the third and final day of the World Rapid Team Championship here in Düsseldorf. Vladimir, thank you for joining us. Before we start about the match, for those who obviously know you but are not following that closely what you're doing in recent times, what have you been up to? What are you working on right now?
Well, I'm helping some people in chess, and I've recorded courses, quite many courses on Chessable. We also made a chess educational application, Chess Legends, together with Hou Yifan and Darmen Sadvakasov. So it's a very good one, actually. I can recommend you to download it. And a couple of other projects outside of chess. So, and you see from time to time I'm playing a bit of rapid chess and blitz, not classical, but rapid blitz.
So what are the things outside of chess?
Oh, that's, yeah.
A secret project?
Not really secret, but took too long to explain. I mean, also working with DeepMind, we are still working on some project, trying, understanding AlphaZero. Well, long story, yeah, not for short interview, but also I'm visiting from time to time DeepMind.
So by the sounds of all of this, you're not really a chess pensioner.
A chess pensioner, not a pensioner, but definitely.
But you're still working on a lot of things, so it's not like...
I mean, I don't play, yeah. So that was the idea of our team, basically to get semi-retired or fully retired players, and 40 plus. That is.
Yeah, by your last board, that's a bit.
Well, the last board is we have a couple of kids.
That's the average is a bit important. But can one really retire? Like, can you really, in work, in business, people retire, people give up, but chess is. To be successful, to be a world champion, like in any sport, has to be passionate, you have to be dedicated, but this is a mind sport. Can you really switch off? So since you've stopped playing professionally, sort of you stop, I guess, preparing, or do you still prepare? Do you still follow the novelties? What is kind of the...
No, I don't even follow tournaments. I mean, I don't check games. Major tournaments like World Cup, I saw some games, but by far not all. So no, I'm not really preparing. So I'm retired in the sense of playing chess, and I can feel it. Yeah, when it gets down to seconds or a minute, then I have a problem. Yeah, like now in the game against Prague, yeah, I was winning, but then spoiled everything in time trouble. So Yeah, I mean, okay, also it's age, so no, I fully feel like I'm a retired player, I mean, and not that I really follow much nowadays chess. I mean, of course I know news, what is happening in the world of chess, but openings or some maybe openings, but definitely, yeah, not the games even. I even don't have a computer with me here, I mean, so.
It's a huge feast, especially for someone working with DeepMind. But you just mentioned the very tense game you had with Pragnanandra, and you said that's a generational divide there. Yesterday, I interviewed Fabiano Caruana, and we were talking a bit about the difference in generations. What do you make of this current generation in comparison to your generation? Obviously, the computers have made a difference, but what else is the difference?
Well, it's a long story. They just think differently. They're much more concrete. They calculate extremely well and don't make too many unforced errors. Much less than we did in our generation. But okay, chess is now advanced. Chess is different. So, but they're very good also. Yeah, people like Prague or Gukesh and some others are very, very strong. So it's a little different. That's why it's maybe interesting for them to play us and for us to play them, because it's a different approach. A little bit different approach. They defend much better in general. I mean, like you saw this game. Of course, it was, yeah, I mean, it was my fault mainly, but still, Prague, he was defending, he did what he could do, yeah, to try to save the game. So, yeah, it's a bit, chess is not the same anymore, yeah, it's different, no, again, not better, not worse, just different. So, yeah, it's hard to tell it, to formalize it in a couple of sentences.
You've mentioned that obviously this generation, they're more concrete, they work with computers, they calculate fast and better. Some have argued that the computers have taken away some of the mystery from chess and some of the creativity. Are these players in that respect a bit less creative and less imaginative than your generation?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, it's just that maybe strategically, well, our generation, not because we are better, just because it was the base of our play was strategy. Now, the base from the childhood, the talented players are more learning with computers, so it's more tactical, yeah? So it's a different set of mind. So maybe in a strategical game, they have still something to learn from our generation, but definitely we could not calculate as well as they do nowadays. Even Kasparov, I mean, even the best players. Of course, the level of calculation, the precision is higher than at our times.
Speaking about Düsseldorf in this event here, we have this different format where you have a woman player you have involved and also an amateur board. What do you make of this concept, and do you think this would improve the attractiveness of chess both for the media and to get more people involved?
I like the format, yeah. I mean, again, as an amateur myself, I like the format, and we have a very nice team. We're very friendly, and it's always nice to have an amateur, somebody. It's like a child, yeah, like a child in your family, so you're trying to help him, to give advices, rooting for him. Today, our last board finally scored the point. Christoph Baratia is a very good friend of mine. I knew he likes chess. He's really 1-7 player, but he is a 2,800 violin player, one of the top 10 probably in the world. And so he came here, I invited him, so he's enjoying. No, it's great. It's a great atmosphere. Also, it's a very well organized event. I mean, so everything is perfect, only that, yeah, we still have chances, but of course we wanted to be in top places, but we are just not strong enough for it.
And just one final point. You mentioned children, just to pick up on that. Obviously, we're now in a period of chess revival thanks to the Queen's Gambit and everything that happened. And a lot of people are teaching chess to their kids, and a lot of parents are also finding their way through chess. What would your advice be? What would be the mistakes to avoid when getting your child into chess?
You mean getting...
as a parent?
You mean just to teach chess, not as a professional, yeah? I mean, it's
a
different story, yeah? Just to introduce your child as a general part of general culture and as a useful thing to develop your mind and to develop certain qualities which will be helpful in life in future, or to be a professional player, yeah? That is something quite different.
And if you want to take your child on a professional path, how is that to be done? From what are the mistakes to avoid early as a parent?
Well, the usual mistake is trying to force things, trying to get concrete results as quickly as possible. To put pressure on the child and, to be very, to try to get it here and now. That is a very typical mistake of many parents because, it's again, if you want your child to be a professional player, let's say top player, frankly, what's happening when he's 7 or 8 doesn't matter so much. The most important that the child is improving and, like chess and enjoying it and improving. And the results, first place or third place, doesn't matter. I can tell you I've never won a Soviet championship, a junior championship. And who won? Tivyakov won once, and people like this. Okay, you probably are more famous than Tivyakov nowadays. So, and I was not even probably considered the most talented kid. One of the, by the way, we just spoke today during breakfast with Peter, just remember it sweetly, remember it times. Maybe the most talented junior in our times was considered to be Sakaev and Tivyakov. 2 players who are around 2,700. So again, it's time will put everything on its place. So just take it easy because it's also a child. If you put too much pressure, it's definitely not going to be good for him. But also it can be a problem in psychological sense. So that is unfortunately quite often happens, and that is something which is, I believe, very important to control, to help, but not to ask, maximum results immediately and not to put too much pressure. Because believe me, chess, especially for a child which takes it seriously, it's a lot of stress already. Winning, losing. I remember myself when I was a child, when I was very small, I was even crying after losing. So it's a lot of stress, and adding it, that's not recommended.
And to wrap it up, finally, just AI and chess, just once more, and that thing. Who is better at explaining chess? AlphaZero and this AI that is coming along, or is it still the human touch, which is best to understand?
Of course, the human touch is better. If it's a right human touch, of course. It still will take time before AI would be able to explain, things in the way as many grandmasters can do. But by the way, in our application, we are using AI assessing the level of a person who is studying it, and by the time he or she spent solving positions by the games, and then it would give recommendation, it would kind of give a material according to a concrete place. So it's starting, but again, it will take some time. Anyway, if you have Magnus Carlsen, Garry Kasparov as a trainer, I think it's better than any AI altogether in the world.
Thank you very much. Lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
The Indian players have a very strong presence now in the chess world, but also here in Düsseldorf, where team MGD1, made mostly by Indians, is currently in 3rd place, just on the start of the final day here in Düsseldorf. And now we just had an Indian duel between this team, MGD1, and Sixpack. So let's see what one of the team members from MGD1 has to say, Nihal Sarin, who just won his game. Nihal, thank you for joining us. First of all, your team is doing well here. Yesterday was a bit of a tricky day. You lost 2 matches, but still you're 3rd place here. How do you assess the competition here?
I think we have to win the rest of our matches to fight for 2nd or 3rd. But yeah, we'll just try to not to take any pressure and just have fun.
I see the team VR Chess, they're dominated. They won all 8 matches. Do you find that a bit surprising given their team structure, or because there are other strong teams here as well? So
it's surprising they won absolutely all, but it's not a huge surprise.
In terms of the format here, obviously there's an amateur board, there's a women player. Does this format suit you? Do you think this is a good format for chess events? And would you like to see it in more, let's say, serious competitions?
Yeah, sure. I think it's very interesting.
And for you personally, how does the psychology of play change when you're playing not for yourself but for a team? Are you more cautious or less likely to risk than when you were playing for yourself? Or
Yeah, maybe a bit more cautious or sometimes more aggressive depending on the situation. But yeah, generally, I just try to play my game.
now, obviously, this was a duel between two Indian teams. Effectively, you all know each other well. So you come from the same country, but India is a vast country, so you don't often maybe see each other that well or train together. But do you really have a sense of competition when playing against one another, or is it slightly less when playing against your countrymates than comparing to, let's say, playing someone from the States or somewhere else?
No, not really. There is. Don't think too much about competition.
So you just focus on the game.
It's just any normal game.
I want to ask you this. India has a huge number of young up-and-coming players. Prague has obviously made a strong mark here in the World Cup in Dubai just last week. Yesterday I interviewed in this very spot Fabiano Caruana. We were talking about new generations, which generation of chess is strongest. And he called this the youngest generation, the current generation where you belong to. And as you're 19, right? As the engineers, those who grew up with a computer. Which, in your opinion, which chess generation was strongest, and is your generation the strongest chess generation ever?
I don't know. Maybe around 1990s is very strong. Like all the top players, or most of the top players, are 90 to 95 or around that range, I think.
Well, we have here Vladimir Kramnik playing, and obviously he is a big name of that generation. So what does that, so to say, older generation have? When you compare the two generations, we compare your generation and the previous generation, apart from obviously the use of the computers, is there any other difference very noticeable which you can point out to?
I don't know exactly, but I guess just because of the advancement in computers mainly, I think the newer generation, I think the quality is a bit better.
Because of the computers, they dictate everything. But do computers sometimes dampen the creativity?
That for sure.
And is that a problem, or how do you overcome that? How do you deal with that?
It's hard to say. It's definitely there is some problem because it's like earlier people used to analyze together and find some great ideas, but now that no longer really works. You can just switch on Stockfish and it's immediately refuted.
So, but has that also diminished the social side of chess as well? Because before then, players would spend more time together, talk together. Now, I see people just immediately leave and then stick to their computers.
Yeah, sure. But also, computers have brought in a lot of new interesting ideas as well, like this pushing the H-pawn or.
When you want to train, obviously you use a computer, but do you also like to sit with your other fellow players and discuss ideas together?
Sure.
And have you ever got anything which you have not got from a computer by listening to other players?
Yes, for sure. The computer cannot. You need that human element, I think, for practical play. Computer doesn't really understand what can be difficult for a human.
Clear. Well, thank you very much, and we hope you have good 3 rounds remaining. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Düsseldorf. The 1980s were a great time for chess and a time of great rivalry between Karpov and Kasparov, who dominated the chess scene for many, many years. There were a lot of players behind, Timman, Sokolov and others, but also one of them was Artur Yusupov, who had a very strong influence on the chess then and throughout the years and even to today. And he's joining us right now. Artur Yusupov, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. What do you make of this tournament here in Düsseldorf?
I like it very much. It's very interesting. I am here in some official position as a member of appeals committee. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to do so far. I hope it will stay like this. It's very friendly atmosphere. People are very happy to be here in Düsseldorf to play each other. It's some fantastic players I really enjoying it maybe more as a spectator. And it's nice to see friends, nice to see many people in different playing categories, yes, and not only great champions like Anand or Kramnik or fantastic players like Caruana, but also some old friends whom I probably haven't seen for a couple of years or maybe more. Yeah? Just to meet them here. It's very nice, very nice atmosphere, beautiful hall for chess players, very good organization. So
You mentioned the
happy. Yeah.
you mentioned the atmosphere. What was the atmosphere like in the 80s when you were playing at your height? What was the atmosphere in the 90s, obviously? What was the atmosphere like then?
Well, I think for me it was much more tense because I was competing with very strong players and you have to give your 100%. The rapid tournaments generally they are a little bit more relaxed. Although I see, of course, there's also very good prizes and people are giving their best also in these games. But somehow, because it's shorter and then you can switch and you can play maybe many rounds, so you don't have time to really to think about your losses. Yeah? You have to concentrate on the next game already. So that's advantage of the rapid format. I guess that most of the players taking it a little bit more easily because you have an opportunity immediately to correct your result.
But then again, we've seen some very surprising twists because we have this amateur aspect and we have these players who are not the top raw of chess. So we had a surprising draw in round one where Caruana drew with, I think, a 300 or 500 points lower rated player. What do you think about this element of adding amateurs and not top professionals into the mix?
No, I think that what makes the special atmosphere of this event, and that's what probably the reason why so many amateur teams are taking this chance. Yeah, when you can play Caruana or when you can play Kramnik or Anand. It's a good opportunity. And that's an event for them. Yeah, so this is a really special event.
But it could be a bit of a slippery slope for the top professionals because obviously they don't know the players who they're going to come across and there could be a lot of surprises.
But also in the rapid, it's always possible to have a bad day or bad game. Yeah? So it's no guarantee. It's very difficult to keep concentration, and many is a question of today's forum, and sometimes maybe lucky punch. Yeah? That's as you said. For some amateur players a chance to score against grandmasters.
Speaking about the difference in generation, this is one theme which is developed from an interview I did yesterday with Caruana, and now I see players and the public are picking that up. Which chess generation, in your opinion, was the best chess generation, looking throughout?
Well, it is very difficult to compare. Personally, I think that my chess generation with Kasparov was good, but also there were Gaians really before us, like the players like Geller, Spassky, Tal, Korchnoi, this fantastic generation. But I like the modern chess. I like the young players. We see some really fantastic players coming from India, and also young players like Vincent Keimer from Germany, from some other countries. And they are younger and they play very fighting, interesting chess. So I think maybe this could be the best generation we had, actually. They have potential.
And do you think better generations will come, or will chess reach, thanks to computers, will it plateau? Will it reach the top and that's it?
Well, it's difficult to say because I see a lot of very young players are coming. We can see them also in this tournament. I see it in Germany, so we have some very nice players, very young, and They are inspired maybe by Vincent Keimer and the previous generation. So it is possible, I think it is still possible to make a progress. And I think we are learning a lot also from computer and from computer chess. So there's still some interesting times for us.
And in terms of the social aspect, I knew some older chess players or from your generation who would often say, like, back in the day, we used to spend a lot of time together. We socialized, went for drinks, we went for lunches, dinners together. It was different. Now they all go to their rooms and stick with computers and nothing, and that's their best friend. Is that really like that, or what was the socializing like in your time?
I'm not sure that it is much different. I think we have generally good contacts with friends, but I see the young generation, at least the young generation of German players. I could watch them in Dortmund. They were playing a big open event. Now they are playing a team like Germany and France, yes. And they're sticking together. They are all going together for dinners and spending a lot of time together. So I think it's still a very special atmosphere in the chess tournaments.
But when you're a chess pro at top level, especially like you were, does socializing help you or distract you?
It is maybe both. It is a question of level, yeah, and you need also time to work maybe on your own, but you can get a lot of inspiration if you have good chess friends. And in many cases it is very inspiring to work with somebody else, and I think it is generally it's still to advantage if you have a group of players, because they're helping each other, and they all will be better. So we are blessed now in Germany to have a group of young players who are working together and moving forward. So I see also in India the same situation, and so I see basically a good future for chess.
Finally, how does chess inspire you today?
Chess indeed is my life. I am actually very excited today with all these new opportunities to online to see big events. So you don't need to travel to see the games live. You can switch on TV or switch on the computer in your room. It is a lot of opportunities also.
Artie, super lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the World Rapid Team Championships 2023 here from Düsseldorf, Germany. I am Yasser Sarawan. I'm with Almira and Maurice. Guys, it's been great as we are getting ready to call the championship rounds. We've played 10 of the 12 rounds. The 11th round is coming up in Almira. Suddenly, we've got a little wobble at the top. WR, who had been crushing the field, has just given up their first one match point, and they're only leading by 2 going into these 2 championship rounds. Tell us where we stand.
So what I wanted to say is that suddenly this tournament is looking like one of the Puccini's opera. You know, he was such a brilliant composer, but for him, it was also very important that the public, you know, is going through all of the emotions. There's always someone thrown off the cliff, you know, like in the Greek tragedy. So someone is dying. There is tragic love, drama everywhere, and so he cared about his audience, and he often thought about this, whether like what to include or not. So now we have the team WR Chess playing against the team Alpha Eshek Linz, and we have a lot of drama. So if they lose this match and Freedom wins their match, so they're going to be tied going into the last round.
So let's sum it up. We have 19 points out of a possible 20 for WR. Freedom stands at 17. That's 2 points behind. And the Freedom team is saying, somebody please knock WR out. And this round, right here, right now, WR is facing a very challenging opponent. Who are they facing?
So they're facing Alpha Eshek from Linz.
Yep.
And I will ask Maurice to tell me what does he think about their lineups.
Well, let me tell you something.
Gangsters.
Well, let me tell you something.
Maurice is the original gangster.
I went back. We were back in the VIP room, and I saw this team. I saw Maxime, Maxime Vachilagrov, who I have not spoken to since the event started, because all these stars, everybody here, plus we're here doing commentary, full on blast. So I never got a chance to say hello, Maxime. Comment ça va? He looks up. He's playing some card game on his phone. So I said, Maxime,
chill.
You have to win this round. And he's like, what? Huh? I said, you have to win. You're up against WR, the big dogs. And he goes, oh, we've lost 4 matches already. We're not doing so well. I turned into a coach. I said, Maxime, you can play spoiler. And all of a sudden, Katerina Lagno, who's on this team, walks over. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, we play against WR. She goes, really? What? So
Hou
she's
Yifan.
excited.
That's how you recognize the real warrior.
You know what I mean? Like, and she goes, what color do we have? We have white. What?
Right.
So now at least she can put some fire in their belly so they can fight for this. And I think then Maxime was like, okay, a little challenge.
Okay.
So hopefully that, I did see Etienne Bacro sitting there as well.
Right.
And he was playing on his phone. I mean, everybody's playing on their phone these days. But he looked like, okay, maybe I might be interested. You know, he dropped a bomb. You know, the only one who was studying was that little guy.
Mark. I saw that.
He was on the computer studying, like, I'm going to win my game. I don't know about these idiots.
And
I got to win my game.
By the way, it's not a joke, because I walked by. It was amazing. He was scrolling through the game as if he was on some warp drive. It was...
I'm telling you, it's the most serious one.
I was
he hasn't had enough experience to be jaded yet.
Right.
You lost 4 matches. Who cares?
Let's
we
go.
got another one to play. Let's go. So that, hopefully there's enough motivation on that team now. I'm not going to give myself... I'm going to give myself the credit if they win, actually.
By the way, I had an idea. Well, he's playing against Vadim, and maybe he will impress him. So Vadim might get inspired, actually, about his young talent, and who knows?
Who knows what?
Maybe he can sponsor him.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I think that.
Why a German is sponsoring a French? I don't really know.
Why not?
But let's see if he sponsors them. If if the kid rocks his world.
Yes,
Let's see how
exactly.
that works.
That's exactly.
And then on board 2, the fight for silver, the fight for bronze, that's also intense. Tell our viewers, Elmira, who's fighting for the silver and bronze?
I mean, you're saying fighting for silver. Silver.
Is Freedom got it there?
Freedom is very close to locking it up. They're 3 points ahead.
Yes,
right?
but they're still hoping for gold. So
Of
you
course,
never know.
They're
no, I
fighting for
know.
gold. They're
So
fighting
you
for
think
gold.
the
For gold.
silver and gold are gone? Now it's a question of fighting
I don't
for
say it's
the
gone.
bronze?
Obviously, if Freedom loses, then gold is secured already
For
for sure for
WR.
WR, and they're only a point ahead of the opposition, so
Gotcha.
they'll be in a tricky situation. I just think this round is really about whether or not the tournament sustains any drama at all
In the final.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. But the next battle is really for bronze.
Okay, because there's a prize fund. The players are fighting. They're competitors. There's a prize fund. There's $250,000. Or is it euros? I'm sorry. Is it dollars or euros? It
Dollars.
doesn't-
You know,
dollars,
actually,
let's
I've
say.
been studying the regulations during the break because
Yes.
I was, of course, curious to know what is happening if two teams are tied for the first prize. There's some complex algorithm I don't want to even to get into. I will have to ask.
It sounded
I hate
complex.
these tie breaks.
I will
It
ask
sounded
the chief
complicated.
arbiter. I think
But we
if the
do
situation
know
will arise.
the first point is
First criteria?
match points, and again we
The
do
first
have
tie break is match.
points. That's going to
Was that
determine.
true?
Yeah. So 19. If WR wins both matches, they've
That's
won.
not a tie break. That's called winning.
Well, okay, that's winning. Thank you. Next, second. The second I thought was game points, but now I'm not that sure anymore because of this complicated.
It's not game points. It's like some kind of how you did, how
Right.
the total of somebody else and their grandmother back on the 15th board and then
Secured victory.
I mean, what? Huh?
What? Right.
If the commentators who collectively have a bunch of years of experience, us a little bit more than you, Amir, to be sure, can't read. And by that I was a
tiebreaker.
compliment. You know, we're a little bit older.
No, but I wanted to say that, that to my defense, I am the only one here who is still playing the tournament. So how do you like
Ooh,
that?
Smacked
huh?
you down.
Take
How do
that.
you feel? How do you feel?
She said the only one. The word only. At any rate, that's
We're at the
because
divide.
she's still a glutton for punishment. Is what she is. Holding
oh.
on to her youth.
Wait a minute.
We already
We're
gave up on
talking
that
about-
a long
we're,
time ago.
we're talking about a French champion here. No. I'm telling you, she's serious. She's serious.
Oh, no.
about it.
We know she's a player.
Right.
Chess player, that is.
Yeah.
But listen, the tiebreak should simply be if
When
we're
we
tied.
played.
When we played, what happened?
You won.
Oh, man, then I should win.
I
Done,
agree.
Right? That's an easy tiebreak.
That's it.
We tied right now, 19 or 22 to 22 or whatever the number is.
But
But
you
when you
beat
and me
me.
played each other, you know what happened. We spanked you. We're taking the trophy home.
Agreed.
That's the simplest tiebreak. Why isn't that the first tiebreak?
I don't understand it. And we are off.
All
by
right,
the
well,
way.
let's hope there's no tiebreak and it's decided for real. And there we see it.
MVL is not playing against Wesley So. Wesley So is sat this one out. And let me see.
And Nepo is back after a bad loss, playing against a guy. Is that his good buddy Grishchuk across the way?
It is. It is. I'm
They've
just
played each
finding
other
their game.
quite a few times. Have these two players. And Duda on 3 against Maksudlu. And there you see on board 4, that's a big time matchup. They've got to survive that one. Back row against the young phenom Pragnananda. That's a game. They've got to save that game.
Right.
If they're going to have a chance to win this, they've got to save that game.
Do you remember that Etienne won a brilliant game against Richard Laporte?
Yes, that sacrifice on G3, that was
And
a visual.
He's actually the record holder of the national titles. He's won the French championship 8 times.
Wow.
So
that's impressive.
a warrior.
I don't think Pragnananda cares.
Well, you need to impress him with something.
Right? This is my greeting card.
We need something. We need something from that board to be dramatic. And there goes Hou Yifan playing against Katarina Like. No, another big time matchup. this is just amazing. This squad right here. This could be what decides what, and it's going to be up to this team. They've lost 4 matches already, so they're not doing well. They're just not doing well. And we see the other side.
Mark,
Look at
Mark versus
Mark.
Vadim.
He was on the show relaxing with you two before,
Right.
but now look at that look he just gave Vadim. Like,
What do you think about your position, dude?
like this kid is in the zone.
Whoa.
Must be a
And
thrill
Mark
for
has
him.
played King F8. That's how did he get his king on F8? It was a check and check. He got tricked in the opening, did Mark, and I think
No, I don't-
Vadim is going to be
This
very
I don't
happy.
think that he was tricked. I think that this is one of the modern
Really?
lines. Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
I think this.
Wow, okay.
But it's a very tricky line, yes, sir.
I got the 2 bishops.
Okay, so castles happen.
Right? Castles.
And not only he gave the 2 bishops, he gave you the other one too.
Normally,
Bishop
yes.
Bishop takes C3. He hasn't gotten the memo about those double pawns.
Right?
And takes. He played instantly, but it's. And what did he do now? Did he make a move?
Well, I'm not
there's
sure
a-
about
if-
this position.
No, the knight is still on C6, so Mark
No,
is thinking.
It's definitely his turn to move. So this is a critical board. So far, there's some dynamics that look to favor white here. Or maybe it's not just dynamics, but actually strategic pluses. The 2 bishops, the light square, D5, under control, and Mark doesn't seem...
I think
You
it's
have
a
to play
pin, too.
H6
The
first.
pin as well.
The pin is the one that is so annoying for me. It's like you'd never really want to play queen d7 and allow bishop takes c6.
Yeah, but now
Bishop
that I
takes
think
f6.
maybe you should allow this, and then your king can find shelter on e7. Let's
so
say maybe I
you
shouldn't
go
play h6.
here,
Yes. okay.
takes, and just for argument's sake, I'm going to play a move, and then maybe your king will find shelter
Yes.
on e7.
So what do you
Okay.
think?
I'd rather be white.
But then I can play knight a5, b6, rook c8, and double my rooks on the c file. There is no way you're getting to my king here.
As long as those double pawns are sitting there, yes, you're not convincing yes, sir. of
I'm
anything.
hardwired. Let's go take a look at some of the other boards. Let's jump to the game of Katja. And Hou Yifan, Hou Yifan is essaying a French defense, and we have an advanced French defense. And I've seen Alexander Grishuk, the husband of Katja, playing the white side of the advanced French very, very well. So she's obviously well-versed in this position. And knight g6, as a big theoretical dispute is brewing in this game. We're going to go up the board to Prague versus Etienne, our 8-time French national champion. But kind of a very different... Okay, this is a London, and it suddenly starts to look a little bit like an isolated queen pawn, but it's not. For the moment, it's 5 versus 4, 2 versus 2, and Prague clipped off a pawn on c7. Yes, I agree. Black has a lot of development and probably some very reasonable compensation for the pawn, but it is a pawn.
Well, I love the development. You know me.
Of
I know you love
course,
pawns.
and I love the pawns.
So this would be a battle here, but I think that...
Both players happy?
Yeah, I think that black will be... Well, first of all, white has to play... It takes 2 moves for white to get developed. Well, castled anyway.
Castled, let's say,
So
yes.
black will get 2 moves quite soon. Also, whose turn it is it? It's white to move.
White to
If
play.
you play
So,
bishop,
for example, let's go.
Bishop e2, the move I want to play is some kind of bishop a... I can't even do what I really want.
Tell me. Say it, Maurice. What do you want?
I want to attack your B pawn is what I want to do.
And my bishop is lurking. That's what you're saying.
and I don't know how to get it there. Okay,
Right.
so let's clarify the situation, but you're going to castle. Let's just do C3 and see what happens.
Exactly. C3 takes, bishop takes C3. And if I move my rook to D1, I'm walking, or I'm encouraging bishop C2. So let me just waltz my rook to C1 for the moment. So again, if it's my turn, I'm ready to castle. So whatever you got to do it now.
And again, my rook can't do what he wants. That bishop on g3 is annoying.
Truly, truly.
And if you're going to castle,
That's
what
what
if
you're
I had
facing.
gone after your bishop? Now that I'm going
Let's
back.
go back.
Maybe that's what I should have done instead. Maybe knight
H4, H5.
Maybe knight h5 instead.
I'm out of dodge. You take my bishop. Again, I'm feeling you. You once you get a position where you can.
No, but my bishop on
bring-
e4 is hanging here, so that
I apologize. You're
that
right.
tempo was too much.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, if you could get your rook to b8, I feel
that's
where
what
you're going.
That's what I want, but I can't.
So
make it-
right here, that's okay. Oh no, it's not okay. Bishop e4. I do have e4 ideas.
It's
All
a
right.
tempo short.
You're close, no question about it. Let's go up the board. We're going to go to Parham versus Duda. Ooh, this is like one of those crazy Joko piano games where you've expanded on the queen side with b4 and a4. This bishop is lurking on this diagonal. What's your impression, Almira? Do you like white? These positions, my brain turns to mush. I've been seeing them so often.
Well, they're very often evaluated as slightly better by the computer because you have this space advantage on the queen side.
Yes.
But after queen c2, what happened? It was
Well, we just see the last few moves,
Yes.
but I just wanted to say that black did advance his central pawn to d4. And this move, knight h5, is a clear siren calling that black is looking at the rook up and over, the rover, rook to g6, knight to f4, gift me the pawn on g2. And don't forget, this bishop is lurking. So if you thought for a moment that you could play g3 and king g2 and get a nice king side, you're going to have your world rocked when you see takes, knight takes g3. And thanks again to this bishop lurking on this diagonal.
But after knight h5, and especially with d4 included, this position has become incredibly concrete. So
Yes.
probably you will have to play b5 here.
Okay.
Yes, b5, and you need to take on c3 because otherwise, like knight e7 is not really an alternative here.
Agreed.
So bishop c3, then
Knight d4.
knight d4.
Knight or bishop?
Well, here I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to
okay.
recap. You can decide if you want to take this guy or not. And I was going to capture with the queen. I am dropping
Yes.
c7, but I am looking at the possibilities of rook g6 and knight f4.
So maybe I can include knight b3 first.
Knight b3, you forced me to drop back with the queen. I'm not sure where. Let's
maybe
say
rook
d8.
c1
Okay.
here.
Rook c1, rook c8. Again.
Knight c5, winning.
Right.
something.
But it's all about your activity on the queen side, starting with your move b5, and it's all about my activity on the king side, starting with knight f4, rook g6. Big game. And
But
Maurice,
yes, sir, I think this is the live position. It's exactly what we analyzed because I just had a look
That's
at
because these guys are really good. Once a broadcast. We
Well,
get that in cheapo.
We are
get-
not off our game, at least. you
No,
know,
we're
that-
not terrible.
We're
not terrible.
suggesting.
I'm just going to go
good
quickly
moves.
to Nepo and Grishuk. This is an interesting game. It's like an exchange Slav where white has already castled queenside. H2 is hanging, two bishops. I like white slightly.
Where's
Nothing-
Nepo?
Pardon?
Where's Nepo?
He's
where's
not at
Nemo?
the board.
Or
Where's
Finding Nemo?
Nepo? Yeah,
Finding
Finding
Nepo.
Nemo.
Like where's Nepo? Is he that confident in this position, or he knows his customer, Mr. Grishuk,
Right.
likes to think? So just
But-
move away from the board and let him stew and tick some seconds off his clock.
You know-
Oh, wait a minute, Duda's getting up too. That WR team is pretty confident.
I just wanted to say, psychologically speaking, because you've mentioned the psychology in chess, Almira, when I'm playing against an opponent like an Alexander Grishuk, who really likes to take a lot of time thinking, I've discovered that thinkers like to think alone. So when I'm sitting at the board, they almost feel compelled to make a move. But when I'm away from the board, They don't feel that pressure from the opponent, so they really use a lot more clock. So oftentimes when I'm playing a thinker, I like to move away. Let them spend 10 of the 15 minutes on move 8. I don't care. Go for it.
And they might forget.
They might forget.
Have to make a move.
Finally, as I just go to the first board, MVL. How many times did MVL win the French championship?
They didn't play that many times. I think Maxime has 2 titles under his belt.
Only two. Here, I'm kind of liking MVL's position. He's got.
He must be too, because he just got up too.
Psychological warfare.
What's going on with these two teams? Maurice, I know you've been anxious to jump in. Take it away.
Well, I just want to play a shocker for you.
Please.
You got to tell me how you feel about this, because it looked to me to be a shocking move, but maybe it's just pretty deep. And we're going to see something amazing happen. In this position, you suggested bishop e2, try to get out of the middle, right? Natural. Bishop e2, get your king out of the middle. What about keep your king in the middle with king to d1?
No. That wasn't on my agenda, no.
Right? I knew it, shocker indeed.
No.
And now the move c3, takes, rook moves. Yeah. Now you might take this bishop. You can't have my bishop. He said bishop back.
Bishop a6
and
is
now
a
I
tempo.
play bishop a6.
That's a very sweet tempo.
And his opponent said, you can have my rook.
What?
I've got the 2 bishops. This was planned. Give up the exchange and have this passed pawn. And you still haven't really quite consolidated as you're giving up your light square bishop.
What?
That is quite a bold statement, unless he just blundered bishop a6. But there you have it.
No way. Don't believe it. Okay, continue the line first, Maurice.
Well, by the way, Prague has not moved yet, as he himself is surprised. He's not as sure as you are at the moment, but he could take and take.
Rook c2. Give
and now
me the
rook
bishop.
c2. Bishop's hanging, so we're not going to do anything foolish that I can see, blah, blah, blah.
You're backing up.
You've got to back up. Agreed.
Okay, king e2, and I'm looking at rook c1, and that looks game over. That's just, I'm winning the house.
That looks like a big house you're trying to win there.
Big house.
That bishop d5 looks like a horrible blunder.
It does. This certainly looks all white all day. Etienne has mistimed something here. He
Definitely has.
He got thrown off.
Unless this knight can help, but I don't see.
But was he forced to play bishop d5?
No, I don't see how to save this position. Looks busted.
It looks like an extra exchange, right?
It really does.
A good
exchange.
Really does.
I don't see what to do.
Wow. Okay, so
that's a terrible result. That, although not an unpredictable one, obviously we knew there was a big advantage on that board, and they needed Etienne to save the position in front of them. He just had to, if they want to win this match. But they also had a big advantage on that board. Prague against back row was an edge for Prague. So we're not surprised. We didn't want to see him lose like this, or obviously just be down. But it's not a shocker that Prague would win this game.
Exactly. I'm just bringing up to date the game between Jan and Alexander Grishuk once more, as this was a Slav defense with bishop f5 and knight h4, as the last move was rook c8. Intriguing. For me, when I'm holding the 2 bishops, I'm looking to blast open the center to try to get my bishops going if I can. The desirable move e3, e4 is going to need some preparation. And to my eyes, the move knight e2, intending e3, e4, seems the most natural way of play. Maybe on a really good day, I can somehow double up as well. Somehow, neither player seems to be worried about rook takes h2, but I do admit rook takes h2 is certainly a possibility. I could play the move h4, anticipating your castling as well. Keeping an eye on this one, Maurice, you've got the MVL game, board 1, table 1.
Yes, absolutely. And this matchup, obviously we have to follow it closely all the way through, because if WR wins this match, it's over.
Right.
It's done. There's no chance. A tie match, okay, there's some intrigue in the last round. But if they win, they are the champions, and it's just done. And everybody else is fighting for second and third places. So we're going to keep our eyes on this one. Abdusattorov, again, the memo about double pawns, yes. He just played rook with his knight under threat, and with what looks like a viable move. Isn't that a move?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks reasonable, playable. He said, I don't care about us thinking double pawns. You can crack my structure if you want to by taking on f6.
Wow.
Just straight bold. And Maxime said, well, I'm a little older than you, and double pawns counted in my day, sonny boy.
Sonny boy.
But he took, and now some exposure here, some weakness. But how do you deal with this pin, the pressure on this square, and your weakened c-pawn as well? The bishop on g2 is not exactly a superstar in the position. Not easy to see where it's going, where it's headed, and even where you would drop it if you had a chance. If you just picked it up and put it somewhere, I don't see where to put it. Maybe on d5, that's never going to happen. But I think that black has sufficient sustained activity, given that white cannot exploit the king side in any way. There's no way to exit stage right, bring the pieces to this king. So the king is perfectly safe, and black is just fighting straight for the key files, key diagonals, key pressure. I gotta say, black looks perfectly fine here.
If I may, I mean, bring the big
Queen E2,
with the big body over. Queen
away.
E2, Queen H5, Bishop H3. You're right, my bishop on G2 is not contributing.
So Queen E2, I think, is
Queen E2
the key move.
Are you sacking pawns already, yes?
Yes.
I didn't want to, but you told me bishop takes B3, A B3, queen takes B3. You might get me excited about that bishop F5 possibility.
It's still a long ways off, but you're right, at least here. Maybe I hide here.
Right.
And hide on the E7 square.
So I should keep material on the board. Rook on D1
Rook
to
D,
B1.
yes, exactly.
Right?
Okay.
You can take on C3. Let's go Queen H4, win a tadpole back.
Win a tempo, okay, I'll defend everybody. No, wait,
Ooh,
sorry. I don't wanna
that's
defend
not
that
everybody.
one. I'll defend this one.
Okay. And give me your H-pawn.
All right, what's the situation? Body
I'm a
count.
pawn down. I'm a
You're
pawn
a pawn
down.
down. I know you don't like being a pawn
I
down.
don't like it.
I can't play B6 because what?
That's a rook. That's a skewer. Check.
Because that's a skewer. What am I thinking? You're threatening a skewer. What am I doing here? Okay, I have to move this rook.
So I've got check. I got 2 checks in a row. If it was a 3-check game, I'd have it. And I guess rook B1, Maurice.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Or you want to bring this one back?
No, I like that guy down there.
Okay, after all is said and done, you have a
It's
pass
still
H, I've got a pass A,
It's still material even.
and I got a square for my knight. Your bishop still hasn't turned into a party pooper yet.
But you're threatening Bishop
Bishop
H3.
H3, don't tell him.
No, not yet. It's trying. It's
he's
trying.
He's feeling the heat. It's double-edged. I like the game. I think this is a really thankfully it's a very intriguing match on all 4 boards. I'm just looking not only on this MVL game, and by the way, MVL came up with an interesting move.
But,
Bishop F3. Bishop
Yes,
F3.
do we have a few moves on the board?
Well, certainly not a move that we were looking. We were looking at Queen E2.
Yes.
MVL went with Bishop F3. That was the only move. That
No,
was the
that's
last
not
move.
the same position.
No, that's Duda's game. You have to go up if you wanted to MVL's game.
No, I wanted to look at this.
Okay, good for you. Look at Duda's game. Okay, more intrigue on the Nepo game. He did play Knight E2, and then recognizing that his queen on C7 is actually misplaced, E4, Bishop F4 is also a possibility for white. Queen B6 by Sasha. We have a queen trade, A2, A3, stopping ideas of either knight B4, Bishop B4, King D7, Rook C2. We've caught up with the players. Again, very, very tiny but long-term advantage, I would just say, for the bishops at the moment. Nothing you could really put your thumb on and say, you know, this is decisive or anything of that nature. Just, I think it's easier. It's somewhat easier to play white.
By the way, yes, sir, I have the only result in this round so far. Nevertheless, it was Visha Anand. Probably he said that enough is enough.
Draw?
He drew, yes, against Linie Dominguez Perez.
Well,
on the first board of the match, Freedom Chess Pensioners. So.
Well, Vichy has been around a long, long time. He knows that once you've lost a game, you know, stop the bleeding. No more. By the way, we do have some more moves, but over to you, Maurice.
Well, we know all the boards are going to count, and they matter.
Every one.
And this is board 6, where you have the amateur players. We have Vadim Rosenstein, who's the general sponsor of this event, playing on the WR team. And he's got the white pieces against the young French champion, Marc Yahi. And if you look at this position, white has the 2 bishops. White's castled. White has better development of the pieces. And so for all those reasons, after the king moved to g8, f4. Now this king is looking for some safety, some security on the board. But guess what? After king h7, no can do. He said, we got to come after you. We're coming straight for your king with this pawn move. You've got nothing attacking us. We want a piece of you. And after the king decided to back up to g8, and let me just refresh this board. Let me just get this position for us. And he played king g8, queen c7.
Rook e1.
No, this is what happened. King g8, rook e1, queen c7, and it is white's turn to move. Of course, g5 is meant by capture, and this rook is sitting here waiting to attack the bishop, so you can't just take back. I mean, you could, but you'd have to be calculating, is this any good?
Right.
So what a KG idea to stop g5, he played queen c7, to stop this one, I mean.
Right.
That you played g4, and I bring my king back. This is like Nimzovichian, right? Unleashing your rook, the hidden rook move along the file. What did he call it?
The mysterious rook move.
The mysterious rook move that goes on a file that is closed and deters your opponent from opening that file. That's sophisticated, king h7. Does a little kid really just play that? g4, you just play king h7, he plays g4, and you play your king back. That's mysterious as ever, also very deep as a concept to say, now you can't play this move g5, and after rook e1, now I'm going to move my queen off this line, and again you can't play g5, and his opponent is frozen trying to figure out what to do. Of course he could just take this knight, but that's not what he had intended when he went into this line. He wanted to somehow get g5 to go through.
Well, go ahead and continue the move. For me, I want to play very much h4, but my bishop is in the way. So bishop g3 for Vadim, and you want to play h4, g5. Maybe on a good day, capture the pawn on e5. Mark is still on the back foot. That rook on h8 is bad news.
Not a happy camper.
Not a happy camper.
Now you still can't go back.
Yes, take on f4, bishop f4,
knight e5 or
and knight e5, and you get into these complications.
But maybe here you can actually take.
That's
bishop
a pawn.
e5, yes.
Yeah,
That's
that is a pawn.
No. This is
not what you wanted.
No,
yeah.
but okay. Now, okay, I've got his idea. You take on f4 and you play king h7 once again.
No way.
Yes, you go back.
Get out of here.
Yes.
Here. No, but
and
your pawn
king
on
h7.
But your pawn on d6 is going to hang somehow.
You connect your rooks finally, and I think that it's important. Doesn't matter if my pawn fails.
You know, I once played a game with Bent Larson, and we went after the game, over the game as a post-mortem. And I made this beautiful rational argument as to why my moves were good and his moves were wrong. And we reached a position, and I said, voila. And he goes, nobody believes you. I was like, nobody believes king h7 is working. No, it's 2 bishops. It's an open position.
No, but look at your king as well. Of course, it's exposed, and I'm not pretending that black is having
I don't know,
an
Yaz.
advantage. But make a move.
I don't know, Yaz. I'm on her side.
You're on her.
I'm
wow.
on her side. Ladies
Turncoat.
seem to be talking some sense.
Turncoat.
how do you continue this position? What's your next move?
Let's say I play bishop b3, just so you...
Bishop where? B3 here?
B3, just, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and if
show me
rook,
what you're going to do.
rook develops?
Queen g2, let's go.
That's all you want?
That's all I want. I've got the two bishops. I feel like one day...
One day.
it's going to be a glorious day.
All right, let's see how glorious.
Okay, g5.
Ooh, okay, wait a minute. That's not what I meant to do.
That is
what I meant
not...
to do.
Bishop takes, yes. Bishop takes g5.
Okay, are you threatening to take this?
I hope so, because that was my dream.
But can you take on c3? Knight f3.
That's why I'm looking, because you know
let's
Yasser has tricks.
I don't sacrifice pawns lightly.
Yeah, Yasser has tricks. You have to watch him. You have to watch him very carefully. You take on c3, rook e3, and
look at my hand over here.
He's already pre-moved rook e3, just waiting for you. And in fact, he doesn't even care what your next move is.
Okay, but then Maurice, I have maybe a slight improvement on this line. First, take on e1, exchange one rook, so we'll have a check.
On a1.
Yes, okay, so rook e1 first.
Rook e1
yes,
first,
rook e1.
makes sense.
Yes, now you play knight e5.
By the way, there's our live video. Mark looks like an 8-year-old. I mean, he's just like, and Vadim, you can see Vadim is like, where is my win? Where's my kill? How come I can't play g5 and nail him? I'm sorry, we were analyzing.
G5?
Well, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Because he press paused out and played. He played knight e7. Let's back up. In this position, he played bishop d5, knight e7.
Now we
bishop back and lost the full tempo.
That was the move I wanted to include.
I know
bishop
you want to include it
b3.
anyway, and he got it for free.
I got it for free.
And then finally, after some
thinking,
reluctance, maybe.
Okay,
Reluctance. He took on f4. Queen takes f4.
Sure.
And man, this knight on f6
is looking bad news.
Okay, but knight e5 again.
Still in there.
We're still looking at that king looking really, really suspect.
Exactly.
But, all right, knight e5. Show us what you got.
Well, here, I don't want to play a move like g5, which just liberates the rook on h8, h3, h3.
Okay, h3.
Don't take on c3. e5 will be hanging.
No, I'm not looking to take on c3.
Okay.
Maybe I've got to break a pin. I hate doing it. Here?
Okay.
It looks like tactics are going to explode somehow. Let's try to play.
But I don't think that Yasser is really going to take on f6.
No, never. That knight is kind of stuck.
I thought you hated double pawns.
I know, but in this case, I'm kind of happy with the bishop. It's a tough position. It's a dynamic position.
As long
rook
as it's
e3,
a fight.
That's what it is.
As long as we can keep the
fight
fight going, it means that on the amateur board, they're going to keep the fight going as well, as long as somebody doesn't blunder.
Also,
Prague won already.
Oh,
yes.
Prague won already.
Talk about trying to keep the fight going.
We thought that
1-0.
exchange sacrifice that his opponent made.
Well, look at this. Mark actually played rook e8. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm actually trying to find Prague's game. Where did Prague? Down?
Yes. Yeah. More?
There's one.
Yes.
No, that's Duda.
Another one. Yes.
The last game. Yes, this is it. So when we left it right here, and we thought, okay, this is an exchange, king e2, and yeah, he just said, look, I'm an exchange up. You got nothing. Rook c2, rook c1, that was it.
We got a little bit of an action going on in the game with Duda with the black pieces against Maksudlu, and we saw this position when you were analyzing, but look what happened. Queen d8, g3 to stop anything from landing on f4 or on h4. Rook to h6. We're starting to smell some issues as his h-pawn is weak. King to g2.
Queen.
Why'd you do that? Just
knight f4 check.
Hello, here comes knight f4. Now you have to move his rook over to h1. This was his plan. No, I'm not liking this. And instead of playing knight f4, he just played a rook to the center. Now d4, which, why can't you take this pawn?
Well, knight f4 check.
And instead he played rook g8, rook g6 first. Again, this knight f4 check needs to be analyzed.
Knight takes g3.
And now he played king to h2.
What?
I mean, every move is a massive confusion.
It's a mystery.
Allowing this move to be played, not on the board yet, but clearly his plan is to play rook to g1 against knight takes.
Yes.
And this looks like a problem for black. But
Is it?
No, you
Knight
have knight
F1,
f1. I
check.
think it's at least a draw.
At least a draw.
okay, well then it's good for white that this happened because black's supposed to be killing white in this position. So
It's good that it
Because you
happened.
have queen f4, queen f3.
Yeah,
yes, maybe we can
exactly.
show it.
okay, we will. Knight check, rook takes,
Queen F4.
check, boom, and
But why do we have perpetual? Oh, because the rook on F1 is hanging.
check.
We can't
and
play
rook
rook
G3, then
G3.
take. Oops.
Oops.
Takes, and takes.
Right. That's
So
it.
instead,
We have at least a perp. We might have more though, right?
look
Maurice?
what happened here, though. Look, this is curiouser and curiouser. How are you pulling this off? He played C6.
No, queen takes C7.
Hold on. Let me refresh this board because something weird's going on. Here, D4, rook G6, king H2, C6 was played.
C6 was played.
Takes on A6, takes back, and takes on E5. I mean,
That's on the board.
yes, that is on the board, and we're still wondering. First of all, I don't even know what just happened over here.
White's playing with fire, isn't he? I mean, how is he getting away with this?
Yes, exactly. Why black waited because he didn't want queen c7 on the board, and why did black allow this capture on e5? And it's going to be a moment when suddenly rook d1 occurs and gives counterplay along this line. What is happening? The sacrifice is still on, and looks like the draw is still in effect, at least with this move. But why doesn't black have anything more?
Well, can we start with queen takes e5, just the simple recapture? Okay, knight g3 is massive threat. You're going to have to play rook g1.
Not yet. I can just play this move first.
Can you really?
Yes, I think
Good
so. I hope
grief.
so. I want a tempo for free.
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
I'll guard the back rank. I'll keep the back rank guarded.
This is
Knight g3's.
and if I play this move,
Wow.
now I'm hitting your knight. That was important.
That's a shocker. Sorry, that's a very good move. That's a shocker. I didn't want to trade queens.
Maurice,
Sorry.
continue with queen b2. At least we
Oh,
should
queen
attack
b2?
together, yes.
Oh, to trade knights?
No,
Oh,
but
by
not
the
rook-
way, we have.
I want to take on I cannot take on f2.
No, I play rook d2.
Right.
But then I take on b3.
Oh, I'm happy. Oh,
Yeah, I didn't want to somehow trade knights.
Yes, but
By
you
the way,
can
we
take
have a
a few
lot of
pawns, of
moves
course.
going on.
you want to take a pawn. You're
Yeah.
greedy like Yasser. Yasser, you should like what she just did.
I love it when Almira is capturing pawns. By the way, we have quite a number of moves going on very, very rapidly in the game between Jan and Grishuk. As the position keeps opening up like a flower, the bishops are enjoying the scope of the position, both a6 pawn and the potential for f4, f5 tells me that the position's in white's favor. But again, black is very, very solid. Grishuk is hanging in there. Going to the game of MVL, wow.
What an interesting turn of events.
Black has won a pawn. The bishop on d5 has actually turned into a dominant force, but this position has
But the
got to
thing
be
is-
better for black.
Well, I'm not sure. It's sort of
Sure?
of a balance because you need to keep your rook on the c file because
Sure, I
yes,
don't want to allow
that's
rook
the only way
c3
for me
and
to
rook
activate
c7.
your rook. But you cannot
Right.
move your knight. So what do I do and what do you do?
I kind of can move my knight, right? Like the ideas of knight c4. Okay, so first of all, whose turn is it? Okay, so we have h4, I go king f8. So if it's my turn, I can almost pre-move the following. I want my pawn on h6 and, rushing my king up the board. By the way, MVL, they are playing lots of moves.
But they can always play rook f3 and attack your pawn. So maybe it's just...
Oh, let's get up to date because he just left the pawn alone with check because he had to. MVL just broke through with the move g5. Let's get up to date with the position right here.
G5.
Just go back a couple of moves and you'll see what MVL did. He did get his rook to f3. H6 was played, rook f3, and then bang, g5 takes, and he had to allow this to happen because he didn't want to see f7 drop with tempo.
Exactly, but he does, and as a reaction to rook takes f6, he does have knight e3 check and knight takes d5. So MVL has played king g3. Curiouser and curiouser.
Well, you just explained why. He wants to take on f7.
He wants to f6 and take
and
on
then take
f7.
on f7. And he said, I'm not giving you anything. He's down a pawn for the moment, is white, but...
And take on a7
And the
next.
clock has become a factor.
That rook is huge, and this is a big-time game, and MVL is getting up from the board.
My goodness.
He needs to know what is the match situation. It's
That's
very
a statement,
important,
and now
takes on g5.
On g5, MVL still away from the board, his clock ticking, but this will allow takes, and also it looks like you should take on a7, although I'd love to play a waiting move somehow.
Like an f3,
But he's
and he's taken king g6,
and
he's well, he reached for the a pawn, let's say. So let's assume rook takes a7 for just a moment. Now, obviously, I want my knight on this gorgeous square. How am I going to get there? I have no idea. Let's try knight f1.
He's taking
knight d2.
Well,
he played b5
played immediately.
By the way, he played b5 like as if he knew this from afar.
This does open up the sixth rank,
yes,
however.
It does.
And
rook b.
Maxime has moved. Maxime's going to play the superior minor piece.
So you think, for example, rook takes, rook check. It can't. Well, you're right. It is just a great bishop versus a good knight.
Fantastic bishop. That knight moves. You play rook down. Your king is dropping back. G-pawn's dropping. And you're looking like you're getting mated. This looks quite problematic.
Very bad. So we do have this current situation
yes, I'm just
on the board.
trying to keep an eye on the other boards, but my games are not updated. But I think that Hou Yifan
And
is much better.
We do have captures. Boy, I love White's game. White has, well, it's easy to love White's game, actually.
Actually,
and now he's just...
He did not play the move rook a3, which invites the white king to march up the board. He played rook c2, defending his knight, also keeping his knight on c4 to stop the desired rook.
Yeah, but also ready to meet rook c5.
With knight e3.
With knight e3, saving, he hopes, saving everything. It looks like it saves everything because your knight will get back in the game.
Exactly.
So MVL is looking for the trick right
does he
now.
have him?
Is there a trick? Also, by the way, he can win a pawn by taking on c4, but he doesn't want to do that.
Right. That will get 2 versus 1, and that should be a theoretical draw.
What is the move here? MVL often... Can he play rook b4?
Rook b4.
Just to chase you?
Tickling the knight. Where does the knight go?
Where
I
does
like
the knight go?
that move very much, by the way. I like that move a lot.
If you check, then the king can go up.
Sorry. I didn't know what the pathway to f4 was. Now I see it. It's kind of hidden. Knight b2. So you can play rook check and try to go after one of my pawns. But if my knight ever gets to f4, then I don't feel worse. I feel I can save.
No, just keeping an eye on the other results. So
Please.
it's actually can change things a lot because Freedom is struggling against chess pensioners. So if they don't win, it doesn't
WR
really
is
matter.
very happy.
Yes. So because Richard Report lost to Dermens Advakasov.
Oh no.
Then their amateur board won. So 1.5 against 1.5. So the match is tied and. Maybe Peter Svidler is even winning against Daniel Dubov. Can we have just a look at this game?
Well, let's do it on Maurice's board because I want to keep an eye on the table one. Maurice, if you don't mind bringing up Daniel Dubov's game.
It's the first match, yes.
On the very top, yep.
Yes, on the very top, Daniel Dubov against Peter Svidler. I don't know what is going on there.
It ain't fun, I can tell you that.
I see a queen on f6. I see a bishop
I see a
on
resignation
h6.
is what I see.
I see a resignation.
I mean, you're busted. Rook c4 on the board.
By the way, is that a technical scientific term in chess? You're busted?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
You're busted.
Yep.
Next. It's game over.
It's from the German for busted.
For busted, for dead.
And
You're
what
dead.
about Vidit against Vladimir Kramnik then?
Oh my goodness, this is
Because we didn't cover this match at all. So,
No,
and actually,
because WR chess is keeping
this
us
match can decide everything.
for sure.
It doesn't even matter what is going to happen on
the other boards.
Yes, on
yeah.
the top board.
Okay, and this is Vid. Could you bring up
Vladimir Kramnik is next, yes.
with versus?
I just
Vidit?
want to point out how he lost this game.
Did Dano?
Rook d4. Obviously, there's somehow he's trying to take on e6, but it's the queen is doing its work. The bishop is guarding on this line. You can move the rook. You're allowed to, right? You're permitted to move it. I don't know exactly where, but he decided to play this very strange move. I'm not sure what it even... Huh?
Blunder.
Yeah, like what does it even threaten? Like I don't see the point to the move. It takes it off a square that's not attacked. Your bishop was fine. You would think he'd just find another move, but instead he played this move and allowed takes. He now couldn't take with the rook because of rook
Mate.
down with check.
No. Queen G7 mate.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I saw the other mate.
Right.
So you can't do that, and you have to take, and then rook c4.
Right. Over.
And he still hasn't resigned, it looks like.
Really?
I mean, he must have resigned. Transmission error. Nope. He
Not
has
yet?
resigned.
He
Rook
has
c4,
resigned.
and that's that. That's a terrible way
Vladimir,
to fight and cost that match. So now you're going to Kramnik.
Vladimir, the pensioners.
Kramnik's not going to win
Against
this one.
Vidit?
Against Vidit. Kramnik's not going to win this game, but he did play knight f5 defending, and looks like a trade of knights could happen. There's
It
a
did
queen
happen.
C-
It did happen. Knight takes f5 check. G takes f5, I believe, is on the board.
Okay, I don't have it updated on my screen yet.
I just see it on this.
But
on
takes. This is survivable.
Why not? I mean, it's an equal number of pawns in a queen and pawn ending.
Yeah, the exposed king doesn't seem to count here with the double pawn.
And the women's board?
And on
the women's board did not look that good for
Jovi?
Katerina Lagno. Wait,
No,
which
no,
board
no.
are you talking
No.
about? This? Oh, sorry,
Jovi,
the Paulina
Jovanka's-
Shavalova.
Jovanka's board. Yeah, you got it.
White looks excellent.
Wonderful. Extra pawn.
Excellent.
Extra pawn.
So basically, Polina needs to win to even the score. So the
Yeah.
match is
Oh,
going
that's
to be
it?
drawn. Yes.
Yeah. But it looks like
And-
white is simply winning at this
White
moment.
looks winning, blah, blah, blah.
And she's certainly pushing her past pawn.
And they've already
Push 'em,
drawn.
baby.
So they're going to only have a tie score, right?
And then it means WR. We're going to go back to the WR match as the knight in the game between MVL and Noderberg. He did play rook b4. He did not play knight b2. He played knight to d2. Gets his knight into civilization. Check, check. And I think black is holding. MVL fans are not going to be happy about this fact, but it does look to me like black is holding.
Actually, Vadim is going to win.
He's going to win?
Yes.
Okay,
And this win is going to be crucial
let's see. Pardon me.
on the last board.
Yes.
Yes, on the last board.
Against Mark.
Because from what I saw, he was a piece up.
Yep, you got it. He is indeed a piece up, and that's the sad part is not only is white going to be a piece up. There's no stopping the choo-choo A train. The A train rook takes A6, rook to A8. You push your pawn to A7. Your bishop on F2 supports it. And in fact, Mark resigned. So a win for our tournament sponsor, crucial in this penultimate round.
Hou
Katya,
Yifan is dominating this one.
Hou Yifan, oops. Wait
Almost no time on Lagno's clock.
That's a protected pass.
Protected passer, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and she has resigned. That is it. Game over.
As WR takes a 2-0 lead on boards boards 5 and 6.
3. So it's like the tournament winner is going to be decided in this
And
round.
they already
won. Know this one.
have
The bottom
3
board's
wins.
cleaned up.
They have 3 wins.
I mean, the bottom board said,
yeah.
we're taking care of business.
You
Now
guys just get one draw.
Just get
will
a
you?
draw, and that's the tournament.
That's it.
But there is a draw. Grishuk against Nepomniachtchi.
And
So
that's it?
That's it.
By
We
the
have our
way-
tournament champions.
Yes,
By
three
the way,
and a half for
and
the
it
moment.
also looks like Duda is doing exceptionally well.
Just
as
pour
well.
the salt on the wound.
When it rains, it pours. You bet. And yeah, I do think that Duda's got a winning advantage in this one as well. Okay, it's all about the fight for second and third, or
Yeah,
maybe
we'll
just
con- we'll
third. If Freedom. By the way,
Well, no, but Freedom, it depends on
loses,
the
it's
results, because Freedom might just be only a point ahead going into the last round.
Exactly, as far as silver is concerned.
But we have the champions, rightfully so. They did their job.
They played the best
As
chess.
expected.
They did play their best chess.
By the way, yes, sir. So
Please.
Freedom is going to, if they're going to make a draw, so they're going to have 18 points, and Team MGD1 is, well, they won 5-1.
Pardon me, who won 5-1?
Team MGD1. So they were
Team MD,
MGD1. Yes,
right.
they were in the clear third place. So now they have 16 points.
Gotcha.
So it might be within their reach as well. So we have 21, 18, and 16.
21, 18, and 16. Got it.
So
By the way, a technical endgame in front of us.
Yes.
We could discuss the numbers, but right now it looks like it should be a draw, this endgame,
E3, yeah.
because that E pawn is just too feisty.
Right? It's a fantastic decoy check. King H7, rook. Do I see that right?
Yes, rook B2.
So he is
Well, what's wrong
inviting
with rook
F2. Asked, as you did. What's wrong with rook F2?
I don't see anything wrong with rook F2.
That's a great move.
That's a shutdown move.
It is.
Pawn's going to get to E2. My pawn's as fast as yours.
True that.
It's hard enough winning these endgames when that pawn's not on the board. Right. Good luck winning it with the pawn on the board.
We do have rook B1 on the board. We are expecting E2, and E2 was played.
now you have to play
Rook check on the board.
Now,
King G.
King G6.
8.
King G8. Okay.
King G8.
It's
That
playable.
looks like a good move.
It's definitely playable.
But King G6 is the one you wanted, yes, Maurice?
Yeah, I don't know what he does if you do this.
I guess his intention was to play check. What do you think?
King back to this. Yeah, king back to H7. King F7 doesn't bother me, I think, because of rook F1. Oh no, rook F1, rook G2.
That's embarrassing. Go ahead and make a queen.
Very embarrassing.
Oops.
That'd be very embarrassing.
Oh no!
So he
Rook
decided-
takes F6 check.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
duh. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
That
dear.
Okay. Reverses the result.
I know, it's like a cold shower.
And look at this. His king has gone on the board and forced the draw. Man, these guys are good.
They are good.
These guys are good. Even when in trouble, they just figure out how to defend so well.
Yeah. Very, very nice save there. MVL was nursing some advantage for some time, but it was a very
Not
nice
enough.
save. Rook takes F7, king takes F7, king F3. The players play till naked kings. Almira, what do you have for us?
So let's have a look at the game between Polina Shuvalova and Jovanka Houska, because
That's on the top board?
yes, that's the last. No, that's yes on the women's board.
Exactly.
I
Well,
think
it's on
this
table
game
2,
is
I mean
still
to say.
going on.
By the way, Richie
I know you have the result
lost.
already.
Richie lost.
Yes.
That was announced. Oh,
Okay,
it's
so
over.
Knight
It's
C3
knight
was
C3 check.
the last move in
And
that game.
It's a fork.
That means that Polina leveled the score.
Okay.
The match ended in a draw.
3-3, which is kind of good for Freedom, right? I mean, because they were leading so nicely going into this penultimate round.
And
Sorry?
well, I have a few games going on in the
Please.
match between Germany and France and Rishon LeZion. Is this still the case? Because my games are not updated.
Tell me which...
It's the fourth
Ooh.
match. You have
I was
Sergei
about to say, Nihal got pawns on F7 and G6. That looks like
But
beautiful.
Sargsyan and Ilyanov, they drew.
Where?
No, the next.
The next board.
Yes, the next board. Okay, so now you have to scroll down a little bit more.
Tell me more.
And this match,
Maria?
Donchenko Alexander. No, this the next game.
Gotcha.
So 5 seconds for Maxim Rothstein. Okay, he made a move. And King F7 was played.
So just a second, I just have to refresh the board there for a moment. So King F7 on the board. So I just want to see, yeah, it does look like white has been enjoying an advantage. And is that still to be the case? Yeah, it must be winning, no? Can I want to play knight e6. Maybe that's asking too much, huh? You're not
Are
going
you
to...
sure? Because if you... Okay, you
Right,
take King
because
F4,
King F6,
yes, King D5, and King F5.
No, I think if you go King D5, that makes it easy
Yes,
for me.
of course.
King.
That's what I
But you want to
say,
go
yes.
here, right?
Then King G5, F4, King F5.
I don't know.
It looks like a draw.
It looks like a draw. Crazy stuff. And what else is going on,
So what
Almira?
about the next board? What
The
did
next
they do?
board, that was between Mateus and Evgeny. What have we got here? Must be a draw. Must be a draw.
Whose
No?
move is this?
Well, the last turn was white's king. King has gone to e6.
Because of course you can play bishop f5 check, but then black plays king f4, and
Exactly.
then you cannot win a piece.
No.
But king f6?
Well,
Where
you mean
do-
king f4, king
No,
f6?
Now
yeah?
it's white to move, I think.
No, actually, it's white just played king e6, I mean.
Oh.
So king f4, king f6 in order to defend the pawn. Say knight e5, right?
And bishop somewhere.
Exactly.
Yes. But now knight's
Now the knight is ruined. Can we play knight?
Maybe knight h4. Knight h4.
Knight
no?
h4? Okay. Looks like a good turn. Should be a draw. Knight h4. I like it.
Okay, but
Almira.
then let me make a bishop move.
Well, you're not going to out-tempo me. My knight is just going to wait for the opportunity to...
So knight on h4
is beautiful.
is
yeah.
very well, placed.
Yeah, untouchable. Maurice, do you have any games that caught your eye in this
No, unfortunately,
penultimate round?
nothing superlative at the moment.
No superlatives? No sparkling tactical brilliancies?
Nothing I could find. I just think it's critical that the tournament is over. We can't overstate just how dominant a force they were.
We can't?
They came in the end WR chess. They got nicked by a draw. A draw. You would think they'd have more than one draw. They got nicked by one draw in the entire event. And just when it was on the line, they performed yet again. And they have only given up 1 point out of a possible 22.
Right, they
So
scored
they have
21.
21 out of 22. They may be upset they didn't completely steamroll the event with a perfect score, but 21 out of 22, their closest opposition left in the dust, and they have simply shown why they were clearly the superior team of this event from the very start.
Well, I just have to say that there's been 2 Olympic results which were, I think, really big failures. Chennai, the U.S. team went in with a huge squad of players. Nope. We got upset. And then I remember it was Tromsø, it was Norway, where the Russian team had 4 out of the top 10 players on the world on their squad, and including Jan Nepo was the reserve player. They weren't even close to the medals. The big Russian favorites couldn't perform. So sometimes you have a team that on paper looks great, but it takes good team spirit. And, our congratulations to the captain, Jan Gusti, for making his team work. He sure did deserve it.
I'm just looking at the results right now to find out if the round has been completed. While we are preparing for an interview.
A guest from WR, yes. We don't know.
We will find out, yes.
We're on pins and needles, as we say. Levon Aronian won.
Okay, now I got a glimpse of our guests.
Yes,
sir. And I think that we are going to welcome Women's Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich.
Wow. Welcome,
Yes,
Anastasia.
welcome, Anastasia.
Come on. Closer. Anastasia, you have been working behind the scenes, I think, for months, because I think we talked about this event way back in February here in Düsseldorf. Now it's almost over. Are you exhausted?
Of course, I'm just almost dead.
But congratulations.
What have you been doing?
Yes, it's a good question. First of all, hello everyone. I'm
Hello,
so glad to be
welcome.
here, and so nice that you found time to come as a commentators for this event. I mean, and also Maurice. And
Nastya,
yeah.
but normally you are sitting.
Yes,
in this
normally, but I mean, come on, it's nice now to be with Yasser. Yes, so three of us. Yes,
Right.
It's actually interesting that we can change different roles in the chess world, right? I mean, we love this world, and we can be whatever, from commentator to the manager of the team, right? So yeah, I mean, so happy actually. First of all, like I'm full of emotions. Well, we are WR chess masters. They won this tournament. Yes,
Congratulations, world champions.
Thank you so much. And I was a little bit behind the scenes because, you're right, Yasser. The idea was, I mean, Vadim came with this idea with FIDE more than 1 year ago, and then I joined this ship. And actually, yes, we've been preparing for a long time. And Vadim Rosenstein, who is behind this idea and behind the WR chess team, he created this team.
Right.
He prepared for half a year hard also to play in this team because he used to be a chess player, but for many years he didn't play chess at all.
Exactly.
Yes, and I think what really happened is that also everybody saw his efforts. Like really, it was hard. Imagine you have to study chess so many hours per day, and again start to learn the openings from the beginning.
Right.
So he worked hard with his coach Jan Gustafsson and also Alexander Motilov, and you see it paid. I mean, what happened in the end?
Big
Like he really
dividends.
scored many points, and I mean, he got such a big respect from his team members. The atmosphere was fantastic. Also, I don't know, we really managed to create a really nice and friendly
a cohesive
atmosphere.
team.
It was a team, really. I was so glad to see all these top players, you know, chatting with each other, laughing between the games, helping each other. You know, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she's such a great team player. She always tries to help to everyone. You could see everybody contributed. Even those who were not playing during those matches, they were trying to help to those players who had to play.
Right.
So it was really interesting. These 3 days were amazing. I'm really happy for what was happening during this event, and of course it's really pleasure that the team managed to win one round to go.
Nice, but you're going to do a face plant at the end of the day. I know. Sorry, Amira.
No, I wanted to ask you because I know that you were there behind the scenes and like taking care of every detail. But what I wanted to know, how did you form the team? So you took like the rating list, you know, and you said, okay, we need to have those players, or like, how did you do
Actually,
this?
it's Vadim who was basically deciding on every team member. So he actually formed the team. I think he's actually he likes this team work, not only in this tournament. I think it's also one of his great characteristics to find a good team players, even in his business and in life. So I think it's his strong characteristic that he managed to find those players who also were good together. So everything somehow worked well. And him and Jan Gustafsson also, he was involved at a certain point. I recommended Alexandra Kosteniuk. This is what I can be sure that at the end I said, like, I mean, Alexandra, I mean, you cannot find another player who has such a great experience playing for the team. I mean, she's really, first of all, she's, I don't know how many times Olympic champion, right? So, yeah, so I think this was the main idea that he decided who will be playing for his team. Yes.
Fighting skills, the main criteria?
I think also rapid chess, like who is good in rapid chess. And yeah, we can. I hope you will also manage to ask him later about all this. I mean, what was his own criteria? But at the end, it worked well. Yes.
It was actually quite funny because the first time I met Vadim, Vadim. We were at a party in St. Louis, and we were playing Bug House. And he was playing with Nepo, and he was really good.
Yes.
Like, he's really, really good at Bug House. And he was looking at me like, you're really good at Bug House, too. Why are you so good at Bug House? I thought that Vadim was the trainer of Nepo, right?
In Backhouse, definitely.
Because they were so close together. And then in February, when we had this great tournament here in Düsseldorf, Nepo, who was playing in the World Championship, they used that special time control that was used in Düsseldorf so that Nepo could get the
Some
feeling,
practice as well,
practice with this time control.
As
So
well, all as the other
they're a
players,
close
you know,
friendship.
everybody who played in this WR Masters maybe will be the world champion one day. So all of them had the chance to play with the world championship time control at that time.
Exactly.
Actually, many of those players they formed the
Wesley,
team.
for example,
Wesley,
was a part.
also Pragnananda, he played in this tournament. So
Exactly.
young Krzysztof Duda. So actually, half of the tournament was formed already in Düsseldorf.
Yeah, because of the friendships. I mean, that was a really, really nice tournament with a great atmosphere in the evenings. The players were all getting together, playing more Bug House, just socializing. So it was a really good atmosphere here in Düsseldorf, and it definitely carried over for this event. Our congratulations. No, seriously, the playing venue, this building, very unusual building, by the way, that accommodates.
It's unusual, but somehow, you know,
it
was
worked perfectly.
Really, really great. We have a nice studio here, right?
Right.
I mean, the playing venue was really, had a lot of space. I think everybody is more or less happy about this event. Yes, and I mean, really, it's really great also that every detail was taken care of. Like Vadim is a person also who really pays attention that everybody had a nice suit, you know, everybody looked
I saw
perfect.
that,
Yes.
yes.
So, I mean, I think it was like he really wanted to make it good.
Yeah,
and everybody felt it, yes, that you should really try your best really to play in this event because he also puts big goals in front of him.
For me, I realized this event was going to be spectacular 2-3 weeks ago. I had a Zoom call with some of the FIDE officials, our production team, as we started talking about the event. I said, well, let's take a look at the teams. And I saw how star-studded the fields were. I said, my goodness, this is going to be a festival. How are we going to possibly interview all of these great stars? Because it's extraordinary. So
it's
the
only
moment,
3 days, yes.
Yeah. So the moment I saw how really strong the teams were, I knew that this was going to be a great festival. So once again, congratulations to you and all the staff that made it possible.
Thank you for doing a really great job.
Makes it easier.
The
harder.
best commentators also for the best
Well,
event.
look who I mean, come on. Maurice and Almira, you know, it's easy work. It's easy work.
Nestor, one last question, because maybe you have a secret piece of information, because of course we all hope that such tournaments will become traditional, or do you know something about the next edition?
Future events, perhaps?
Unfortunately, I have no idea at the moment, but I hope that everybody will like this format and FIDE will consider to do these events again in the future. I really hope so, because I think after the World Rapid Blitz Championship, where we have so many top players participating, it's actually maybe the second biggest event. I mean, I'm not talking about Olympiad, but let's say this event was actually really like great holiday for all chess fans all around the world. And yeah, I mean, this unique opportunity to play for the team with top players, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, I would like to be to play, but unfortunately my rating was a little bit higher at one point. Otherwise, I would maybe create my team. No, it's
Slip
really great.
you in as a reserve.
Great idea. I mean, I'm sure there will be more people who would like to come back to this event, and those who now they realize that they missed this tournament and will hope that the next one will happen. Yes, so I hope so.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
thank you so much,
guys, and
Anastasia.
all the best of luck for the next round.
The last. Coming up will be the last round of this 2023 World Chess Championship Rapid Team event. We do have a winner, but the fight for second and the fight for third is still keen. So join us at the end of this break as we bring you the 12th and final round.
After the first 2 days in the inaugural edition of the World Rapid Team Championship here in Düsseldorf, the team of WR Chess were leading, having won spectacular 8 out of 8 rounds. Now, following the 9th round of the first round, in the third day, they have won their 9th consecutive match. Joining us to talk about this is Nodirbek Abdusatoro, one of the stars of WR Chess. Nodirbek, thank you for joining us. You just drew your game in a match against the pensioners. You guys are winning. You won this match. Like nine matches won consecutively. What's the secret?
The secret is like every player in our team is like a world-class player. So.
But other teams have world-class players here as well. Like even your opponents today, Kramnik, Peter Swidler, and so.
Yeah, but you know we had spent a lot of time together with our team, like in training camps. There was like special training camps for our team, and yeah, we had enough time to to have a friendly relationships. So yeah, it's. I mean, so far it's going just ideally for us. So if nothing is gonna happen, then I'm expecting our smooth win.
So you said you had training camps together. I mean, most of you guys were in Baku. Just there. So when did you find the time to? That finished just a few days ago. When did you find the time for a training camp? Albeit some of you left Baku a bit earlier, but.
Yeah, we had a time in the summer. I think it was in June, before the Global Chess League. We had a session in Dubai for 5 days. Yeah, there we spent a wonderful time together and just preparing and just resting. It was just amazing time. And
could you go into more detail? What do you do in those training camps? Like obviously, is there a lecturer who comes and lectures you together? You play matches together. What does it look like? Just explain to us who've never been there.
Yeah, basically you just study openings, and I played a lot of games against Wesley, like training games in Blitz. So we had a chance to look at some openings together, and yeah, it was just amazing. And also there was like Jan Gustafsson and Alexander Motilev also to helping us with materials, and yeah, it was just a wonderful camp.
Well, we can see the outcome here. You're leading and you're dominating, and not just leading, you're leading strong here. So the atmosphere is good in the team. But let me ask you this: you obviously being the leader and one of the favorites. I believe in the rating, you're the second favorites after Freedom. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure being constantly chased. How is that getting a bit too much sometimes?
No, honestly, if I speak for myself, I don't feel any pressure because I believe in my team, so I trust them, and I don't feel pressure, and I think every player is just playing their absolute best games here so far, and yeah, I mean it's very hard to play against this kind of team, I think.
But I see that in your team, on your amateur board, obviously we have amateurs playing here. Your amateur board, Vadim, he is one, I think, he's just lost 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, by now, out of what, 9 he plays? So, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3. So, he seems to be contributing a lot because the amateur board is seen as the one that can shift the balance significantly.
Yeah, there was a moment then where we were leading like 3-2 against some team. I don't remember against which team, but and then there was like only Vadim's games was left, and okay, we were very we're waiting for his game and just watching his game on the TV. Yeah, it was just unbelievably tense game. But fortunately for us, he converted his advantage. Yeah, that was a very like tense moment so far in this tournament, I think, for our team. Like, if we wouldn't win, then we would draw this match, and
You would just be on 8.5 win on a night. Yeah, that's a big problem. I sympathize. But how do 2,700 grandmasters follow a amateur chess game in comedy? I'm just curious. How did that look like? What did it look like? And how do you react when you see obviously the mistakes which you would not make?
yeah, I mean it's of course entertaining first of all, because to see amateurs playing in the last board and can
Do you find it exciting, or is it a bit dull?
Yeah, I find it very exciting because a lot of fun is being like taken from this game, and yeah, I think it's also very exciting for fans to watch the amateurs playing, and like in any moment the evaluation of the position can shift, and yeah, I mean this is I think an exciting thing to watch.
Have you learned anything from watching amateurs play?
No, I mean, obviously it's a very little that you can learn, but it's just emotions, yeah, you get from watching these games. It's just very interesting.
Dvorkovich, thank you so much for your time. I leave you to go and prepare for yet another match. Good luck with the rest of the day. The team of VR Chess seemed unstoppable here in Düsseldorf, winning 9 out of 9 first matches. Finally, in the 10th match, they were stopped. They haven't lost, they drew with Team Armenia. And one of the heroes of the day is Haik Mortesian, I'm sorry if I pronounced the last name badly, who has won his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, nobody else. So you're one of the heroes of your team. First of all, what do you make of the match? Congratulations, I mean, stopping the favorites.
Yeah, I'm very happy to my win. Also, my team played very well in this match. In middle games, I saw many positions that we are even close to win this match, but unfortunately, our fourth board was the last board we lost, and the match ended a draw. But I'm happy with my team performance because I saw all the matches they won, and I'm happy that my team is played draw.
You were the team that stopped him. Okay, but you have a very, very strong team yourself. Before you get into that, your game against Nepo, could you just tell us a bit about it? What went wrong for him? What went good for you?
Yeah, I think this opening, before maybe 1 year ago, I prepared very well. And I played against Yesipenko in classical game, and I was remember every lines. And I think after bishop f4, g5, bishop d2, f5 is the best move. But after bishop g7, maybe white is slightly better. But after that, I didn't remember the most, but I thought that maybe I'm better, yeah, in this position.
You were on the brink of winning this match, but for 9 rounds consecutively, WR Chess have won every match they had. Did you prepare in a special way for them today? Obviously, you were bound to meet them because you're among the top boards. Did you have any special strategy for them today?
No, we are just fighting in every round. Just playing normal chess and see what's going on after that. Of course, VR Chess was a very super team, a lot of strong players, yeah. But I'm happy that we played draw against them.
How did your team prepare for this match? Did you spend some time in Armenia together, or because obviously you're Armenian, or did you just all get together here in Düsseldorf and just start playing immediately?
No, we are always after the games, we are talking each other and thinking which opening is better to play against that opponent. Yeah, usually this type of things, yeah. Thinking, yeah, which opening to play. And
But obviously you're a national team, effectively. It's Team Armenia. Are you more likely to share certain secrets about preparation and opening amongst your compatriots than you would if it was, let's say, an international team?
I don't have a secret, but maybe we are spending so much time together in my country. We are training, we have training camps together. Yeah, maybe we are feeling each other well. That's the point.
What do you make of the formats? You have an amateur board, a women's board. Do you think this is good for chess? Would you like to see more events like this?
Yeah, I really like this tournament, this event. I'm really enjoying this tournament. It's very interesting with amateur and also with the girl on the team. Yeah, it's very nice, very interesting.
Now that you managed to stop VR chess from winning every match, how does that make you feel? Does it give you some extra energy ahead of the final 2 rounds which are to come?
Yeah, of course. We have still 2 rounds. We will try to win these 2 matches, and then I hope that we will maybe finish top 3. I don't know.
Well, Haik Morterosian, I'm really sorry I struggled to pronounce the name. It's my bad. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate this, and good luck.
Thank you.
Once a world champion, always a world champion, but Vladimir Kramnik is a different category, and he's joining us now here today at the start of the 3rd and final day of the World Rapid Team Championship here in Düsseldorf. Vladimir, thank you for joining us. Before we start about the match, for those who obviously know you but are not following that closely what you're doing in recent times, what have you been up to? What are you working on right now?
Well, I'm helping some people in chess, and I've recorded courses, quite many courses on Chessable. We also made a chess educational application, Chess Legends, together with Hou Yifan and Darmen Sadvakasov. So it's a very good one, actually. I can recommend you to download it. And a couple of other projects outside of chess. So, and you see from time to time I'm playing a bit of rapid chess and blitz. Not classical, but rapid blitz.
So what are the things outside of chess?
Oh, that's, yeah.
A secret project?
Not really secret, but too long to explain. I mean, also working with DeepMind. We are still working on some project, trying, understanding AlphaZero. Well, long story, yeah, not for short interview, but also I'm visiting from time to time DeepMind.
So by the sounds of all of this, you're not really a chess pensioner.
A chess pensioner, not a pensioner, but definitely.
But you're still working on a lot of things, so it's not like...
I mean, I don't play, yeah. So that was the idea of our team, basically to get semi-retired or fully retired players, and 40 plus. That is.
Yeah, by your last board, that's a bit.
Well, the last board is, yeah, we have a couple of kids.
That's the average is a bit important. But can one really retire? Can you really, in work, in business, people retire, people give up, but chess is, to be successful, to be a world champion, like in any sport, has to be passionate, you have to be dedicated, but this is a mind sport. Can you really switch off? So since you've stopped playing professionally, sort of you stop, I guess, preparing, or do you still prepare? Do you still follow the novelties? What is kind of the...
No, I don't even follow tournaments. I mean, I don't check games. Major tournaments like World Cup, I saw some games, but by far not all. So no, I'm not really preparing. So I mean, I'm retired in the sense of playing chess, and I can feel it. Yeah, when it gets down to seconds or a minute, then I have a problem. Yeah, like now in the game against Prague, yeah, I was winning, but then spoiled everything in time trouble. So yeah, I mean, okay, also it's age. So no, I fully feel like I'm a retired player. I mean, and not that I really follow much nowadays chess. I mean, of course, I know news, what is happening in the world of chess, but openings or some maybe openings, but definitely, yeah, not the games even. I even don't have a computer with me here. I mean, so.
It's a huge feast, especially for someone working with DeepMind. But you just mentioned the very tense game you had with Pragnanandra, and you said that's a generational divide there. Yesterday, I interviewed Fabiano Caruana, and we were talking a bit about the difference in generations. What do you make of this current generation in comparison to your generation? Obviously, the computers have made a difference, but what else is the difference?
Well, it's a long story. They just think differently. They're much more concrete. They calculate extremely well and don't make too many unforced errors, much less than we did in our generation. But okay, chess is now advanced. Chess is different. So But they're very good also. Yeah, people like Prague, Gukesh, and some others. They're very, very strong. So it's a little different. That's why it's maybe interesting for them to play us and for us to play them, because it's a different approach, a little bit different approach. They defend much better in general. Like you saw this game. Of course, it was, it was my fault mainly, but still, Prague, he was defending, he did what he could do, to try to save the game. So, it's a bit, chess is not the same anymore, it's different, no, again, not better, not worse, just different. So, it's hard to tell it, to formalize it in a couple of sentences.
You've mentioned that obviously this generation, they're more concrete, they work with computers, they calculate fast and better. Some have argued that the computers have taken away some of the mystery from chess and some of the creativity. Are these players, in that respect, a bit less creative and less imaginative than your generation?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, it's just that maybe strategically, our generation, not because we are better, just because it was the base of our play was strategy. Now, the base from the childhood, the talented players are more learning with computers, so it's more tactical. So it's a different set of mind. So maybe in a strategical game, they have still something to learn from our generation, but definitely we could not calculate as well as they do nowadays. Even Kasparov, even the best players. Of course, the level of calculation, the precision is higher than at our times.
Speaking about Düsseldorf and this event here, we have this different format where you have a woman player, you have involved, and also an amateur board. What do you make of this concept, and do you think this would improve the attractiveness of chess both for the media and to get more people involved?
I like the format, again, as an amateur myself, I like the format, and we have a very nice team, we're very friendly, and it's always nice to have an amateur, somebody, it's like a child, like a child in your family, so you're trying to help him, to give advices, rooting for him. Today, our last board finally scored a point. Christoph Baratia is a very good friend of mine. I knew he likes chess. He's really 1-7 player, but he is a 2,800 violin player, one of the top 10 probably in the world. And so he came here, I invited him, so he's enjoying. No, it's great. It's a great atmosphere. Also, it's very well organized event. So everything is perfect, only that, we still have chances, but of course we wanted to be in top places, but we are just not strong enough for it.
And just one final point. You mentioned children, just to pick up on that. Obviously, we're now in a period of chess revival, thanks to the Queen's Gambit and everything that happened. And a lot of people are teaching chess to their kids, and a lot of parents are also finding their way through chess. What would your advice be? What would be the mistakes to avoid when getting your child into chess?
You mean getting...
as a parent?
You mean just to teach chess, not as a professional? It's
a
different story. Just to introduce your child as a general part of general culture and as a useful thing to develop your mind and to develop certain qualities which will be helpful in life in future, or to be a professional player. That is something quite different.
And if you want to take your child on a professional path, how is that to be done? What are the mistakes to avoid early as a parent?
Well, the usual mistake is trying to force things, trying to get concrete results as quickly as possible. To put pressure on the child and, to be very, to try to get it here and now. That is a very typical mistake of many parents, because it's basically, again, if you want your child to be a professional player, let's say top player, frankly, what's happening when he's 7 or 8 doesn't matter so much. The most important that the child is improving and, like chess and enjoying it and improving. And the results, first place or third place, doesn't matter. I can tell you I've never won a Soviet championship, a junior championship. And who won? Tivyakov won once, and people like this. Okay, you probably are more famous than Tivyakov nowadays. So, and I was not even probably considered the most talented kid. One of the, by the way, we just spoke today during breakfast with Peter, just remember it sweetly, remember it times. Maybe the most talented junior in our times was considered to be Sakaev and Tivyakov. two players who are around 2,700. Yeah. So again, yeah, it's time will put everything on its place. So just take it easy because it's also a child. If you put too much pressure, it's definitely not going to be good for him, but also it can be a problem in psychological sense. So that is unfortunately quite often happens, and that is something which is, I believe, very important to control, to help, but not to ask, maximum results immediately and not to put too much pressure, because believe me, chess, especially for a child which takes it seriously, it's a lot of stress already. Winning, losing. I remember myself when I was a child, when I was very small, I was even crying after losing. So it's a lot of stress, and adding it, that's not recommended.
And to wrap it up, finally, just AI and chess, just once more, and that thing. Who is better at explaining chess? AlphaZero and this AI that is coming along, or is it still the human touch, which is best to understand?
Of course, the human touch is better. If it's a right human touch, of course. It still will take time before AI would be able to explain, things in the way as many grandmasters can do. But by the way, in our application, we are using AI assessing the level of a person who is studying it, and by the time he or she spent solving positions by the games, and then it would give recommendation, it would kind of give a material according to a concrete play. So it's starting, but again, it will take some time. Anyway, if you have Magnus Carlsen, Garry Kasparov as a trainer, I think it's better than any AI altogether in the world.
Thank you very much. Lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Our following guest is someone who you will recognize as a chess commentator and a player, but you're used to seeing her more on the commentating side, and now she's on the playing side of things. Keti Sazashvili, thank you so much for joining us. Let me begin from that. Usually people are used to seeing you commenting events, but now you're playing. How difficult is it to adjust to the role? Between two roles, I guess.
I love this experience. I have not played chess at this high level for a long time, and I really miss this. And it is such a great opportunity to see people, the opponents, in person, because I usually see them through the video and cameras. And it is just incredible to have this chance to compete on the board. And I always judge other players how they play, and now I have to judge my own game. So it's really cool.
Now they get to judge your game as well. But on that note, obviously they've been listening to you over the years of watching how you commented their games. Some of them might have a beef with some of your views. So are you reaping any repercussions from that?
Oh, that's actually very funny, because all my opponents that I played, I have seen their games before, how they play, what are their style, and I have to admit that they are so strong. They're really very strong, and it's very hard to find any weakness to beat them or to hold the game on a draw. But I enjoy so much this tournament here and to play with my team that, to be honest, I am not nervous, and when you're not nervous in the chess game, it goes well.
Things just flow well. All right. In this tournament, we have a special board, a women's board. Does this contribute to women's chess? How do you view it as a woman? Should it be a fixed board? Should women be more up? What's your view in general?
Here in my team we're two women, and we're competing also against men, and I like this to be mixed, to have this opportunity to play sometimes with girls and sometimes to play with a man, and I think it should be so, to have the option to play against both.
But also we have in this format an amateur board, an amateur player, which gives some unpredictability to everything. Would you be open as a professional, but also someone who popularizes chess? Do you think that for the promotion of chess, it would be good to have more events like this where there are amateurs playing and just bring in more intensity and unpredictability to events?
Yeah, I love it. I love it, to be honest. Of course, it's you never know what's going to happen on the last board, but it somehow connects the team together, and very often we talk to, like, first board and the second board, which we have 2700s, they can talk to the last board who has no rating, and he enjoys here, and you can give some advices. So at this point we don't have this unpleasant moment for anyone because we have this board, but in general for chess it's amazing because someone who is interested to sponsor chess, who loves to play chess, they can have a team and they can also play by themselves because everyone wants to compete, everyone wants to win, so this is a great opportunity for them.
Just finally, which is easier, to comment or to play, or which is harder actually? Sorry.
Oh, I'm so comfortable with the commentary, to be honest, and doing this for a long time. I would say that I love to do commentary, but also enjoying 100% when I'm playing.
Well, wish you a lot of luck and thank you so much for your time.
Yes.
Very
Dear
nice.
chess friends, welcome. And this is our final round in the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. And we have the winner already,
Yes,
sir,
we do.
and Maurice.
Yes, we do. Elmira, it's been great. Hello, everyone, as we are bringing you the live action of the 12th and final round. And as you said, we do have a winner of the competition.
So, WR Chess won the tournament with 1 round to spare.
Fantastic result. Out of the 22 possible match points, they scored 21. Remarkable, in fact. They were the dominant team.
Maurice, and who is fighting for the silver and the bronze?
Does it matter?
We have to talk about number 2 and number 3 because there is a prize fund, Maurice.
Indeed, indeed, and we will go through that, of course, this round, but we do have to make this big point about WR Chess winning with a round to spare. That's just an incredible result, extraordinary. With this kind of field, I was positive it would not be a runaway. There were so many great players on other teams, and for them, every challenge came and they seemed to meet in every moment they needed to. There was one hiccup, of course. It's hard to run a race and be at full sprint throughout the entire race, especially a 12-rounder. It's not like you're doing a 3 or 4 round or maybe even 5 or 7 round, but to try to go 12 rounds at breakneck speed and be perfect is hard, but they came so close. And I know they want to close out with a bang in this round, especially since they're board prizes as well. And they have players who are doing extremely well. They're like, listen, I want me a gold medal on top of a gold medal.
Right. I want the team and the gold medal. We're competitors. I mean, if you're on a streak, you want to push it to the maximum.
No, it reminded me of Seinfeld's sketch where he was talking about the Olympics and the relativity of the achievement. He said, okay, silver medal, no one really remembers, while the bronze, you just made it, so it's a very special feeling.
We'll talk about the silver.
Have a look.
Yes,
let's
indeed.
have a look. WR Chess is playing against Berlin Chess Federation. So where our friend Elizabeth Petz is playing. So you have the pairings. Then Freedom on the second place with 18 points is facing Düsseldorfer Schach Club. So the local team.
And let's remind everybody that Freedom does have 18 match points. They lead the silver position, MGD1, who has 16. So MGD1 is hoping that Freedom will lose, that they will win, that there will be a tie
and then
for
we'll
second.
have a look at their tie breaks.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so and Team MGD1 is facing Chess Pensioners, also a very interesting match.
Exactly.
So what are their lineups?
Listen, I've got to say, first of all, can you imagine you have to be the last round victim of WR Chess?
That's not nice.
That's our pairing. Thanks a lot. We really don't appreciate it. But maybe you get a chance to play some big stars. Secondly, the same thing for Düsseldorfer Schach Club. It's got to be one of those, I'm a fan. Could you please sign my autograph before your autograph before the game, please? Sign my chessboard, sign my chessboard.
Right.
Okay, now we can play.
Right.
I mean, that's really that kind of matchup. And the Chess Pensioners versus Team MGD1, however, no such signing of autographs.
No.
Those are both sides are thinking we're going to compete, and I'm trying to take you down in this last round. I think that's the most contentious matchup, maybe most even of the top boards.
But we've seen so many intense matches here, so no team is going down without a fight here.
Right.
So Berlin Chess Federation has a lot of strong players, and I'm looking at the women's board. You have the clash between Elizabeth Petz and Alexandra Kosteniuk, and those know each other, I think, since they were 10. They were playing in the same category in the Youth World Championship.
Right.
So
I wonder if Kosteniuk will give some peace and take a draw on that board. I know they're like sisters. What will happen there? Or will she say, we're looking for perfect numbers. We're trying to run up the score.
And here, I was going to say that Kosteniuk is having a very big smile as she's talking. Who is the lady behind Elizabeth there? It's not easy for me to tell.
It's
Maria Emiliana.
Yes. Yeah, she's a photographer, a world-class chess photographer.
Absolutely.
At least. You want her to take your photo, yes.
Yes.
I'm telling you. When she's done,
I know
you
Maria
look better
very
than
well.
you looked in 10 years.
You're having your six packs.
My dear,
amazing.
my dear, it's
She's-
all about reality. I don't go for this matrix stuff.
Well, Marie is also a very strong chess player
As well.
herself.
I'll tell you somebody, though, who's not going to be smiling and taking it easy is that young man right there, Pragnananda. I would feel sorry if I had to sit across the board with the kind of blistering pace he's kept, the kind of amazing chess he's been playing.
Has he been dinged for a draw, though, right? Because he had, on the second day, a 4-0 and a 3,300 performance, TPR.
Come on. You know, you have to at least have a draw so that the
Yeah, they
performance
can
rating
figure
is
that out,
correct.
right?
If you win all the games, you might be a 5,500 player. Nobody knows.
But so he's playing actually Robert Baskin, who beat, Peter Svidler in this unfortunate game.
Poor Peter.
So he's having a very good
So
tournament.
what you're saying
himself.
is he's not going to get lucky twice. Is that what you're saying?
He beat Daniel Friedman as well, so I'm just
I'm
going
looking
through.
at his results.
So Georgios Soulidis, he's having a very good result, tournament so far.
So we have Wesley So on the bottom right of your screen there as he is up against Nicholas
Huschenbeth.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Of course. Well-known writer, streamer, definitely a knowledgeable player. And I think that right now, you definitely want to win.
And
You're not trying to take draws if you're playing against these guys. You want to walk out of here, even if you don't win the tournament, even if you don't even place, how nice would it be to say, man, I beat Wesley So in the last round.
Right.
And that's a nice thing.
I mean,
you just go for it. If you lose to Wesley, everybody goes, you lost to Wesley So. If you beat him, everybody's buying you a drink back at the pub. So
right.
definitely.
Or you're buying everybody
With your drink.
I think.
And we have a London system with
It's a better way of celebrating.
Bishop D6 on move 3 in the game of Wesley So here. I'll just bring up that game on my screen.
Just looking at the lineup, so Dominguez against Hare Krishna, Svidler against Khalsarin, Vladimir Kramnik,
Good pairings.
Arjuna Agassi, Sadvakasov,
I'm telling you,
Sadvani, and
that
Houska
chess pensioners
Dronavalli.
team MGD1, that's got to be the most competitive. Look at those players who are playing each other. As you mentioned, Dominguez, Hare Krishna, Svidler versus Sarin, Niha Kramnik versus Aragaisi, the legend versus the youth. You got Sadvakasov against Sadwani, and then Yavanka Houska against Dronavalli. That would be the one we would focus on, if not for the fact that there's so many other juicy pairings.
Exactly.
I think, yes, sir, there is a premise of an insane game, as Maurice will put it. It's Donchenko against Jobava.
Oh, yeah.
We can expect
Those
fireworks
players are
in
always
that.
going at it. So
Look at this. I've got the game of Nicholas Huschenbeth on my against Wesley So, and after the move knight e7, very nice. Wesley was ready to contest the knight going to e5 by playing knight g6. Look at what Nicholas dropped on the board, h2 h4, just suggesting that hey, I'm going to play h5 and knight e5. I'm going to not allow you to easily trade my advanced knight.
yes, sir. We were talking about different structures, and especially in the modern era, we see a lot of this double pawns on e3, e4, e7, e6,
right?
Or h2, f2, f3, which looked very dubious
Right.
30 years ago, but not anymore. This is another structure which became very popular when white plays bishop b4 and black plays bishop d6. Then you allow this trade, and this is also a very interesting moment in the game. So would you like to play this position with white or with black?
I would like to play the position with white, and it's like one of the things that Maurice was saying about Gregory Kaidanov as a coach. In this particular case, the double pawns give white the half-open e-file, so be happy, move your bishop, bring your rook to e1, and use the double pawn as a battering ram. In this particular case, too, I like we've just seen the move c5.
And C3 in response.
And we saw C3 in response. I would just like to suggest one idea. Knight E5 takes on D4, knight F3. And the idea is, I'm going to make a very bad move. Please allow me to make a very bad strategic move. I mean, this is a dream come true for white. Like this setup with the knight on E5, the knight on D4. You put your pawn on C3, you've got your pawn on F4. Your knights are perfect. And I do mean perfect. So we can see what white's ambitions are, and he starts with the move C2, C3.
But then, like, he took on C3, and if you take C takes, then you're almost forced to take with the knight here, or you will...
Oh, I will definitely take...
Yes.
Okay, instead of
if you
castles,
want to have your plan.
Oh, I'll get the dream set up by taking with the knight, and again, I'll just allow
And
me
then
to...
the other knight goes to E5.
Precisely so, exactly. Now, of course, you're not going to let me get both of my knights, and you'll be looking to trade some of them off. But it's a nice positional game.
Well, H5, H6 is on the board as well. And he had an easy couple of moves with H4 and H5. But then as soon as Wesley played H6, Nicholas made a giant pause. You would think that you have a plan in mind after you've played these moves. You got H4, you got H5. The guy plays one move after you've made your demonstration, and he's like, what was my plan again? What should I be doing?
In my opinion, one of the things that I would love to do as white would be to prevent my opponent from playing the bishop to A6. So if I may make a very awkward looking move, ungainly looking move, the move queen A4 looks a little bit strange, but allow me to play queen A3 and knight C4. I'm trying to provoke you to play the move C4. Once you play the move C4, I jump. I just really want to make this jump. Of course, you're not going to oblige me with the move C5, C4, but I would find myself attracted to the move queen A4. I play the French defense as black, and I would think that it's in black's interest to try to trade the light squared bishops. When your pawn is on H5, Maurice, you know this yourself, you drop your bishop back, you put your queen on C2. It's not so easy to defend that diagonal if I can get that battery. He's not going to allow you that. Let's continue down the boards and look more on table number 1. We have the game between Noderbeck and, well, how do I say that name? Robert Rebiga? Rebiga?
Yes, Rebiga.
I did okay? I'm in the ballpark. Okay.
You are walking on eggshells, yes, here.
Very, very, very much so. Again, a Trompowsky London system, some interesting little nuances in the opening. I am not up to date on my latest and greatest theory. Queen B6, menacing queen takes B2. Hello. Do something about that, because I do think queen takes B2 is a serious threat in this position. I don't know if I should even go so far as to play rook B1, or do I want to play the move bishop B5? I'm not quite sure.
I think it's already on the board, the move
bishop B5?
Yes,
yes,
bishop B5.
You're right.
And
so,
black just played bishop D7.
Bishop to D7, surprise. So for example, if I play, there is a nasty, look at this. Knight takes,
and
pawn takes,
C6.
Oh, that is terrible. There is a checkmate on the D8 square. So that was why he played.
You are still seeing it like the 12th round. You know? I see.
I feel the pieces. Like I'm feeling a little bit tired.
I
after
can barely calculate a few moves. This
Bishop D7. Okay, let's continue down.
Such a tactical vision.
Down the board to Prague's game against Robert. A move from the pages of Levon Aronian, King H8. A clear indication that black is prepping the move F7, F5. I think it's about a balanced position. It probably is even in theory. We're coming to Vincent's game now. Now this is interesting. This is the minor piece, the minor exchange, 2 bishops. And this last move, A2, A4, I find that particularly confounding. What's your take on the move A2, A4? Anytime I'm in the opening, I'm always thinking in terms of grabbing as much of the center as I can. So I'm thinking of moves like e5 and c4. f4 comes into vision, as does knight d2, knight f3, a4. Almira, is that in your radar?
Yes, but in this position, very often black wants to play a4 and a3 himself.
Okay.
So you want to weaken the
So
dark
for
squares.
example,
Yes, in
if
this
I play the
position.
move knight d2,
yes, I will
you
certainly
play a4. If I play knight f3.
And I will play a3, yes.
And then this is what
So,
you mean.
Exactly. This is a very important positional idea. So you have to be careful even in the end game when, like, for example, if all the heavy pieces are going to be exchanged, so if the knight gets on b4.
Yeah, then I'm going to be tied forever to a pawn on.
And I also like this c3 square. Sometimes you can play d4 and then bring your knight to c3 or the bishop to c. There are a lot of ideas here. That's why I think that white played a4.
Okay, and he certainly did. That is to say, Vincent played a4 to prevent the possibility of a5 as well. And we do have a move, queen c7, knight d2 on the board. I like white. I like the two bishops. I like the ideas of playing for f4 and e5, and let's go. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Let's attack. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, we got some fun going on in the game between the legend, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, who famously took down the world's best player, one of the greatest players in history, Garry Kasparov, at a time when Garry was just considered unbeatable. Of course, he had been getting a little bit older, but still, Garry was on top of the chess world. 20 years he stayed on top of the chess world. And Kramnik, his own student, his young protege, came up, rose, and defeated him in a match and didn't even allow him to win a single game in that match. Hard to believe that you could take down Garry Kasparov that way. But he did, and he remains as one of the great world champions. He played this he's playing with white on board 3 against Arjun Erigaisi. And this is the MGD1 matchup against the pensioners, Kramnik. In this position, queen c2, old school variation, attempting to stop any bishop f5 move, g6 insisting, and after the move h3, interesting little quiet move there, bishop f5, queen b3, and now queen to b6, offering a trade of queens. And look how he handled this one. He said g4, move your bishop, to which the youngster said, I will. I'll go in and attack a pawn. What's your point? Well, bishop to f4, take the pawn if you want to. He does have an idea for knight d2. Before doing that, h5, and already we're just in the opening, and there's all these attacks on pawns and threats in the position starting right away. Rook to g1, giving him the h-file, takes and takes to keep his pawn structure together, and finally he said, I'll take the pawn now. Bishop takes was played, knight to d2, and now bishop to c4, and we're sitting in this position that Kramnik has been thinking about. Down a pawn, black structure, very solid. He could win the pawn back with bishop takes, and rook takes, but you're going to be giving up this beautiful dark square bishop in order just to get a pawn back. I don't think this is what Big Vlad wants to do. He could, of course, capture on c4 as well, but looking at the current position, I see nothing has been updated just as yet. What a sharp line, just right out of the opening.
No question about it. And I am mesmerized by that whole idea of knight takes c4, d takes c4. And I don't know if I want to include the move bishop e5 or not, or I just want to go e2, e4 right away. If you played bishop b4, bishop b4, f2, f3, I'm a pawn down after b5. But, as you said, I have bishop takes b8 and rook takes a7 as a bailout. Fascinating position.
You got the bishop e5 idea.
Right.
Well, knight e5, of course, would happen. I mean, knight d7 attacking e5 would happen. There's bishop c4. It just feels like there's a lot of possibilities for white. And right now, Big Vlad is looking deep into the position to see if he can teach the youngster a thing or two that he used to do back in the day.
Thank you, Maurice. And you asked the question, Almira. You said, well, will Elizabeth and Alexandra play a friendly game? There's nothing friendly about this game going on.
These never two ladies, those questions
these two ladies are really going at it. And this last move, b7, b5, that's just plain, let's get serious about what's going on. b5, knight is on d4 as Alexandra is looking to chase this knight away, this diagonal can be opened, but also she's inviting the move e4, e5. This, I love my bishops in ambush on these long diagonals. Looking at e5 to try to spear that rook on a8. This has got some real fangs in it. And I remember, pardon me, I remember just losing a game once. I had such a position as white, and I did something. Let's just say that in this case, I did this. F2, F4. And I was a bit upset after Queen C3. Got into an ending where, again, I was tasered by, these double pawns, and I never recovered after Queen takes C3, which is why Elizabeth actually put her king on H2 just to sidestep these kinds of traps. And we do have B5 on the board. Elizabeth, as you can see on your screen there towards the end of the table, just played knight B3.
This is the exact same position with the opposite colors, which is arising from the King's Indian.
Is it really?
Yes, but the black, you have this position with Queen A4.
Okay.
And I actually had it, and I played knight D7 and knight B6.
So you're an expert in the system. What's going on? You tell me. Knight B3 attacks Alexandra's queen. We anticipate she could go back either to C7 or B6. I just chose B6 because I kind of like the queen protecting everybody. Is E5 the follow-up that white wants, or what? How's white supposed to play this?
Well, how's white? Because I'm thinking, what is black doing? Yes, you do want to close the bishop. You want to play E5 and F4, so to close the bishop on G7.
For example, we'll just put a few moves on the board. I'm not saying that this is going to happen. And F4, so the idea is to try to shut down this bishop. And I'm kind of weak here a little bit.
Yes, because you need the rook on the second rank here, so I'm not sure you have time. You can give Queen C6, check first.
And I will go King H2, so anytime you want to play that. Intriguing position. And finally, the last board, we have Vadim versus Felix here. Let's see how the players got to this position. Last few moves. Vadim has been prepping and working so hard, because the problem is he's put together this team of all-stars. He doesn't want to be the laggard. He wants to say, guys, I really put in my time, my energy, I worked really hard, and he's trying his best to keep up with his teammates. We just have this position after knight d5. I'm looking at bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and, well, actually, I believe Vadim did not trade, but immediately went queen c4. I think this is the move on the board. Hard to tell from that. But imagining queen c4 for just a moment has been played. I think it's a balanced game. I'm not sure I don't like black. Black is already castled. He's got his king nicely safe and tucked away. And there's something to be said for knight takes c3 and e5 in the position, or something like this.
Wait a minute.
This is Vadim's game.
What do you have against queen f4?
Queen f4. Well, my queen is protected, so I can take.
Takes. Yeah. Okay.
Or you could play queen e3 check.
But you're going to play queen
e2. And then I'm going to force some trades.
Yeah.
Vadim looking away like, well, did I miss something? Is it okay? It should be okay. Going back to the game of Alexandra's for just a moment, because kind of what you were saying.
More or less what happened, but she started with f4.
Right, queen b6, f4, get the rook off of the diagonal, rook f2, and we've caught up with the players.
I love black.
You love black? Okay. After rook f2, give me a move, Maurice. b4, a5.
I didn't say I had to move, I just love black.
I didn't say.
What is wrong with b4?
Nothing. I asked the question. I guess I'm going to move my knight. Knight e2. just so long as I don't get tricked with a knight g4 check. We'll keep an eye on this
Maybe
game.
you should start with, like, you do not define maybe a5, a4 first.
b4?
Yes,
Yeah.
here.
Maybe a little
Okay.
I
bit.
was not sure because
Rook
a5 you
F2.
should.
Well, I
You
think
cannot play a4 because knight b3, of course. So then, or bishop b3, yes.
I think Elizabeth really wants to play the move e5, as we've mentioned, to try to shut down this
Yes, so
bishop.
knight d5,
If we do go in this direction for just a second, let me take this guy, and finally c3 or c4. I'm not sure. c4 is a possibility, but let's say c3.
So now I actually wanted to play a4, but you can't take on d4, and my rook is not protected.
Right.
I wanted to say yes, so this
Oops.
is losing a piece, and
Or
you
a
cannot
pawn,
take
yeah.
back. Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. But tell us about the fight for second place.
Actually, I'm intrigued by this position just now. The move knight b6 was played in the game with Vadim. Only I was going to leave it, but this one, knight b6, the bishop is hanging, and also queen d3, just to leave the territory, does run into bishop f5.
That's nasty.
And that's annoying. So where do you put this queen? Do you...
Queen c5. Queen c5.
Continue to hang out with queen c5.
Let me just linger.
Man, this is reminding me of like a
bad dragon, right?
That's a bad dragon. Robert Byrne, Bobby Fischer. Is it the right? You know, the queen starts floating a little bit.
Right.
You play knight a4. Remember Fischer did that in the game of the century.
Exactly.
Is the game I'm talking about.
Exactly.
And it just feels like this joker doesn't belong here. But how to get it out? Obviously, e5. The bishop will just drop back. And you're ready to get out the center. And even if my rook were to move, bishop f8, is your queen trapped? What a weird thing. Your queen can hide on a5. Is that what your queen's going to do, Yaz? Let's say I move the rook.
Yeah.
Not sure where I should put it. Let's put it here to trap the queen.
I've got to go long.
And you're going to go long, and bishop here, you're going to...
a5.
You're going to hide on a5. Man, that's a funny square to hide on.
It is. It is.
But it does look like you're safe for the moment. I don't know what the trick is to get at you, because I can't play knight d5. You might trade queens. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything special there, but I'm sure black is looking for something in this moment right now with knight b6 queen. The queen did go to c5 in the game.
Yeah.
You know, you stick your queen in my face.
I know. It's like, wait a minute.
I gotta do something about that. But
can you do something just straightforward, like bishop takes
like
d4,
takes on d4,
it's c5, bishop f5, rook d8. Yeah, it feels like the queen on d4 is just a target. I wanted to turn our attention to the big fight for second place. Again, Freedom, the team led by Vichy Anand, is in the second place. Coming into this last round, they have 18 points. All they need is a draw in the match, and they clinch silver. However, Vichy, you know, he's had a great tournament up to now, but you feel that, you know, 12 rounds of rapid chess is kind of catching up with Vichy. We feel it, certainly. And White got his knight to d6, and Vichy said, no, I cannot tolerate that knight. So he gave up an exchange for a pawn, and he does have a very powerful outpost on the d5 square. So it's one of those positions where the material imbalance is very, very favorable for Andre with, well, material advantage. But the fact that I have this very good knight on d5 makes me feel like it's not, you know, going to be an easy conversion. Not at all.
Check this out.
Let's do it.
You're going to like this one. So, no, let's go further back. So in this position here, Prague had played king to h8 against Robert Baskin, and he played the move f5 and takes, and he said, I got these nice juicy pawns, all kind of threats. f4 will trap your bishop. So takes, and now the move knight to c4, pressuring this pawn and giving your bishop a chance to go backwards in case of f4. And so he played knight to g6, holding the pawn together, overprotecting the pawn, one of Yasser Serouan's favorite ideas. That was said in jest. It's an inside joke. Knight to g6, guarding this pawn many different ways. And what happened here? Retreat the bishop? No can do. Bishop g5. Yes.
Wait a minute.
Very visual
That
move.
wasn't a part of the script.
That was not part of the script. Absolutely not. Obviously, if you take on g5, you could get hit by knight takes on e5, and suddenly queen h5 is coming,
check.
and this bishop is lurking along the long diagonal. So if I just play like a natural move here, queen check, king moves, and now, boom,
Ouch.
you get hit, and that's it. Game is over. So a fantastic looking shot anyway. Optically
Yes,
looks
sir.
good. You
But
see a move like that,
it's completely illusion. Like, if I can calculate, you take on g5, take on e5, and bishop e5. You have the king g7. So.
Say
you're
it
trying
again.
to be a spoiler. but-
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler
We've got
alert. Let's get
Almira's
to
in
what
the house.
Amira said, take it on e5. We could just take with the bishop, and that's just winning.
Because Yasser loves to take pawns, but I love
In
pieces.
this case, you have my full
You
support.
got my support too. Okay.
I think that this was a total bluff.
Okay, you think it's just a total bluff?
How about, wait a minute,
maybe
knight
this is the
h4.
way. Maybe
No,
this is the way.
No, I disagree with myself. Knight f4.
Knight f4 comes, and then knight g6.
Oh.
King h7.
King h7.
I can take your rook.
I will recapture with the bishop. Maybe there's got to be a better move. Prague was bluffed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Because he
that's
did
what
play queen e8, which looks like a decent move, by the way. But come on, you don't
Okay,
bluff
but
a
knight-
2800.
Let's go with this.
King h7, yes.
Take f8. d7 is hanging, so,
So
you
bishop
can't.
f8, of course.
You have to take with
So
the
you take,
bishop.
and then take this?
Yeah, this is.
I'm not sure that this is so clear because
That's
I will
not
play
clear at
bishop
all.
c6.
That knight f4 is
Yes.
so strong, and the bishop will come to d6. So this should have been good for Prague as well. I like.
Whoa, back up. I just
like
took a pawn.
it.
What if I played this move? You're playing knight g6, queen h5 does nothing.
Whoa. Are you giving me a pawn, Maurice?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, I was.
Well, you can take and play g4.
and play g4, and then I
that's
get
it.
the same thing. Okay,
Right.
maybe I just take, as we said, take, bishop d6.
And Prague's got two minor pieces, and the minor
No,
pieces
those
look
look
good.
like good minor pieces. That's interesting if he actually was bluffed here, because bishop g5 did land on the board, both of them missing this moment in time.
But I tell you, the move queen e8, when I see a move like bishop g5, I go, I get you. I understand. I believe you. Queen e8, let's
Queen
go.
e8 was played.
You
But,
know, I mean, I
but
believe
look what happened. He said, I'm leaving the piece there, knight to h4. It wasn't-
Anyway.
Yes, absolutely. Now you definitely can't take. I don't think this is a bluff.
Nope.
Because
that's
obviously
clear.
here, you're going to get hit
Once again.
once
by-
again with the discover check along the long diagonal. So
Agreed.
that's a problem. So in this position, though, again, cool customer. He played bishop e6, finally shutting down the problem on the
Exactly.
diagonal, so there's no ideas of discoveries, forcing his opponent to finally trade pieces here, takes, and bishop to h4.
And now the storm is over, and now it's Black's turn to kind of like.
Wasn't so easy, though. Look at the position. If you look at it, the current position we have,
Okay.
right here, after bishop h4, he played e4, and now f4, which is a theme you do often in the King's Indian, where you play f4 yourself, and your opponent plays e4. So this played now a trade of the minor pieces,
Okay.
and a surprising knight a5 met by bishop f1. I'm not really sure what's going on this position, on this board, but this pawn's not going anywhere. Black does have some space, but you can't get to this file without giving up your dark squared bishop. I think white's fine here.
I agree. Yes,
Yeah. Intriguing game. I was going down the tables as well, and I was just looking at Daniel Dubov. Daniel landed this big shot, knight to c6, and it was a pretty combination that Daniel played. Knight c6. Just a second. I'm going to take this move back. Pawn on d5 is under attack, Amira. It's defended by the knight on e7. There's a back rank possibility. This rook on a1 is lurking to jump to a7. Boom. Knight c6. Knight takes c6.
Knight
Knight takes d5. Pretty combination. Rook d7 takes, c7. Knight d6. Rook takes. I'm threatening a back rank mate. Check. Queen. And I think we've caught up with the players. No, I'm expecting knight takes, rook takes. And at the end of all of it, white ends up a pawn to the good. Okay, by no means, a forced win, but technically speaking, white's a very happy camper in this round, in this game. Maurice, back to you.
Did I miss something? Did you all look at this game with Nadurbeck versus Robert Rabiega?
No.
Yeah, it was too quick, too fast,
right?
too done. Yeah, Fast and Furious is what it was, actually.
What
in this
happened?
Position, white, I just want to see what the last move was. White took on c6. Oh, you attack my bishop, I'm just taking. Right? I'm just taking your bishop. Just take back. Well, I don't want to ruin my pawn structure, so I'm just going to take back with the bishop, right? What could happen?
Oh, no. Knight takes
Boom!
e6.
In your face.
Oh.
What? That was there? Chess is such a sneaky game.
Oh.
Knight takes e6. Now you can't take back because you could, if you want to, suffer this position with check.
We've all suffered these.
And by the way, this is nasty. Let's start with g6. You play that, queen e5. Your rook's hanging. Defend it. You can't. If you move, queen takes with check. There goes your rook. So that's terrible. Also, if you play king to d8, trying to run on this side, then obviously you're going to be facing the gauntlet. Rook check. We start with that.
Yep.
You could keep running, actually. This is now an interesting position. What is the win here? Because you're prepared.
Simple chess?
Simple chess?
Queen
f7?
f7 or queen e5? Yeah, simple chess.
Queen e5 doesn't, well, you're just trying to tie me down forever.
Yeah, you can't move. But queen f7 looks like I'm going after e6.
Queen f7. And bishop d5 is impossible, of course, or is it?
No, c4. c4.
Yeah, you're just going to go after me this way.
Right.
Right? Win back your piece?
Yep.
And there's no bishop d7, obviously, so am I just going to move my bishop somewhere? Even this can run into a c4 shot.
Exactly. Again.
Looks bad. He just played on play alone or calculation that showed that this is bad. Instead of taking, his opponent was in shock when the knight landed on e6, so he just tried to make a move. He played rook over to c8, only to be met by queen g4. Simple chess. You can't touch my knight. I'm attacking your pawn. Your rook's hanging on c8 to my queen. That's all she wrote. Move number 14. That's the worst thing to happen to you in a tournament. Like miniature. This is a miniature. Like,
miniature.
A miniature. This sucks. Your last round of a tournament. The worst thing you could do in a tournament is lose badly in the last round. I don't care if you won a bunch of games. When you lose that last round, you walk out of there just feeling, you know the feeling, guys. And if you had a poor tournament, but you won the last round in style, you're like,
wow,
you know what?
The chess isn't so bad.
Not so bad. I mean, that's how you want to close out in style. This, poor Robert's going to want to forget this game.
Not good. Just looking at a game of Anna Zatansky versus Polina Shuvalova. Anna, who, by the way, just had an absolutely dream event, the Cairns Cup in St. Louis, where the very top ladies of the world all got together. Anna was the lowest rated player in the field, and she convincingly won clear first. And she is going after Polina with all guns blazing. Knight h7, rook f7. Look at this, bishop g6, pinning the rook to the queen. Bishop e7, so that this knight is stuck. You think my knight is stuck, said Anna? No, it's not. Knight g5, forcing you to take it so that she can play rook h8 and queen h5, and it looks to me like Anna's in the driver's seat big time.
It has
over
been
here.
captured. We see a double capture.
HG5 on the board.
Yes. And now bishop d6.
Trying to make room for her king so that the move rook h8 doesn't land with a checkmate. Queen h5, yes. and then black's king is getting on her running shoes. Anna just measuring the moment here.
But how do you stop this king from...
Well, the king f8 is not a threat.
Actually, the king is not threatening to run. So you would
How
like to play
about-
queen h1 right now, right?
Yeah.
We could
How
just play
about
it.
rook h7?
Rook h7 is also a move since you're not...
So
But-
I can go queen h5 and rook h8 mate. So bishop d6
Wait,
is on
something
the
just
board.
happened. There's a rook...
She
king
went
f1.
king f1?
Oh, she
No.
played king in the soft. King
F1
and got hit by rook takes
no.
f2 check,
Turning
spoiling the
tables.
party. Oh my goodness, and now your rook's hanging and
Oh no.
terrible. Wow, from attack
Oh
to
no.
on your back in just one move.
Oh, that's a
Unbelievable.
cold shower. King f1 allowing rook f2 check.
Easy development. Oh, that's
Oh,
how
dear.
cruel chess is.
Oh, that's tragedy.
Why did you play king f1,
Yes,
by
what
the way?
was
What was
the
the
idea
point of king
behind-
f1?
I'm not even
King
sure what
F1.
king f1 was all about either.
What
King
was-
f1.
Why would you, what? The pawn on g2 was hanging.
So she was thinking that, yeah, and Anna is just so sorrowful. I think
Can't believe it.
She can't
What was the
believe it.
reply to your rook h7?
I am not sure. I was thinking that there were several good moves for white. Queen h5 was one, rook h7 was another, with the idea of queen h5. I didn't see an answer. I didn't know what on earth black would do in this case. You can't move your king. Maybe you have to move your queen and just
Yes.
get ready to
And run?
run.
How? f7's hanging.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm picking up a rook, and Anna is just in shock.
Unbelievable.
Shock.
Unbelievable mistake. By the way,
Yes.
we've got this position. Let's go back to the Wesley So game
All right.
where Nicholas Hushabeth is playing, and you've got this position. You played h4, h5, but you have the castle on the king side. And now,
And now,
b5 just happened. Let's play g4. Let's attack. Let's get some action going. Do we care that you're playing against Wesley So? No.
obviously not.
Obviously, no respect. Knight b6, rook e1, knight a4. What's happening over here? Rome is burning, and you're busy hitting b pawns. Well, knight to f3. And now Wesley said, now it's time to deal with this knight you have on this square. It cannot retreat thanks to your last move. Plus, this pawn will hang anyway. So, knight to g6, takes. And I'm going to take this pawn, give you this one with check. Now I'm going to move the king out the way. And now the move rook to e3, defending his knight.
B2 is
Knight takes
hanging.
b2. We wanted it all along. And
Whoa.
g5 coming out of nowhere. Of course, this rook is looking to get to this file. If you take
That opens up the e5 square for the
knight
knight.
e5, a little knight f7 action.
That's right.
And that's what he's looking for. Wesley said, I'm not going to have any of that. I'm going to play rook g8. I'm ready to counter along the file if you open it up. By the way, the pawns, like, there are a lot of things in the way, but this rook is guarding all the way to the g1 square. And so in this position, let me just get updated. This position here, after g5, knight d3, rook 8, sorry, we needed a couple of moves. Sorry, rook g8, king g2, and then rook to h1. No respect. Look at this attack. And now finally takes, and queen to f7.
Look at this nasty rook h6 check trap.
Yes, this is the threat, to take and then mate you. And,
on h7.
And also queen takes, pawn takes, rook f8. It looks like you could just take on g5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Looks best in the position. And okay,
We
you
have
can't
a
really
Donnybrook.
change the position. Wesley did not play this way. Wesley instead played g4.
My queen is protected by the knight. Please trade queens on my terms.
And no can do. What is happening? The board is going fast and furious. And there's another sacrifice that happened here. Sorry, folks. They're just moving too fast. g4 was answered by rook takes d3. Wow. You now trade queens. Obviously, your queen was hanging and takes. If you're taking, he also had rook takes. And now rook f8. And now two white pieces hanging in the position. So one had to move. He played rook to e3, takes. and rook takes. What a scintillating game this has been so far. White is currently, though, after all is said and done, down a pawn.
Right? All of that action. And
all
you're
of that
down.
bluster and flight and fight. And now you might lose your F7 pawn. And any second now, A6,
Fun.
rook A7. You got to bring your rook over, no?
Thunder and lightning. I'm looking at.
And
Okay,
also if you
so
move your rook-
A6, rook H5, rook A7, rook F5. Just to try.
But no G6?
I don't know, Maurice. It looks like G6 will lasso.
And then the king goes to G7?
Yeah, I'm going to have to play rook D5 anyway.
Yeah, these guys are hard to beat.
Wow, but
These
that
guys
was a
are hard
lot
to take down.
of thunder and lightning
Can
going
you
on
imagine
there.
all that? You're swinging with all you got, and then you get it. He's not dead yet.
He's not dead yet.
No, he's not. No,
He's not dead yet.
He's strong. He's standing up, and he's looking at you saying, "I'm going to take all your pawns." That's what's going to happen. Incredible.
After that crazy rook and pawn ending, I'm looking at another crazy rook and pawn ending. This one is between Nihal Sarin and Peter Spidler in the pensioners matchup. That's an important game also for our standings. And it's kind of a confusing or confounding black king. I mean, look at that black king is on G4, and you almost ask yourself, are you in some kind of a crazy mating net? Like, for example,
How
if I
can
go
we create
check, king takes, I don't know, F4, it's almost, you know what I mean? It's like...
But maybe check king F4 and king E4.
Okay, that's a different matter.
Yes,
check,
king F4.
King F4.
Will take, and king E4.
And king E4, going after this fellow. Wow, okay. I see Vladimir Kramnik's game on the screen. Let's go to the Vladimir Kramnik game. That's crazy game there, as he's playing against Arjun. And Vladimir, look at this. This was that nice opening, and Vladimir looks to be winning here with the two connected passed pawns. In the center, we just saw rook check. I can imagine knight C3, followed by knight D5, and the force of the knight and rook working together in tandem must be, well, close to winning, if not winning immediately.
Vlad wins this one, he'll be very proud.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
He's decided to just trade rooks. I'm surprised by that
decision as well.
Yes,
Me
sir.
too. Please.
No, I just had a glance at Elizabeth's and Alexandra's game, and I think
I
there
have
have
to
been,
go up.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I have to go way down.
It's
on
our main match.
On board one, yes. I got to keep going down.
While you do that, let me just
Yes,
show you something
please.
real quick, a quick knockout in this game.
I think Elizabeth is
Between
much better.
Felix and Nair, this game has no real significance, major significance to the standings at the top, but it's worth showing how grandmasters see through pieces. This queen is attacking this pawn. This queen is attacking this pawn. See the knight in the way? Yeah, the queen is attacking the pawn, but it's like, it's defended. Well, this bishop is pinning this pawn. No, it's not. The knight is in the way. But we see it. We see it. Potential. It was all about. And what happens? When you move the knight out of the way, now this pawn is actually pinned. And thank you very much, check. And boom.
Oh,
and I told you the queen was attacking the pawn. It's simple stuff like that. You just got to note the potential in positions. So he moved bishop h3, ignoring all the checks. You can go right ahead. When you're done, he played king to g7, check, king h6, f4, bishop f2, king f1, and bishop back to e3, and that's mate. Don't bring your queen back because that's a queen. So bad blunder in the last round as well. Another one of those bitter taste in your mouth as you're leaving the tournament hall for playing such a mistake.
Yeah, those 12 rounds of play, that'll do it as well. By the way, I want to return to the game between Elizabeth Pates and Alexander Kosteniuk. Obviously, a drama took place earlier, but I'm looking at the current position, Almira, and Elizabeth is just doing excellently. She has 4 pawns. Alexandra has 4 pawns, but, and here's the big but, I've got an exchange for a knight. And Elizabeth, those rooks are actually working beautifully. And I see d5, d4, I see h4, h5, and this is white all day. Elizabeth should win this game from this position.
I think that Alexandra was forced to sacrifice an exchange in order to create some counter chances.
I see.
So she probably sacrificed rook d3 there and
Earlier in the game.
Yes, earlier in the game. So how is the match looking
Yeah,
right now?
let's just check in on Vadim lost.
Okay.
So Felix has won, so WR is behind 1-0. It looks to me like Elizabeth should win, so that's 2-0. Then Vincent. Whoa. What is going on here?
Good luck trying to win this one.
Vincent, in a little bit of trouble, I would say. Never mind trying to win. A little bit of trouble for Vincent.
Light squares are difficult
Prague
to overwhelm.
won. Prague did win, so that's already 2-1. Assuming Elizabeth wins, let's continue our look. We think, well, Nordrvek won already. So that's 2-2, which means everything depends on the Wesley So game. Wesley is a pawn up.
Is this winning?
No, in my expert opinion, Wesley's a pawn up.
It's the 4 versus 3 variation. I see.
That was a famous joke from the Soviet Union. There was a World Championship match, and one of the Soviet sports writers from TASS had asked David Bronstein, well, what is the adjournment like? And one of the players, Botvinnik's up a pawn. So the Soviet sports writers written, in the expert opinion of Grandmaster David Bronstein, Botvinnik is a pawn ahead. It was pretty brilliant at the time. Sorry, G6. And Vincent, I'm telling you, Vincent's in bad shape here. I do not like his position at all. And it wouldn't shock me if that last move, G6, is a winner.
But the problem is his opponent has only 12 seconds. Okay,
let's stay with this one for a moment. Yes. H5 check.
Yeah, that's never good to see end up on the board, man. That's a move and a half. Where did the knight go?
Knight moved back to F3. Let's see how it got.
Knight
how did knight get to F3?
Knight H4, Queen D1.
Knight. Okay, let me just go back a few moves. Sorry, I apologize. G6, Queen D1, Knight F3, H5. Hello, that's in your face. Ooh.
And he moved the king to F4?
White's king is walking the tightrope here.
I think the black is completely
winning.
Here.
And now Queen C1 pitting the rook and threatening Bishop C5.
Queen C1 pinning the rook to the king. That's an absolute pin, by the way. So Bishop C5, that rook.
And you just play Queen B3? That doesn't stop Bishop C5.
No, it does not.
This is the takedown happening here.
As
Bishop C5 played.
On the board.
On the board, and now knight to E5. I don't believe that move.
Well, he does have a nasty threat of queen takes F7 check.
Well, he could trade right now and at least be up in exchange.
That is for sure.
That would be reasonable. Just don't let Queen F7 happen, please.
And he's done it. He's gone for that trade.
I'm up in exchange. You're going to have to defend this one. Vincent in big trouble. This is maximally a draw in this one, yeah?
Correct.
Yes, so if Wesley So doesn't win, they're losing this match.
Wow.
Wow. I think it oftentimes happens when you're winning the tournament with one round to spare. Like we saw it in the candidates with Nepo.
You get deflated.
You've accomplished your goal and suddenly, and by the way, I see Elizabeth and Alexandra are blitzing. So they're down on the clock.
Okay, this is not so clear now.
Now it became a little bit of a mess. And again, I'm sorry that I have to just refresh my board. And keep me posted if you can on the live screen there, Almira. If you see moves getting played, let me know.
Knight F5.
Knight F5 check on the board. Okay, that looks good. King has to.
Where do you go?
If you go King G4, by the way, I've got Rook E3. And don't let me checkmate you on G3.
So Alexandra
So it
needs,
might be a draw.
She needs to actually to fix.
I think this is a draw. I think she's got perpetual
draw
check
here,
on the board. You can't play King G4. That walks into Rook G2, and you will get mated. We've got a draw. Check, because you can't play King G4. This move Rook E3.
Well,
that's
looks.
that's a perpet. You better
What
And
perpet?
you better hope
I'm
you
still
have.
looking for the perpet.
Woo!
And meantime, Vincent looks like he's going down. We might want to get back to that game.
I've got it.
As the king has come up, all he needs to do is get his king one step closer, and you're going to go down. If you can play King E5, the game is over.
Right.
And he just moved this. He just allowed for a trade, and this is getting worse and worse.
Is it?
The king has found E5, and this must be lost.
Yes, most certainly.
This has to be lost. Check, move the king
Sorry,
back, and then can.
I'm just refreshing my board, and we've got the current setup. Sorry.
But he played Rook A3 check, King G2 is on the board. He doesn't want to take the E pawn because he would lose
the G6
his
pawn.
G6 pawn.
But you can always step back with the rook, right? Like something like rook here.
The king comes back.
King F3, and I understand that you've
He
got.
did come back, King F3 on the board, and now King back to F6. This knight is going to get stretched.
Stretched.
Somehow he needs to trade off all the pawns, does white, but I don't see how he does it.
Absolutely, I'm not going to allow that. But I do see this king as coming to G5 and check and coming to G4.
That's bad.
Bad.
No, but King G5, Knight H3 check chases
Yeah,
you back.
no,
so
I have to give you a rook check
give the
first.
check first.
So Vincent, again, just remind everybody what's going on in this round because we had Vadam losing on board 6. We had a draw on board 5 with the ladies.
WR chess, they won on the second board and on the third board.
Right.
Then they lost on the sixth board, and they're going, this game is still in progress.
Right.
And they drew on the fifth board. So for the moment, they're leading 2-1, and with 2 games still in progress. 2.5, 1.5, yes.
And Vincent is fighting for dear life in this game.
I was actually
By the
looking
way,
at other results.
as that happens, just a quick note, I see the name Emil Sutovsky.
Oh, yeah.
As a player.
He was captain.
He was captain of the team, but isn't this just his first game he's played the whole tournament?
I think so. He's making his professional debut.
In the last round, this game ended in a draw by repetition of moves.
Welcome back to competitive chess, Emil. You thought it was going to be easy, huh? Nice.
Not at all.
What is going on with Vishy Anand? We left this game, but we were not sure.
We'll ask Maurice to do that. As I just want to stay
Which
with
The first
Vishy
game.
Anand.
First game.
He had sacrificed
He sacked an exchange
Yes.
and he refused to accept the draw.
And he refused to accept the draw.
Refused to accept the draw. He could have easily drawn, but he said, I'm not going to lose. Let me just keep pressing. And now he's up in exchange in this. I mean, he's
down in exchange for 2 pawns.
Let me get this update. He's down in exchange. He's been down in exchange for a while.
But he's got 2 pawns.
He's got 2 pawns, and he just figures, I'm not going to lose this game. Let me just keep going and going and going and see if I can win it.
Exactly.
So he's been trying to win for a while, but white has been defending.
All right. Nice. And I'm looking at this game by Vincent. Now, we've been thinking that black has this game in hand, but truth be told, Vincent he's setting up some kind of fortresses with his knight and 2 pawns. I still believe it's technically winning, but it's not easy, not at all. And that's what you want as a defender. You just want to keep making your opponent have to find the best moves.
But the knight is on D2 now.
The knight went to where? To D2? What?
His knight is on D2 from what I can tell. Yes, his knight is on D2. Okay, I'm seeing the live board.
Okay.
And what happened on that board that got everybody so excited, I don't know. Okay, this must be winning. I see the live board, and you've just got to be busted. And this is the end game he needed. He's taken on e4, and that's all she wrote. This is absolutely lost. That's it. There's no way. This is not even saved. If you remove the h pawn, you're winning.
Right. That's easy.
Even if you take away the black h pawn, the game is over, and Keimer is going down in this position. He has no chance whatsoever to draw.
Right. So this
That's
one
it.
is over, and that is
Big
a
time
handshake.
upset. Spoiling that. Did they lose, or Wesley still playing?
Wesley
no, Wesley
still-
is still playing, but Elizabeth didn't win.
Elizabeth did
So
not
Elizabeth,
win, so
yes,
we're
needed
expecting
to
a
win
tied match.
in order for them to create an upset, like or big
Who has
surprises.
to win? Nicholas has to win for the upset?
No.
Well, Elizabeth had to win.
Elizabeth
she was
had
an
to win.
exchange up. Yes,
Yeah,
so-
well now Nicholas has to draw
to tie the match.
To tie the match.
Wow.
And currently he has, I think, a technical draw, right? He's 2 pawns down. He's got this great king on G4.
Yeah, that's...
And we know that these blockading positions are technically drawn, but hey, it's 2 pawns, and any blunder and it's gone. It would be lost. So
Wesley has to play rook g7 at some point.
Exactly.
Or get his king to h. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's going to play rook g7, yes. Even if you stay on that rank, then he plays rook g7 and tries to bring his king up. Okay, we got that. Rook g7 played. And now you can't ever take the g-pawn.
No,
That's
rook
clear.
b6, king h7. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. I'm going to let you achieve your hope for position with the king on h6, right? Now, wait a minute. Now, this is I'm giving you the best that you can get, Maurice. How can you improve from here, though?
I don't see it.
Me either.
And Wesley has come back to g7, allowing just a waiting situation. He's achieved the beautiful setup.
The best he
I don't
can.
see how you break through here. Wesley's desperately seeking a way, but I don't see it.
Right? Okay, I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Don't be upset.
What's king f7?
He wants to play rook g7 and then run with the king, I don't know, on a good day all the way somewhere.
Where are you hiding?
I don't know where I'm hiding.
I mean, he's back to g7 again. Position's basically repeating itself. King h7, just play rook b8. No tricks here. Rook g7, rook a8. Little sneaky. Trying to maybe can a rook get on h7 and do something funny? I doubt it. Nice move. You're not going anywhere.
Good defense by Nicholas.
And again, Wesley just making simple moves, and Nicholas saying, nah. Time for the sip of water, you know when that means.
You're right. I'm
I got this.
confident. I'm going to go with it.
So all we're looking to see if they can tie the match.
Right. Which, by the way, is an extraordinary accomplishment considering on paper they were gross underdogs with 2,300 players.
And Wesley's back to g8. This is not going anywhere. This looks drawn.
Totally. By the way, how did Fabi finish?
I'm not sure.
This
There are a lot of
tournament?
boards. By the way, Vichy did draw.
He did draw after great fight.
I'll tell you how Fabi did.
Fabi was the
drawing.
lead. So it means that Fabiano wins the gold medal for his performance on the first board.
Oh, really?
I think he scored 9.5 out of 12.
By the way, just to repeat what Almiro is saying, that on the first board, 9.5 points out of 12, guess what? That was good enough for the gold medal as Fabiano. That's a lot of points. I'm looking at this position. I know it's ridiculously drawn, but I'm going to play for, sorry, I just refreshed my board. I'm going to play for Wesley, the king over. Oh, he
Nope.
didn't even try.
Didn't bother.
I thought he wanted to play rook h8. So the idea was that you would play king takes g5. I would play h3. You would play rook down. Now, if my king were, no. Never mind. No, no. Let me stop myself right there. No possibilities for Wesley. So we do have a tie, a drawn match. That means that out of the potential of 24 match points, our winners WR scored 22.
Yes, and I also have the results from the other matches. So both teams, Freedom and Team MGD1, won their matches. So it means that
Freedom wins silver,
yes,
with 20 match points.
Yes, and Team MGD1 wins bronze medals
With 18,
with 18 match
points. Our congratulations to those two teams.
Maybe we still have a few games going on.
Do we have some straggling
this is
games?
It, yes.
Well, we hope, of course, to get some interviews, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge that we're going to have a closing ceremony shortly where you have to do the honors as the MC there, Marisa.
You meaning me
and Elmira will have to do the honors. We don't want to close the show too rapidly, but we do hope to have a guest as we wrap up this 12th and final round. Again, it just happens that a closing ceremony is coming fast approaching, as we say. Tell us about more winners. You just mentioned Fabi on board one. Do you know further results as far as the medals are concerned?
Yes, I will have a look at the board list. So the best players are. So Fabi was leading before this round, and Wait. Actually, this is not clear because I was ahead of myself because Bahadur Jobaba had exactly the same performance. He had, both were having a performance.
At 8.5 out of 11?
No, actually, that's what I told you. Okay, points are points, but their performance was 27.82 for both players. So let's have a look. What did Bahadur do in this round? This is actually very important.
I don't have the result
let me
table.
See, Bahadur drew. So, okay.
So Bahadur
this is
draw.
it, yes. So it means that Fabiana is winning gold. Then Nodirbek Abdusatorov was leading before this round, so he won his game, so he's winning gold on the second board.
Bravo.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, what did he do today?
Didn't play today.
He didn't play in the
last round.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So but he was having an over 2,800 performance. So his next
closest rival
was Vidit. So let's have a look. What did Vidit do in this round?
Did Vidit play this round? I don't remember seeing his name.
He didn't play this round, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't see his name.
Okay, so it means that Jan is winning the gold medal.
For board 3.
For board 3. I don't know if they're going to merge medals for the reserves or not. So we will need to find this out. Board 4, young Krzysztof Duda was having an incredible performance, over 2,900. So
that will get you a
difficult
medal.
to spoil, another gold medal. And on the board 5, we had
Prague, Vincent.
Actually,
Vincent might have lost a medal. He was doing very well.
Actually, not at all, because I think that Prague is counting as a player on the 4th board.
Okay.
So because the professionals, they're playing on the 4th board. So on the 5th board, I have Makan Rafi from Team Chesami. He was fighting with Elizabeth Pates. So and somehow I thought that this was a women's board.
Yes, I thought so too.
But since it was not a fixed board, so all of the players are fighting for the gold medals on the board 5.
Right.
Okay. And then on the board 6,
the amateur players?
No, this is what I don't understand. The board 6 for me now is listed where most of the female players are.
They
have
could
to
also
find
play
out,
board
yes.
6 as amateur players as well.
And then
Yes,
there's
I
a
think
board
that-
7, a board 8,
Yes.
a board 9, and
that's
those were
where the confusion.
Those were not played only 6 boards at a time.
Right.
But those participants would tag in, and
Yes.
so they were considered for 7, 8, and 9, which is a really weird.
First reserve, second reserve, that kind of
Absolutely,
thing.
it just seems odd that would be the case. I believe we're getting an interview shortly.
Yes, of course.
But absolutely great performances.
Yes, all around.
When you can score that kind of number on board 1, you knew you were playing animal after animal after animal. And so congratulations to the winners.
Exactly. As we get ready to close our show, we do have a guest coming up. I do want to get this in because I know you both are in time trouble. Maurice, welcome back to commentary, my friend.
Absolutely.
It was wonderful
Just
being
for now.
with you, just for
Just
now.
for this event.
Almira, wonderful, wonderful, lovely sitting next to you for
And
these
before,
last 3 days.
well, I guess we'll wrap. We'll wrap the
course.
show after the interview. I think it's
Well,
quite
you may
fine.
be
No, I think
you may be
maybe,
pulled away while we're interviewing.
I'll still be around.
Okay, hustle, baby. Nice.
We'll give room
And
for our special guest, the man of the hour.
absolutely.
But why,
As we get him
why
set
Maurice
up.
do not stay with us?
Well, he has to make room for a guest.
Well, he can still be here.
I don't know. I don't know. He's getting, he gets cramped. Welcome. Welcome. Wow, we spoke about it so much. You've put so much effort into this event, from the conception to the sponsorship to the organization to the playing. Congratulations. It
Thank
was
you.
a festival.
Thank you.
It was
Yes,
a
sir.
great
May I?
festival. Please.
I wanted to know, how does it feel to get the world championship title?
It feels stressful. It feels very stressful, actually.
You worked very, very hard.
Yes, we worked very hard, and I would like to thank Jan Gustafsson. We had a very good time together. He helped me a lot to develop my chess.
Right.
And how should I say? Henry Ford said that 50% is necessary to invest in marketing. No, differently, sorry. I don't remember the quote. The quote was, it is important to invest in marketing. 50% will be a good decision, but you never know where is the
50%
where
that
the
will
50% comes from. Yeah,
Right.
and in chess, I would say it's like 5% what you are doing is
you
important.
work so hard,
Yeah.
and you only get to show 5% of all of the
And-
work
and-
effort that
and
you
you
made.
never know where the 5% will come from.
Exactly.
And I spent hundreds of hours for chess preparation, and something worked. 6 games didn't work. Actually, I'm not happy with the result, with my personal result, but
Okay.
I'm happy with the result of the team. Yeah, I want to thank Wesley, Nodirbeck, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Vincent Kamer, Prague, Ifan, Alexandra. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to
Alexander
win.
Motilev.
We had a great team spirit. I enjoyed really every minute we spent all together.
Right.
I don't know if I do it again.
It's such a hard work, I know.
But it was really an amazing time, amazing team. I'm happy that we became world champion at the end. It was very
Exactly.
stressful.
Right. Did you feel yourself personally, you have put together this team of great players, but did you feel personally like when Wesley So, Hou Yifan are looking at your play, you don't want to disappoint them. You want to play good.
No, actually, I didn't want to disappoint Jan Gustafsson, but yeah, it didn't work well. Actually, I disappointed him at the end. But yeah, I tried to play my best chess. I had tough opponents. They made wonderful games, and yeah, I gave my best. And yeah, 6 of 12 is.
Once again, from my point of view, for me, this was a kind of a chess festival. It was a chess festival, a homecoming with so many chess stars all in one building. And you could see the young kids, their eyes are so big because who is that? Who is that? Who is that? So I just want to say once again, thank you. No, seriously, thank you. It was a marvelous tournament. I truly do hope
you.
you will do it again because We had great fun. I'm speaking for Almira. I'm speaking for Maurice. We had great fun.
Thank you very much, Yasser.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Now you've got a closing ceremony to go to.
Yes.
Now you're going to become crowned world champion.
We go to sleep, actually.
Face plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there we have it. We have the end of the 2023 World Rapid Team Championship. A wonderful collaboration. Thank you to FIDE. This was nice. This was nice. A mixed team. This was nice. They have to do it again. What do you say, Maurice?
Absolutely have to do it again. And this was so much fun. I want to thank you two for being such fabulous partners in crime. That was a great, great event. This was a great event. 12 rounds, ups and downs, spills and thrills. It was a mile and a laugh a minute.
Right.
But in the end, worth it. Worth being a part of the first ever. I like to make history. I've done it before.
Events,
An inaugural event, to be a part of it, and to certainly to thank everybody on the team.
The production team.
The production team was excellent, and we did it. Pulled it off. Now it's time to the closing ceremony, give out the hardware, and then have the party.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the party. Again, Almira, it was great. Thank you so much. I mean, it's strange. We should feel drained, but I think it was the adrenaline, the enthusiasm that the players gave us in their games. That game, again, for me, that was just epic. Nepo versus Peter Svidler. Oh my goodness. That was
sparkling.
That was
Night D6. We'll all remember Night D6.
To be honest, right now I feel completely exhausted, and especially during this last round. And
right.
I think we had so many emotional interviews here. So it was very interesting and insightful for me.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. I don't know if I will ever get this opportunity to be in your company.
Say never. Never say never.
Once
again.
I'd
like to give a big shout out and thank you to our live audience who has come and been very supportive. So we applaud you all.